Noah and Harold left their training areas to fly toward the next floating lake. Other natives might be waiting for them there, and Noah wanted to make sure that heaven and earth didn't enlarge their army. The final battle was approaching. The human forces of the other side of the immortal lands had just started gathering their assets. It was only a matter of time before a massive clearing operation started and led all the existences in the world against the devils and the mutated magical beasts. Noah was on the devil's side, but the human forces had yet to discover his betrayal. He would soon have to clash with those organizations, so he needed to prepare the battlefield and his existence for the fight. Broken environments and strange sceneries crossed Noah's vision as the duo followed the map's instructions and traveled across the higher plane. Their destination wasn't far away, but they proceeded slowly due to Noah's needs. Noah wanted to leave the training area since his companions and the cultivators from the other teams would look for him there. Traveling toward different regions would buy him some time. It would also grant him the chance to test his new understanding in a proper battle. He was in desperate need of a fight right now. Noah had just added a breathtaking aspect to his existence, but his battle style had yet to adapt to those changes. He needed time to test his new techniques, but failures had to happen before he could reach a decent level of expertise. The journey toward the other lake was uneventful. The duo met devils and mutated sharks, but they decided to avoid them since their power couldn't match those groups. Part of Noah wanted to fight since he could deal with the strongest creatures in each group, but Harold was a liability. Noah couldn't keep him in check while fighting with powerful beings. Harold couldn't break free of Noah's spell, but he could suppress it with his law. That action always warned Noah and gave him enough time to intervene, but the situation would be different during a battle. The lack of trust between the two experts made them arrive at the other floating lake far earlier than predicted. The duo found a familiar structure hanging from the sky, and they didn't hesitate to approach it. White lines appeared around the floating watery shape as soon as the experts flew toward the structure. The natives seemed able to deploy those untraceable formations at will, but Noah saw them as a mark of heaven and earth. In theory, inscriptions had to leave a trace of their existence. Even King Elbaz couldn't create completely invisible items. His assets always triggered reactions in the experts that approached them. Instead, the white lines were part of the world. They belonged to the very fabric of the higher plane, and rank 8 experts needed heaven and earth's authorization to create something like that. Noah could even gain a deeper understanding of those inscriptions after his enlightenment in the laws of space. The fact that the fabric of the world accepted those lines meant that heaven and earth agreed with their existence. King Elbaz could create invisible inscriptions, but those white lines were on a different level. Part of Noah's conclusions came from that feature. King Elbaz was the best inscription master in the world, so the white formations had to have a stronger backing. Castor, Rebecca, and Melissa have sent us to gather the human forces, Noah shouted before stopping in front of the white lines. We have no ill intentions. Heaven and earth have sent us to support the natives of this plane. Harold wanted to give voice to a loud snort, but he suppressed his emotions. That wasn't the time to oppose Noah. He had to wait for a decent opportunity if he still wanted to betray him. The white lines soon dispersed, and a large watery tunnel appeared among the floating lake. Noah and Harold became able to see faint structures inside the water, but their attention soon went on the 2 liquid-stage cultivators that came out of the defenses. I didn't expect you to be so few, one of the leaders said. Heaven and earth have promised us strong warriors to fight this filthy threat. We divided ourselves to gather troops quickly, Noah explained while keeping his lies in check. You are the first group of survivors on our path. Don't look at me, the same leader exclaimed before pointing at the man next to him. I'm just a humble servant. My troops call me Fog, but I'm nothing more than an expert ready to give his life for his master. Noah turned toward the other man at that point. Even his instincts could sense that the second leader was far stronger than his companion. The expert was a liquid-stage cultivator, but his aura managed to make Noah feel in danger. I'm Otto, the second leader said while joining the conversation. I believe you were talking about me. Noah and Harold quickly cleared the misunderstanding. Otto's aura was quite dangerous, so they preferred to deploy a peaceful approach at first. How did you survive here? Noah asked while studying the inscribed map. This shouldn't be a strong lake. Did you find a weakness in the devils? No such thing, Otto replied. We are blessed with the strongest warriors in the plain. My force has once been the bane of the entire human domain. Now we are nothing more than survivors trying to create an army that has the faint hope to defeat the devils. Are you a servant of heaven and earth? Noah asked to understand Otto's political inclination. Noah wouldn't hesitate to attack, but he wanted to make sure that Otto's forces belonged to his enemies. There was a slim chance that he could gather more followers, so he wouldn't start a slaughter without knowing the expert's position. I've become a true believer only recently. Otto laughed while patting his arm on his large CST. Otto was a tall man with short black hair and no beard. His eyes radiated a white light, but their irises were blue. They even had traces of purple, but Noah guessed that it came from the constant use of specific techniques. My law fuses with the very matter of the sky, Otto revealed. I've always struggled to accept heaven and earth, but my path has led me into their realm. The expert clearly wanted to become a hero for heaven and earth. Otto desired the power they hid, but he had to complete many missions before obtaining that reward. Can we see how the situation is inside? Noah asked in the politest tone that he could muster. Of course, Otto exclaimed, and Fog turned to return inside the floating lake. Otto also followed him and gestured to the duo to come with him. Noah and Harold entered the floating lake and expanded their consciousness. They could sense that the situation inside that structure wasn't different from the previous. The various buildings only hid weaker cultivators. No point hesitating now, Noah thought before approaching Fog and Otto. The unstable substance flowed inside his black vessels and empowered his physical strength. His fingers quickly arched, and a storm of singularities flew across the leaders. An innate spell activated to protect Fog, but his ability shattered. The singularities ended up on his face, and death soon reached him. Otto was different. He could sense even the slightest trace of life. His body moved on its own and made him dodge Noah's attack. Noah didn't expect Otto to dodge the attack. The expert was only a liquid stage expert, while his slashes could threaten even upper-tier magical beasts. Still, Noah couldn't deny the obvious. Otto had dodged Noah's singularity with a strange movement technique. His body had moved on its own. It was as if something had pulled his waist away from the range of the singularity. What's the meaning of this? Otto shouted, but his eyes soon ended on his dead companion. Anger filled Otto's mind. His aura expanded and tried to reach the many defenses inside the floating lake, but Noah promptly activated the dark world to stop that event. Waves of dark matter flew through the insides of the floating lake and restrained Otto's mind. The expert wanted to activate the many defenses inside the area, but Noah's technique prevented him from reaching the triggers. The underlings inside the various buildings had felt that sudden surge of energy and had begun to exit their training areas to inspect the situation. Yet, the waves of dark matter engulfed them and sealed their senses. Don't do anything stupid, Noah threatened as his mental waves reached Harold's consciousness. Noah didn't want to fight with such a liability, but Otto had ruined his plans. He didn't expect the expert to dodge his surprise attack so easily, so he had to fight with Harold as a bystander now. I surely won't, Master, Harold teased Noah, but the latter activated part of the restraints on his centers of power. The sword-shaped energy inside Harold seeped inside his centers of power and suppressed their abilities. A sense of weakness filled the expert and almost made him faint. His aura became unstable, but the dark matter kept him in the air anyway. You have chosen to die, Otto shouted. The dark world had improved after gaining an understanding of the laws of space. It became denser and its stability increased. Moreover, its ability to suppress cultivators had improved since the overall technique had become heavier. Otto couldn't sense his underlings. He had seen that Fog had died due to Noah's sudden attack, but he couldn't find his corpse anymore either. The anger that he felt knew no bounds. The expert wanted to make Noah pay for putting him into that situation. Noah didn't let Otto gain the upper hand. His demonic sword quickly appeared in his grasp, and an even stronger singularity flew out of it. The dark world enhanced the attack and added a dense layer of dark matter to its edges. The singularity had the shape of a massive flying wall that devoured everything on its path. Only the dark matter and the buildings survived its passage, but anything else vanished before that power. The underlings that had come out to inspect the situation ended up facing the massive flying wall. Their bodies vanished as the singularity engulfed them. Countless cultivators died during the attack, but Noah only had eyes for the liquid stage leader. A white light came out of Otto's figure. The singularity engulfed his figure, but he teleported away before his body began to disintegrate. The dark world tried to suppress that ability, but it only managed to limit its effects. Otto reappeared inside the dark world, but he showed a surprised expression at that sight. He planned to escape the technique and face Noah under the white sky, but the latter had stopped that. Noah closed his eyes and let his understanding of the laws of space flow inside the dark world. The dark matter began to create faint but dense arrays that imitated the structure of a dimensional tunnel, but that also applied opposite effects. Dimensional tunnels usually allowed existences to travel across large areas in a shorter time, but the dark world was doing the opposite. Every meter inside the technique became similar to kilometers. Otto didn't hesitate to shoot toward the edges of the dark cloud, but he seemed unable to get close to his destination. That was only a temporary measure to suppress the expert. The flaw of that ability was the dark matter itself. Otto was a liquid stage cultivator, so he could destroy large pieces of the dense higher energy and free himself from those restraints. However, his ugly situation made him unable to think properly. Also, destroying a chunk of the dark world would only place Otto back into the outside world. He would still have dark matter around him, so it was better to save his strength if something else arrived. Noah didn't deploy that suppression casually. He had to handle Harold, but he couldn't do that while fighting Otto and his underlings. He would have no chance to win against a rebellion and an entire army. A horde of rank 7 and 8 cultivators appeared in front of Noah, but they couldn't sense him. They were gaseous stage experts at best, so his technique could make them completely unaware of their surroundings. Noah expanded his consciousness and drew the cursed sword. Bloodle.u.s.t began to spread from his figure while he placed the weapon on his forehead. The dark world enhanced his mental capabilities and allowed him to sense every expert inside the various buildings. His sharpness could spread freely through those structures, and a series of attacks appeared once he slid the weapon through his forehead. His sharpness intensified and gave birth to singularities that targeted all the experts in its range. Noah could sense every expert inside the floating lake, so his attacks managed to reach everyone. Large vertical singularities opened from the center of the experts and filled the environment with Noah's sharpness. The few cultivators who managed to survive that attack had to deal with the random cuts that spread in the area and around them. Those weaker cultivators couldn't avoid that attack. Even those who had dodged the first wave of singularities would fail during a second attempt. It was pure chaos. Singularities filled the insides of the various structures and killed every cultivator in sight. No one managed to survive that mad offensive, and the number of Noah's opponents soon shortened to 1. Otto was still trying to leave the dark world, but his efforts didn't lead to decent outcomes. There seemed to be an infinite sea of dark matter between his position and the edges of the technique. He appeared unable to reach it even after he had flown at full speed for so long. "That won't help you," Noah laughed while revealing himself in front of the expert. "Where are the others?" Otto asked, but Noah's cold smile was enough as an answer. Otto closed his eyes and let his law expand through that suppression. A blinding light came out of his figure and pierced the dense waves of dark matter surrounding him. His discharge of power wasn't enough to defeat the technique, but the light soon expanded and created branches that spread through the dark matter. It only took an instant before a white halo began to shine inside that darkness. The dark matter crumbled under that influence. The expert decided to resort to the other approach to defeat Noah. He would destroy the dark world from the inside before finding Noah and killing him. A blinding white halo spread from Otto's position and expanded through the dark world. It was cancer that spread inside Noah's technique and destroyed the currents of dark matter that were suppressing the expert. Is he like Sword Saint? Noah wondered while large chunks of his dark world fell apart. In theory, Noah's dark matter had already touched the liquid stage in terms of power. It could suppress cultivators at that level as long as Noah could focus his entire efforts on one of them. Yet, liquid stage cultivators still had access to better breath. The amount of power carried by those energies was almost the same, but their quality was far different. The dark matter was denser, but the liquid stage breath had a superior structure. Experts on Sword Saint's level could rely on that quality to overpower Noah's dark world and destroy the technique with massive discharges of energy. Noah couldn't see gaseous stage cultivators as worthy opponents anymore. His battle prowess also allowed him to overpower most liquid stage experts, but some existences were the same when it came to fighting warriors at the same level. Noah couldn't be the only genius. Some cultivators were far above the average in terms of battle prowess. Sword Saint was one of them, and it seemed that Otto also stood near that realm. Branches made of white light continued to spread through the dark world. Noah tried to stop them with his flames, but their energy was too intense for him. The dark world couldn't apply its suppression on that light. It struggled to slow down the expansion of that blinding halo, and it often failed to obtain decent results. I need the cursed sword to stop it, Noah concluded in his mind, but he still decided to store his weapon. Noah's body could endure the drawbacks generated by the cursed sword far better now, but he still preferred to avoid using it blindly. He didn't want to reach his mental limit before being sure that he could kill his opponent. Let's see if I can do this, Noah thought before raising his hand. His palm landed on solid air at some point, and cracks spread from its edges. A connection to the void appeared, but Noah didn't let his hand enter that realm. His aura promptly seeped inside that firm layer that divided the immortal lands from the void. A third dimension slowly opened, and the dark matter didn't hesitate to enter it. The shadow domain expanded at an unfathomable speed. Miss Void's normal spell was nothing compared to Noah's new version, but the consumption of darkness was far higher. Still, Noah didn't care as long as he could obtain better effects. Moreover, he could rely on the dark matter to fill part of the requirements. The shadow domain spread in a dimension that Otto couldn't sense. It reached the areas invaded by the blinding light and eventually arrived where the cultivator was releasing his energy. The dark world was falling into pieces, but Noah disregarded it and entered the shadow domain. A massive chunk of his energy vanished to perform the technique, but its activation was a success. The light around Noah dimmed. He found himself on the same battlefield, but everything was darker there. It was as if he had entered a dark version of the immortal lands. Noah shot forward. Otto's dim light didn't do anything to his figure. Noah could cross it while inside the shadow domain, and he eventually ended up in front of his opponent. The demonic sword came out of the separate space and ended up in his hand. Noah pulled his weapon back and gathered energy on its sharp edges. Dark matter covered the blade, and roots also spread over its surface. The dark world was suppressing Otto's senses, so he couldn't see that Noah had left the battlefield. He was completely unaware that his opponent had prepared one of his stronger attacks and was aiming for his head. Noah thrust the weapon forward, and a crack appeared inside the shadow domain. The fissure was inside Otto's head, and the demonic sword pierced his mind when it reappeared in the outside world. A straight singularity shot out of the demonic sword and destroyed Otto's head. Most of his upper body also vanished during the attack. The white light suddenly stopped expanding. It lost its source of power, so its structure began to crumble under the suppression of the dark world. Noah transferred himself into the real world. The dark matter in the distance began to pierce the crumbling branches of light and reach for what remained of Otto's body. It only took a second to devour Otto's lower body. The dark matter transformed it into energy before that flesh could disperse anything. I bet Sword Saint was stronger than this, Noah laughed in his mind. Noah felt that he had overestimated Otto. Dodging a surprise attack and being able to deal with the dark world were average achievements in Noah's mind. The effects related to the shadow domain were hard to handle, but many experts could easily develop countermeasures. The other side of the immortal lands was unaware of Noah, but that still didn't justify such an easy killing of a rank 8 cultivator. The dark world alone would have deployed countermeasures to these techniques, Noah thought while inspecting the battlefield. Doing something about the shadow domain during the 7th rank is almost impossible, but the 8th rank should feature only the best of the best. Heaven and earth have created a weak system founded only on laws. Noah couldn't help but consider heaven and earth's system as a whole. The various organizations, forces, and teams in the immortal lands often featured experts that had reached that level due to external resources. That obviously led to weaker experts, but heaven and earth seemed to agree with that behavior. They didn't care about the human domain as long as they obtained new laws. What are they even trying to accomplish? Noah wondered while dispersing the dark world and glaring at the sky. Noah knew almost nothing certain about heaven and earth. His knowledge about those existences came from rumors and deductions, but he could question every single piece of information. Still, it was clear that heaven and earth had a goal. The tribulations and the many harsh environments of the immortal lands would have no meaning otherwise. Those mighty existences were looking for something, and Noah felt disappointed to learn that they settled for such weak experts. Maybe I can handle solid-stage cultivators, Noah sighed in his mind. The shadow domain gave Noah the chance to kill every expert in the world. Miss Void was right. Her technique was perfect, and Noah's understanding had even managed to remove its only drawback. Yet, the sky began to behave strangely after Noah won his battle. Lumps of light condensed among that whiteness and gave birth to uneven shapes gathered in the same spot. Noah felt the need to attack that mass of light, but his instincts soon sensed a massive barrier between him and that structure. He didn't know when that defense had appeared, but something told him that it was better to avoid launching singularities there. Light continued to accumulate until it took the shape of a humanoid figure. Noah almost opened his mouth at the sight of his previous opponent. The whiteness had given birth to Otto, and even his existence seemed to match the expert. The light was giving birth to an exact copy of Otto. Noah didn't know how to react to that scene. His grasp tightened and relaxed as he waited to understand more about that event. Otto condensed and opened his eyes. His aura spread through the sky and fused with the world. It seemed that his law could match the whiteness that filled the area. Is heaven and earth playing tricks with me? Noah wondered, but his consciousness could barely sense anything. The world was working as usual. The only strange feature came from the whiteness of the sky, since part of it was transforming into Otto's law. That technique was quite tricky, Otto announced, and the white sky echoed his voice. Are you even alive? Noah asked while pointing the demonic sword toward his opponent. His previous victory wasn't an illusion. Noah had really killed Otto through his shadow domain. Still, heaven and earth had intervened. I'm part of heaven and earth's system, Otto explained. My existence belongs to them. They have the power to rebuild me if the situation requires it. That revelation left Noah speechless. He had never considered that aspect of heaven and earth's power, even if his life came from that ability. Otto was a proper member of heaven and earth's system. His law belonged to them, so they could deploy him whenever they wanted. Seeing him again made Noah feel strange, but it also rekindled his determination. Heaven and earth were able to resurrect rank 8 cultivators. That news was incredible, especially when it came to experts that opposed them. Noah was among them, and his facial expressions were enough to describe his feelings. Noah could barely accept that outcome, but he understood its functioning. Otto had sacrificed his individuality to fuse with heaven and earth's system. His law was part of the world now. Heaven and earth could deploy it depending on the situation. Did you search for immortality? Noah asked. Did you sacrifice your whole existence to become part of these groups? His question wasn't all over the place, but Otto didn't answer anyway. He felt complete at his current level. Heaven and earth had given him far more than he needed, but he had to wait for them to advance. You fail to understand heaven and earth's greatness, Otto exclaimed. What can you even know about it? You lack the determination to enter their system and become an immortal existence. Nothing is immortal in this world, Noah snorted. We are energies hanging around. Having a stronger backer doesn't make you better. And yet here I am, Otto replied. You might deny it, but heaven and earth are capable of giving you a second life. Moreover, I've never succeeded in escaping them. I'm nothing but a light cultivator with poor defense, so I don't have anything special to give. How do I even kill that thing? Noah wondered while looking at the human figure in the sky. Lumps of whiteness soon converged near the other, but Noah promptly stopped them through the dark world. His higher energy created currents that enveloped the area and crushed heaven and earth's power. This won't be enough, Otto laughed. I'm in contact with the endless light now. My power is infinite. Light condensed outside of the dark world. Glowing spheres appeared around the technique and discharged their power in the form of piercing beams. Holes appeared inside the dark world. Noah's dark matter couldn't do anything to stop those attacks. The beams didn't even damage Otto, who could simply laugh and float among that darkness. Light soon spread through the dark world and dispersed the dark matter. The sky shone on Otto again and increased his power. His figure became a blinding humanoid shape that continued to absorb whiteness and transform it into his law. Light is everywhere in the world, Otto shouted, and blinding spheres gathered around Noah. You can't oppose it. You can't overcome it. It will exist as long as the sky hangs above us all. The spheres released beams that targeted Noah. He quickly pierced the dimension to enter the shadow domain, and his cursed sword promptly ended in his right hand once he was in a safe environment. The beams crossed his position and allowed him to study them. Some of those attacks even pierced his figure, but he was in a different dimension now. Noah could inspect them while his many techniques covered his body and weapons. He is still in the liquid stage, Noah sighed. These attacks are slightly stronger than before, but it seems that heaven and earth didn't increase his cultivation level. The issue is in the amount of energy at his disposal. Otto wasn't using his breath to cast those attacks. The sky itself was providing the energy required to create that dense light. In theory, he could have an endless source of power. I will only lose my momentum if I start defending, Noah concluded in his mind. Heaven and earth might have memorized his law, but there must be a limit to how much it can endure before being permanently damaged. Noah shot forward. The dark environment ran past his vision before he arrived in front of his opponent. The demonic sword and the cursed sword quickly stabbed forward, and a crack opened in the spot where their tip converged. The crack was inside Otto's head once again, but something strange happened at that time. A wave of blinding light came out of his injury and flung Noah backward, making the attack failed. Rays of light also invaded the shadow domain through the crack. They spread inside the dimension and destabilized its structure. Fissures soon covered the edges of Noah's technique and destroyed them to bring everything back into the real world. Otto had defeated the shadow domain. Experts on the other side of the immortal lands had found countermeasures to that technique in the past, but no one had ever come close to destroying the actual personal dimension. Instead, Otto had utterly overwhelmed the technique, and Noah could only fly backward while countless thoughts filled his mind. It had been a long time since he had felt so lost. It seemed that nothing in his arsenal could make him defeat that expert. Of course, Noah wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Otto appeared made of heaven and earth's light, but Noah had always decided to destroy those rulers. He actually felt happy about that chance to test his power. Lumps of light filled the sky and released countless white beams. A rain of attacks covered entire regions and converged toward Noah, but he quickly entered the shadow domain again. The beams were extremely fast. Some of them managed to reach Noah while he deployed his movement technique. Light invaded the shadow domain again, and part of it crashed on Noah's body. Fuming holes appeared on Noah's back. The light created a scorching sensation that seemed about to reach his very existence. Part of his darkness vanished after those attacks seeped inside his body. Can it even affect my existence? Noah shouted in his mind without stopping his charge. His instincts felt intense danger. Everything about Otto appeared meant to counter his existence. Noah was against a law belonging to heaven and earth's light. Noah didn't want to send attacks directly inside Otto's body. It was clear that his figure had only light to offer, and he didn't want to endure that threatening damage anymore. Roots and dark matter covered Noah's figure and gave him his usual fiendish shape. A dark halo also spread inside the shadow domain as the parasite's corrosive aura flowed through the dimension. The parasite's influence enlarged the shadow domain. The pressure generated by the magical plant could push the edges of the dimension backward and spread the technique until it reached Noah's opponent. Otto didn't seem to care about the invisible threat. Lumps of dense light continued to accumulate around him and send piercing beams that destroyed everything in the environment. Harold was still suffering from Noah's suppression, but he had managed to hide inside the underground world before Otto unleashed his destructive attack. Needless to say, Harold was cursing Noah to no end. A crack eventually appeared behind Otto. The expert didn't bother to turn, but a diagonal cut suddenly divided his figure in half. A burst of light exploded from the injury. Noah didn't have the time to retreat, and the attack ended up engulfing him. His figure shot backward, but the radiant energy didn't manage to touch his skin. The light was trying to reach Noah's body, but the parasite's corrosive energy destroyed it before it could touch the fiendish armor. The dark matter remained intact, but some roots crumbled during the exchange. The parasite absorbed more of Noah's energy to grow. His figure obtained sharper features after more roots joined the defensive array. Noah became a dark spot immersed inside heaven and earth's whiteness. He was a flaw that tainted that pure perfection. Dense spheres of light continued to gather above him and discharge their piercing attacks. A rain of blinding beams fell toward the ground and tried to converge in his position. Otto's offensive had never stopped, and it seemed to have no end. The corrosive aura kept Noah safe, but he had to wave his swords whenever too many beams converged on his position. His abilities could fend off part of those attacks, but he couldn't handle the full power of the sky. Noah entered the shadow domain when he found an opening among the barrage of light. Otto's body had healed, but Noah quickly appeared above him and cut his figure in half. "I can't continue like this," Noah shouted in his mind while waving his blades to destroy the beams of light that flew toward his figure. His flames came out of his mouth as the dark world expanded. Noah didn't dare to summon his companions for fear that the light could affect their existence, but they were screaming to come out. Night's voice was the loudest among them due to his deep hatred toward that whiteness. "Let me out," Night roared through the mental connection. "Give me the chance to fight." A rain of beams pierced the dark world and his sea of flames. Noah watched as light invaded his domain and tried to find him among that blackness. His situation was far from good. His attacks were useless, and he suffered injuries whenever he landed a blow. Noah didn't even know if Otto had a limit, but he could understand that the battle would end in a loss if it continued like that. "My existence seems useless here," Noah sighed while light invaded the dark world. A heavy presence eventually landed on his mind. Heaven and earth had found him. They redirected Otto's attacks toward him and released a tight array of beams. The darkness that had tried to cover the sky quickly disappeared. Noah could see blinding light invading his vision. The attacks were about to land on his figure, but he didn't activate the shadow domain again. "Take my potential," Noah thought right before the beams could land on his figure. The beams stopped right above his skin. They didn't move anymore. The strange event managed to attract Otto's attention, who turned to show a confused expression. Otto raised his hands, and more light condensed in the sky. Noah was out in the open, so the expert could send the entirety of his attack toward him. A wave of whiteness flew toward Noah. The beams fused to create a raging sea of light that tried to crash on his figure. However, the attack stopped before reaching his figure. Otto didn't know what was happening, but the answer to his doubts arrived in the next instant. Dense ambition spread from Noah's figure, but that power didn't affect his cultivation level. "Destroy this place," Noah whispered as growls fused with his human voice. The bloodle.u.s.t that had accu.mulat in his mind retracted as a large figure materialized above his head. The pterodactyl gave voice to a roar that sent sharp sound waves through the white array and destroyed its structure. Noah's potential and bloodle.u.s.t flowed inside Night and increased its power. The violent thoughts generated by the demonic deduction technique also amassed in his mind before reaching the pterodactyl. Night reached the middle tier in an instant, and its power continued to increase. It soon touched the edges of the tier and stopping before spreading into the next level. With PLSURE, Night roared, and its figure disappeared. The light around Noah shattered at that point. A series of black cuts opened through its structure and filled the entire area with darkness. A black patch had appeared among the sky, and that color didn't come from techniques or spells. Night had destroyed the light while it was inside Noah's figure, so the area turned dark on its own. Otto tried to wave his hands, but he soon discovered that his limbs were falling toward the ground. A burst of light came out of his figure, but cuts opened through its structure and generated another black patch. "What is happening?" Otto shouted, but his head disappeared after he finished his line. Light tried to come out of his injury again, but Night destroyed it before it could spread in the environment. Black patches continued to mutate around Otto, and his body soon vanished among that blackness. Heaven and earth immediately began to rebuild the expert, but Night was relentless. The pterodactyl shot toward the lumps of light condensing high in the sky and severed the laws in their fabric. Then, Night flew across the sky and opened a long cut in the very whiteness of the sky. A black patch that spread through entire regions began to float among heaven and earth's shining light. It seemed that the creature could bring the immortal lands to a state where light didn't exist. Night was forcefully severing the whiteness to make room for the darkness. "This won't be enough to defeat me," Otto shouted. "I can hear heaven and earth whispering your name into my ears. Noah Bulvin. The world wants you dead. You aren't fighting me?" Noah laughed while sitting cross-legged in the air and filling the area with black flames. Noah had used his potential to force Night to grow. He had even given his bloodl.u.s.t to the creature, and he was continuing to provide violent thoughts to its mind. It was clear that his existence couldn't handle Otto's power, but Night was a different being. It was a magical beast, one of heaven and earth's sworn enemies, and Noah's existence had even tainted its species. The pterodactyl was the perfect creature to deal with heaven and earth's light, and Noah could sense its ecstasy through the mental connection. Night was having the time of its life on the battlefield. Otto didn't know how to stop Night. His senses couldn't keep track of the pterodactyl's movements, and even heaven and earth's enhancements failed to make him understand where the creature was. It wasn't only a matter of speed. Night never stopped destroying light. It severed laws even as it flew from one spot to another. Heaven and earth didn't manage to pinpoint its position because the creature destroyed the light before it could gather information. Night seemed able to counter the whiteness perfectly, and the world couldn't do anything to stop it. "This is for all the years that you have forced me to spend underground." Night roared while blackness opened behind it. Heaven and earth tried to send more light and rebuild Otto, but Night was too fast. It attacked every radiant sphere that tried to gather in the sky before resuming its relentless destruction. Noah didn't need to do anything in that situation. He had unleashed the perfect creature for the job, so he could relax and focus on his recovery while he bathed in the darkness that spread through the area. The sky crackled in anger, but it didn't resort to the heaven tribulation. The world was already spending an immense amount of energy to rebuild Otto, and it had learnt by now how useless that punishment was with Noah. Otto didn't know what to think. He had sacrificed his existence to become part of heaven and earth's system. He had achieved immortality, and his power could go beyond the limits of liquid-stage cultivators. However, Night lived to destroy light. Its entire existence was a source of darkness. It even generated blackness whenever it severed laws. Noah's ambition and his violent thoughts improved Night's innate ability. The pterodactyl could use Noah's bloodl.s.t to strengthen its ability to destroy the light. The result of that empowerment was an overwhelming performance. Night had filled the sky with large black cuts that covered entire regions. Whiteness still spread for most of the area, but Night wouldn't let even a tiny brim of light go. Noah let Night's emotions flow inside his mind, but he didn't forget his position. Heaven and earth had managed to suppress him. He would have been forced to flee if it weren't for his companion. This was only a case, Noah thought as black spots spread in the immense whiteness. I've casually met an opponent who could counter my abilities due to heaven and earth's help. It wasn't a punishment made for me. Great Builder's words were still vivid in his mind. Noah knew that heaven and earth would eventually create a punishment meant for his existence. His very law could become his enemy on that occasion, and it was clear that he wasn't ready to face that. Moreover, normal projects wouldn't work against heaven and earth. Everything would be pointless if those existences created something able to counter his law. After all, they had managed to kill monsters like Great Builder and Supreme Thief through those punishments. Noah needed something more. He couldn't allow himself to die like those rank 9 experts, but the only path that could solve his issue involved the experiments with the devils. His law would become able to counter heaven and earth suppression if he managed to obtain the devil's power. Yet, the procedure could be the very end of his existence. What's the best path? Noah wondered without moving his eyes from the sky. Noah had already decided to experiment with the devils, but he didn't feel any pressure toward that procedure. However, Otto had shown him how heaven and earth could exploit his flaws, and that forced him to consider approaching the transformation sooner. I need to speed up the testing phase, Noah sighed. I need to get reckless again. King Elba's pellets helped Noah with the experiments, but they were also a safe approach. They could only absorb and express Noah's law, but there was a limit to how close it was to the original. Right? Noah suddenly recalled before turning toward the ground. I forgot about Harold. Noah glanced at the sky one last time before shooting downward. Countless cracks had opened on the uneven ground of the other side of the Immortal lands due to Otto's offensive. The environment had transformed, but Harold's presence was still strong in Noah's mind. Noah moved away boulders and large pieces of shattered ground before finding a tunnel that led deeper into the terrain. His connection with the spell that restrained Harold led him deeper into that path, and a sorry human figure soon appeared in his view. Curse you! Harold shouted as tremors ran through his body. You could have lifted my restraints at least. I honestly forgot about you. Noah shrugged his shoulders before lifting the suppression. Power finally flowed back into Harold's tissues. His centers of power resumed their usual functioning, and the tremors quickly stopped. Noah had made him too weak for that battlefield, but the expert could calm down now. Is this how you treat your underlings? Harold complained. How did your organization even survive until now? You are fine, Noah laughed. I don't see the problem. Just get stronger before this happens again. Harold's complexion paled. He had seen part of Otto's power, so he could understand how dangerous experts who had a connection with heaven and earth were. The sole thought of facing another immortal expert made Harold shudder. Those were matters that involved the rulers of the world. Any cultivator would hesitate before fighting them. Still, Noah seemed at ease with the whole situation. It didn't matter how powerful his opponents were. He wouldn't retreat as long as he had a chance to win. Do you think that there are others of them? Harold asked as he calmed himself down. There must be, Noah sighed. Heaven and earth have maintained control over the immortal lands even after many experts reached the 9th rank. I expect them to have a few immortal armies. Noah's thoughts went on the cities inside the sky, but he didn't reveal their existence to Harold. It was better to keep a few secrets, especially when it came to an expert he couldn't trust. Harold went silent. He lowered his eyes as countless thoughts ran through his mind. The expert had to admit that joining heaven and earth's faction sounded like the only reasonable option. They could grant immortality. That alone would be enough to make many organizations lose their will to fight. His force knew a lot about heaven and earth, but Harold had consistently failed to understand how powerful they were. Otto's battle had made him realize how influential they could be, and the situation appeared doomed for those who wanted to oppose them. Thinking about switching sides? Noah asked while giving voice to a laugh. Harold quickly raised his eyes, but a tinge of surprise appeared on his face when he noticed that Noah wasn't mad. He seemed pretty relaxed, as if he didn't care about that topic at all. How can you be so at ease? Harold asked. Heaven and earth can resurrect cultivators, and we are walking inside their world. No one can win this fight. The cultivation journey has always been rigged. Every system has flaws. Noah said while digging his way back to the surface. Perfection doesn't exist in this world. There is always something that you can exploit, a path that can lead you to victory. It's only about how hard it is to walk through it. Did you find the path to defeat heaven and earth? Harold asked while following Noah. Harold wanted to ask more questions, but the sight of the outside world left him speechless. He couldn't find the light of the sky anywhere. The entire area was dark, and only the azure light of the ground illuminated the environment. The expert found himself unable to move his eyes from the black sky. It was theoretically impossible to obtain such a strange scenery in the immortal lands, but Harold couldn't reject his senses. Noah had defeated heaven and earth's light, even if only in a small area. Maybe, Noah answered while glancing at the sky, and a huge figure soon landed next to him. Night had come back as the winner of the fight. The large patch of black sky and the sight of the pterodactyl reassured Noah. Night had done it. The creature had defeated heaven and earth's cultivator, and it had brought a tinge of darkness into the world. Harold didn't know how to express himself. The night was filling his vision. He had never seen a world so dark, but the scene was too captivating to divert his eyes. Instead, Noah watched that scene with a tinge of melancholy. His eyes saw the blackness, but that only depicted a small victory. He aimed to destroy the very essence of the whiteness, so he couldn't feel satisfied with the small achievement. Still, Noah patted Night's strange body. The creature's cultivation level fell, but it remained inside the middle tier. The pterodactyl had advanced due to Noah's potential, but its power couldn't stay at the peak of the middle tier. It fell at the bottom of the level until it stabilized. Night didn't mind that. It knew that its power came from Noah's ambition, so it accepted the decrease in cultivation level. It even remained with its head raised toward the sky while it watched the area remaining dark. The demonic sword will advance with me, Noah thought while summarizing the state of his companions. Snore still needs a bit, but Duanlong should be close. I need more energy. This world must grant me enough to improve my companions. 2 of his companions had reached the middle tier. The parasite was an exception since it depended on Noah's power, but Night and the others followed a normal cultivation journey. Night had taken Noah's potential to reach the middle tier and settle at that level. The process was necessary to defeat the light, and Noah didn't regret using his law for that empowerment. It didn't matter how Noah used his law. He was already stronger than any gaseous stage hybrid and cultivator. His ambition could provide potential whenever he wanted. This is only the second lake, Noah exclaimed at some point. We have far more to explore. Do you plan to destroy every settlement that follows heaven and earth? Harold asked, but his voice carried doubts. Harold didn't know where he belonged. He wanted to join heaven and earth due to the immortality related to that action, but he had also seen Noah's power. The dark sky was a scene that very few experts recalled. It was almost impossible to fill the immortal lands with that blackness, but Noah had succeeded in the task. Moreover, Noah didn't use any trick. The blackness in the sky came from the pure absence of whiteness. Night had ensured that heaven and earth couldn't reach that environment anytime soon, and Harold could only respect that feature. You are free, Noah eventually sighed while withdrawing the sword-shaped energy from Harold's body. I don't care about your intentions. Just go if you want to remain within heaven and earth's system. Harold didn't know how to answer that. He had almost made up his mind about being a slave, but Noah had suddenly freed him. Why? Harold asked. He couldn't utter any other word. Harold was speechless. Noah had done far more than any other leader. He had given total freedom to his underling, even if he knew that his action could lead to crises. It's pointless to have puppets, Noah explained without moving his eyes from the sky. You are yourself. Do what you want and join my organization when you feel like it. I don't even mind if you turn me to the others. You can put the whole world against me as long as you force my existence to evolve. Harold had no idea how to express himself. Conflicting feelings filled his mind. Part of him wanted to see where Noah's path led, but other instincts only decided to obey heaven and earth. The conflict in his mind ended up in a draw. Harold couldn't decide which faction to support, so he followed his instincts. It only took an instant before he found himself filling cups of wine on the crumbled surface. "I shall drink one to you, Noah Bulvin," Harold exclaimed while raising his cup. "I want to oppose you, but you have given me experiences that my family couldn't offer. I wish our situation were different." Noah glanced toward Harold before taking one of the cups. The wine couldn't do anything to his mental sphere, but Noah still hoped that the exchange could lead to something interesting. Still, Noah felt disappointed to discover that nothing came in his direction. Heaven and Earth's energy dispersed in the air and returned as part of the world. They didn't care that Noah had won against Otto. "How was it?" Noah asked while turning toward the pterodactyl. "I feel complete," Knight replied. "I can destroy everything as long as it's light. My hatred runs too deeply to know when to stop." Noah didn't know how to feel at that exclamation. His thoughts went in far different fields. He wanted to know how possible it was to transform his existence while being a rank 8 living hybrid. The answer was obviously unclear. Noah knew far too well how dangerous it was to affect his existence. His very law and path depended on that, but he still wanted to change it. "Let's move," Noah eventually ordered, and the duo left. Harold decided to explore cracks, but he didn't find anything. The other side couldn't offer much in its destroyed state, and Noah knew that far too well to waste time. Noah watched as Harold made up his mind and followed him. Noah didn't know what to say to his new underling, especially when it came to inspiring him. Still, he decided to be himself and let his existence flow into Harold. "Let's make a mess," Noah exclaimed while shooting forward. He had nothing else to offer. Noah was chaos that heaven and earth had to fix, and he intended to remain like that. His existence also spread, and the world couldn't do anything about that. Night had already created a black area where living beings could experience life without light. "The sky here is clear," Noah announced, "but there are far more places in the world with whiteness. Let's cover the sky with darkness until something big comes in our way. Actually, let's do that in a few years." "Are you serious?" Harold asked. "Why would you even test heaven and earth?" "Challenges lead to improvements," Noah explained. "Also, I have something in mind already. I expect the world to give me a punishment once I complete my new project." "How can you be so sure of that?" Harold asked. "Heaven and earth must be fair, even in their unfairness," Noah continued. "They can give you unsurmountable challenges, but they must give you enough time to prepare for that punishment. You see them as powerful existences, but they are nothing more than broken rulers in my mind." Harold understood Noah's speech. It was crazy, and it had countless flaws that only experts in heaven and earth system could accept. Yet, he made sense, and it also managed to inspire Harold. Noah had seen an immortal liquid stage cultivator, but he had found a way out of that situation. The world had even suffered from his offensive. It was as if the higher plane had confirmed that Noah was right about his ideas, and Harold could only choose to follow him for the time being. Harold followed Noah without giving voice to complaints. The expert had recognized Noah's worth, so he was willing to see where his existence led. Noah didn't have anything set in mind. He was only following the map toward the next floating lake. Everything else depended on what he found in his destination. The duo flew for years until they reached their third destination. They avoided devils and sharks as usual, but the scenery they found once they found their target left them disappointed. Noah and Harold found a floating lake, but its structure had crumbled. The inscriptions and water were in pieces. It was clear that something or someone had attacked those defenses and had won the battle. The duo still inspected the insides of the broken structure, but they didn't find anything interesting. The assailants had even destroyed the expert space rings during the attack. The place was empty. "Let's go," Noah ordered after confirming that the broken floating lake was empty. Harold could only oblige with his orders. He still imagined himself as a slave, but part of him felt glad that Noah was in charge of that mission. Noah was clearly trying to create a plan against heaven and earth, and his recent victories made him the perfect existence for the task. Harold had seen a dark sky for the first time in eras thanks to him, and he wouldn't forget that scene. The duo continued to fly. Noah had to take his usual breaks from time to time since he had long since abandoned any form of protection against the white sky. His mind was under constant pressure, but he had eventually become used to that pain. Still, he needed to dispel the accu.mulat stress every few years. Noah's mind didn't really need that treatment, but it only benefited the center of power in the end. Investing a few years in that process wasn't an issue for rank 8 existences. The breaks gave Noah and Harold time to focus on their projects. Noah was unaware of his underlings' intentions, but he had too many experiments to complete. He didn't have the time to mind an expert that he had already defeated. Noah moved his main project toward the next stage even if his experiments didn't give promising results. Heaven and earth were too powerful to care about his safety. Noah felt the need to transform his existence, so he didn't hesitate to test the chaotic laws with his existence. Of course, the tests happened in a safe environment. Noah didn't use King Elba's pellets anymore. He let his ambition fill part of the dark world before releasing the devil's aura and studying its effects. It was hard to force such chaotic energy to follow a precise path. Noah failed even when it came to simple purposes that didn't match his existence. He needed something far more influential to force that power to follow his D.E.S.es, but he could only test different combinations of laws for the time being. Noah tried his various features, but he always obtained random transformations. He even decided to fight a pack of sharks at some point to study their innate abilities, but he didn't find anything that could tell him how to force the mutations to work for him. The devils were pure chaotic beings. They existed to transform laws, and their fuel was the other world's will. I've already confirmed that I can't suppress that will, Noah thought during the travel. The other world's will is too massive. My existence can't handle it. Noah had felt the other world's will the first time he had interacted with the chaotic laws. He had quickly severed his connection with that power. Still, it seemed that the key to the success of his procedure came from that detail. Noah didn't feel good about that discovery. He was arrogant, but he knew that he couldn't fight the will generated by an entire plane. His existence was powerful, but there was a limit to how much he could do. This feels like a leap of faith, Noah concluded in his mind. There was no science behind the procedure. Even King Elba's would find it almost impossible to perform. The power of change came from an entire lower plane, which meant that he had to seize that will before even thinking about using its power. Noah soon understood that he would approach the final phase of that procedure only when his existence reached a bottleneck or heaven and earth became too hard to handle. That decision didn't leave him disappointed. It actually satisfied him to the point that he decided to reach other foreign forces again. An intact floating lake soon appeared in their vision. Noah and Harold didn't do anything different from the usual. They approached the structure and stopped once white lines appeared around the uneven azure sphere. The environment was identical to the previous intact lakes. The inscriptions were part of the world, and the experts could barely sense them. Noah even prepared his offensive at that site. He firmly suspected that the lake would contain heaven and earth's followers, and he didn't want to fight experts at Otto's level again. He wanted to go for a clean kill, which meant drawing the cursed sword if necessary. Castor, Rebecca, and Melissa have sent us to gather experts for a great army, Noah shouted while remaining at the edges of the inscriptions. I don't want to fight. An envoy should be enough to settle this matter. Noah had been honest, but the experts living inside the floating lake took his announcement far more seriously. A tunnel appeared among the floating lake, and 4 experts came out of it. They were all rank 8 cultivators in the liquid stage, but their power seemed to linger near the might of the upper tier. I have never seen you around, one of the 3 women exclaimed. I haven't been around for long, Noah replied while ignoring the expert. Noah had no intention to indulge in those trivial conversations. He felt too out of place to be among those people. He had a few good friends there, but they were far away, probably exploring other floating lakes. Do you follow heaven and earth? Noah promptly asked while placing a hand on one of the leader's shoulders. The leader didn't sense the danger generated by Noah's figure. Noah was doing his best to suppress his existence, and the laws of space that he had recently obtained made him able to fake any ill intention that he harbored. Noah wanted to be ready to deal with the leader immediately, But the expert didn't show any fear. He kept his eyes fixed on Noah, and an unexpected answer came out of his mouth. "We actually are against heaven and earth," the man among the leaders said. Noah didn't know if he could trust them, but his senses told him that he couldn't be paranoid. It would take a long conversation to unravel their real intentions, and he wasn't in a hurry to return. The announcement of the 4 leaders made Noah hesitate. He accepted their hospitality and followed them inside on the buildings meant to accommodate powerful experts. Harold was with Noah the whole time, but the expert managed to remain calm even when the duo entered the lair of potential enemies. In theory, it was better to attack before asking questions. Gaining the upper hand over those natives would grant Noah and Harold the chance to understand their real intentions. Moreover, it would also put them in a favorable position since they wouldn't be in the middle of multiple defensive arrays. "Why were you so keen on asking if we belong to heaven and earth system?" the man, Delbert, asked while pouring strong wine and offering cups to Noah and Harold. Noah still felt that he could be slightly overbearing due to his new movement technique, but it would be hard to discern the leader's true intentions anyway. He couldn't help but feel paranoid. Heaven and earth were too powerful and influential. Everything could belong to a scheme meant to get rid of existences who opposed their system. "Because I kill heaven and earth's followers," Noah replied while studying the leader's reactions. Delbert gave voice to a faint laugh. One of the women, Delia, imitated him, while the other 2 widened their eyes. The 2 experts felt surprised that a gaseous stage existence could be so brazen about such a tricky topic. "Does this mean that you would have attacked us if our answer were different?" Iris, one of the women, asked. "Of course," Noah laughed. "I would have destroyed the entire lake and all its inhabitants. I plan to make this side of the immortal lands escape heaven and earth system." "How can you even talk like this when your power barely meets the requirements to affect this world?" Moira, the last leader, asked. "I'll gladly show you if you don't mind," Noah said in a cold tone. "I need more followers anyway. I still can't make the whole world fall on my own." Harold coughed when he heard about Noah's organization. He was free now, but he had tested Noah's recruitment methods firsthand, and the process was far from pleasant. "What makes you think that you can barge into our home and act all bossy?" Moira snorted. "This is a prison," Noah growled. "Not a home." The growl alerted the 4 leaders about Noah's species. He had done that on purpose to gain more value in their eyes and test their reactions once again. The leaders appeared surprised, but in a pleasant way. The fact that Noah was a hybrid didn't scare them away nor trigger ill intentions. A tinge of respect even appeared in their eyes. After all, Noah wasn't only a gaseous stage cultivator anymore. His hybrid status gave more value to his body, which granted him liquid stage battle prowess since it was in the middle tier. The 4 leaders glanced at Harold, but the expert shook his head. He was a normal human, and that short gesture was enough to remove their doubts. "A prison is better than the outside world," Moira eventually continued. "Heaven and earth have messed up big time during the absorption of the other plane. They have doomed most of the population of the immortal lands. The other side is still thriving," Noah added. "But I don't understand how this information failed to surprise you. How can you know that heaven and earth have sent reinforcements if you aren't their followers?" Noah had mentioned that information twice already, but the leaders didn't react at all. He could let it pass the first time, but he understood that something was up now. "Why would we reveal our secrets to strangers?" Moira laughed. "You are right. We are aware that heaven and earth have asked for reinforcements, and it was clear that you weren't from here. Still, we won't reveal anything to potential enemies." Noah could finally understand what was happening. He felt almost sure that the 4 leaders weren't heaven and earth's followers after studying their reactions. But that led to an obvious issue. The leaders shared his paranoia. They couldn't understand if Noah and Harold were spies sent by heaven and earth to remove them from the floating lake. It was hard to confirm anything when they had heaven and earth as opponents. Everything could be a trick, and both sides hesitated to trust each other. Silence fell among the group. Noah and the others limited themselves to take sips from their cups while they let their minds study the issue. They couldn't find a solution right away, but Noah eventually had an idea that could work. Heaven and Earth's followers can express their previous existence, even if in a weaker form, Noah explained. We should just fight and see if our laws are up to our cultivation level. Do you really want to fight us? Moira asked. We might be in the liquid stage, but our battle prowess is almost about to touch the higher level. Don't underestimate our laws. Don't underestimate me, Noah replied coldly, and silence followed his words. Noah's idea made sense, but the leaders didn't know if it were part of a trap. They were still wary of Heaven and Earth's tactics, so they didn't want to reveal anything to those guests. However, they wouldn't accomplish anything if they remained still. Noah had given an option at least, and the conditions were in the leaders' favor. After all, the fight would happen inside the floating lake under their control. The leaders exchanged a series of mental messages before reaching a conclusion. A curious expression appeared on Moira's face before she explained what they had decided. I will fight you, Moira announced. I must warn you. I won't hold back, and my allies will activate the defenses as soon as they sense something tricky. You should reconsider your position if you have something to hide. I should say the same to you, Noah smiled. Don't let me touch you. His battle intent seeped through his words, and a chill ran down Delbert's spine. He had let Noah touch his shoulder during the initial meeting. That short exchange could have been fatal to him. The leaders led Noah and Harold into an isolated area of the floating lake. The duo couldn't see any cultivator on their path since Moira and the others had cleared the way beforehand. Noah and Harold couldn't understand the actual power of that force since the leaders kept hiding their underlings. Yet, Noah believed that everything would improve once both sides proved that they didn't belong to Heaven and Earth. A large training area soon unfolded in their vision. Walls made of a sturdy black metal that seemed able to absorb breath covered the whole hall and created the perfect battlefield for experts that didn't want to go all out. We don't have this metal on the other side of the Immortal lands, Noah said while studying the walls. It's quite useful when you want to contain breath or specific dangerous existences, Moira explained. We managed to contain a devil for some time with this metal. Some time? Noah asked. The devil eventually transformed the metal, Moira sighed. We lost many valuable cultivators on that day. Noah and Moira went on opposite sides of the training area. Harold and the other leaders remained on the sidelines, near the black walls, but they still activated defensive spells to prepare for the imminent exchanges. Do what you want, Moira shouted. I won't be the first to attack against a gaseous stage existence. How much should I hide? Noah wondered before waving his hand. A torrent of slashes came out of his fingers. Still, the attacks transformed into singularities while they flew toward their target. Noah's sharpness also intensified and filled the training area, creating an environment where his blows could reach their peak. The singularities surprised the leaders. Noah's slashes were peculiar attacks that featured a strange structure. They seemed empty, but they contained Noah's broad law. The leaders felt strange at that sight. They could sense that Noah's law didn't only contain sharpness. It featured multiple details that they couldn't understand during that short exchange. The fact that Noah had reached the 8th rank, even if his law were so complex, spoke for his talent. Everyone knew how arduous the cultivation journey was, so Noah immediately became a genius in their eyes. Moira had to deploy a defensive spell to block the singularities. She snapped her fingers, and a series of sparks appeared in front of the attacks. She seemed able to generate them directly in front of the slashes, and a loud explosion followed the impact. The sparks stopped the singularities before dispersing into the training area. The black metal absorbed the energy that flowed toward them, and peace returned on the battlefield. You definitely are worthy of the gaseous stage, Moira commented. However, I don't see how you hoped to defeat all of us with this little power. We are leagues above you. She sure likes to taunt. Noah sighed in his mind before crouching forward. His figure suddenly disappeared. Noah didn't deploy his new movement technique. The sheer power discharged by his legs had been enough to make him disappear from the expert's senses. Noah's figure reappeared above Moira. He slashed his leg downward and launched a straight singularity that fell toward his opponent. Moira had managed to sense Noah after he stopped to attack. She promptly snapped her fingers, and sparks gathered in front of the singularity to stop its descent. The slash and the sparks dispersed, but Noah moved in front of Moira during the clash. His hands took the shape of swords while he thrust them forward. That was a finishing move. Noah only needed to touch Moira to destroy her figure. However, a crackling noise suddenly filled the training area. His hands had clashed with a series of sparks that floated in front of his opponent. The sparks ravaged his skin and opened long cracks on his fingers, but his hands remained mostly intact. Noah didn't even retract them. He used his physical strength to push them deeper into the crackling defensive array in an attempt to reach his opponent. The sheer strength contained in Noah's body left Moira speechless. She had fought many middle-tier magical beasts throughout her life, but none of them featured such sturdy skin. Her cultivation level fueled that defensive spell. Her sparks were techniques with power in the liquid stage. In theory, they had to blow away Noah's arms at that distance. Yet, Noah's limbs remained intact. He was even succeeding in pushing them deeper into the crackling array. His physical strength and resilience didn't seem to belong to the middle tier at all. "That's as far as you'll go," Moira snorted as the sparks that protected her grew unstable. The crackling noise intensified until a massive wave of energy exploded outward and engulfed Noah. He found himself back on the other side of the training hall when his vision recovered, and a series of cracks now covered his whole body. "I hope you don't mind my previous attack," Moira politely explained. "I knew that you would be able to endure it." Noah scratched the side of his head before pointing at her cheek. Moira's attention suddenly went on that spot. A cut had opened on her face, and a few drops of blood were flowing out of it. "I hope you don't mind that I've decided to hold back until you take me seriously." Noah shrugged his shoulders. "I could have taken your head before. It's simply too easy when my opponents underestimate me." 3 different auras surged forward. The leaders on the sidelines immediately deployed their laws when they saw that Noah could actually kill their companion, but Moira waved her hand to make them stop. "Don't dishonor me like this," Moira shouted to her companions. "This is my fault. I didn't think that he could be so strong." The 3 leaders shot hateful glances toward Noah before retracting their auras. The latter laughed at that gesture, but a cold expression soon appeared on his face. Moira wasn't weak, but she didn't use even a quarter of her power during those exchanges. She didn't feel the need to rely on all her abilities against an expert in the gaseous stage. It didn't even matter that Noah was a hybrid. Moira was ready for his physical attacks. Yet, she had to rethink her whole strategy after Noah showed that he wasn't a normal expert. Moira glanced toward Harold before focusing on Noah again. The expert didn't try to do anything when the other leaders released their auras. Harold had no intention to help Noah, and she saw that as proof of his power. Of course, she couldn't know that Harold still had doubts about Noah and his organization. He would probably help him in specific situations, but the fight with the leaders wasn't something that concerned him. The misunderstanding made Moira take the matter more seriously. Her consciousness expanded and covered the entire training hall. Her dense mental waves enveloped Noah, but they couldn't go past his skin. "What do you even hope to find?" Noah asked while stretching his fingers to taunt his opponent. "I want to know how much of your existence you are holding back," Moira replied. "You can find it out if you are as strong as you promised," Noah added. His last reply put an end to the time for words. Moira's consciousness grew unstable before a series of sparks appeared above Noah's skin. The attack discharged lightning bolts before he could even think about dodging the attack. Moira wasn't holding back now. The lightning bolts pierced Noah's skin and tried to dig inside his body. Yet, the black hole promptly filled his insides with dark matter and stopped that foreign energy. The parasite also helped in the matter. Its roots attacked the lightning bolts that fought against the dark matter and absorbed their power. The magical plant wouldn't let go of the chance to obtain free energy. Moira felt surprised once again. She couldn't understand what Noah had done, but she knew that his insides contained powerful defenses. He could get rid of some of her strongest attacks at ease. "I'm inclined to think that you don't belong to Heaven and Earth system," Moira announced. "How so?" Noah asked while inspecting his injuries. "You are far too strong for your level," Moira explained. "Heaven and Earth would never let someone like you roam freely through their world. Right? The speech about Heaven and Earth's fairness." Noah replied as the unstable substance flowed inside his black vessels and filled his body with power. "I think they will invent a new name for that once I reach the 9th rank." Noah's boasting didn't make Moira lose her concentration, but her eyes widened when his figure disappeared again. She had been ready for that event, but she failed to sense him. That was theoretically impossible. Her consciousness covered the entire training area, but her mental waves had lost track of Noah. He was moving faster than her thoughts. A shield made of sparks immediately covered her figure, but a hole soon appeared in that defensive array. Moira only managed to see a shadow before a cut spread through her defense and destroyed the entire spell. Moira detonated the sparks still lingering around her. A wave of energy shot outward and revealed a human figure approaching from her side. Noah was about to attack her again, and she had less than an instant to react. Sparks appeared on Noah's path. Countless attacks ready to discharge lightning bolts gathered between Moira and him, but he didn't stop his assault. Sparks began to explode on his skin and release their power as he pressed forward. Noah was enduring those attacks with the sheer power contained in his body. The unstable substance made his skin able to shield him from Moira's spell, but its might still tried to push him away. Noah inevitably slowed down while he shot through those storms of sparks. His body could endure their power, but Moira became able to focus on his position due to the loss of speed. Moira succeeded in unleashing a second attack after slowing down Noah's charge. She snapped her fingers, and a series of sparks appeared between her opponent and her. The sparks didn't attack Noah. They crashed on each other to create loud and unstable energy that took the shape of a thick lightning bolt. The attack then shot toward her opponent and hit him at the center of his chest. Noah's physical might couldn't oppose the pushing force anymore at that point. The storms and the lightning bolt succeeded in making him lose his foothold. Noah flew backward, and he soon crashed on the black walls. Moira decided to gain the upper hand in the battle. She left her position for the first time during the fight and flew after Noah. Sparks gathered around her figure as she approached Noah, and a series of lightning bolts slowly began to fill the entire training area. Noah could see that Moira's domain was taking control of the training area. She was filling the environment with her law. It wouldn't take much before she could cast multiple versions of the last lightning bolt anywhere she wanted. A roar came out of his chest as the demonic sword left the separate space. Noah promptly wielded the weapon and slashed forward to disperse part of the sparks filling the environment. A series of singularities ran through the training area and destroyed the lightning bolts spreading from Moira's figure. Most attacks tried to reach the expert, but the array of sparks that protected her blocked the slashes and allowed her to continue the flight. Moira clashed with Noah. She fell on him and released the full power contained in the sparks that had gathered around her. A massive discharge of energy engulfed Noah, and his skin began to crack again, even if the unstable substance was still empowering his physical features. "She can hurt me," Noah thought while black roots pierced his palm and shot forward. The parasite's corrosive aura created a large hole in the flare of energy and shattered the few sparks that continued to protect Moira's body. The expert felt the urgent need to retreat, but the roots managed to touch her before she could fly away. Moira landed on the other side of the training area and tried to summon more sparks, but a sharp pain suddenly reached her mind. Her eyes went on the spot where the roots had touched her. She noticed that a black hole had appeared there. The black spot didn't only hurt. The parasite had managed to taint Moira with its corrosive aura, which eventually destroyed her skin and muscles while it tried to spread through her body. Moira had to cut away the tainted flesh to get rid of that corrosive energy, but her expression paled when she saw that strands of a dense black substance were flying in her direction. The parasite had sent its toxic aura toward Moira. Noah had activated its new feature against the expert. She had to dodge, or the corrosive substance would force her to remove more pieces of her body. Moira flew away and escaped the corrosive aura, but Noah suddenly appeared in front of her. He had predicted her escape route. His previous ranged attack with the parasite had only been a piece of his tactic. Noah waved his sword, but sparks began to clash among themselves right above Moira's figure. A series of thick lightning bolts flew out of her when Noah completed his attack, and singularities ended up crashing on those spells. The result of that impact was a loud explosion that flung both experts away. Noah and Moira found themselves on opposite sides of the training area again, and cold smiles slowly appeared on their expression. They seemed to be equally matched. The two experts were still holding most of their abilities back, but they didn't forget the purpose behind that fight. Both Noah and Moira wanted to confirm that their opponent didn't belong to heaven and earth system. Still, they had begun to enjoy the fight, and that could make them forget about that purpose. "How much of your power did you deploy?" Moira asked. "I'd say half," Noah replied. "What about you?" "More than half," Moira laughed. "Don't tell me that you are actually stronger than me." "I told you that I was ready to destroy the entire floating lake," Noah snorted. "I've already dealt with two of them. One had a strong expert named Otto, but I've taken care of him too." Moira froze when she heard that name, and even the other leaders who had remained behind their defensive spells dispersed their techniques to inspect Noah and Harold. Harold could only nod at their glance. Noah had taken care of those opponents, and he had also felt the same surprise back then. "Do you mean the cultivator with a light aptitude?" Moira asked. Noah nodded and proceeded to describe his facial features. He even explained how he had fallen prey to heaven and earth's bribes after the world had turned upside down. "He was quite famous in our previous political environment," Moira revealed. "Otto has performed many legendary deeds throughout his life. I struggle to believe that he has decided to join heaven and earth in the end." Noah shrugged his shoulders. He couldn't speak for Otto. The expert must have had his reasons to switch sides, and the power obtained after that decision definitely made everything worth it. "Otto is dead then," Moira sighed. "I wonder how many experts in the 8th rank still hide on this side of the immortal lands." "My previous words weren't a lie," Noah explained. "I've really met Castor, Rebecca, and Melissa. They are gathering an army to clear the plain and give it back to heaven and earth." "What is your plan then?" Moira asked. "I want the devils to win," Noah revealed, and a laugh inevitably escaped Moira's mouth. The three leaders on the sidelines also ended up laughing. They weren't mocking Noah. The four experts felt honestly excited about that mission. Noah and the leaders found a silent agreement, and the four experts could finally reveal what their floating lake hid, without fearing repercussions from heaven and earth. The four leaders gave Noah time to handle his injuries before summoning him to a different building. Harold was already with them, but Noah was surprised to find that other cultivators had appeared. Noah could see experts running through the various structures or occupying certain areas. The leaders didn't hide the power of their force anymore. The other cultivators could come out and resume their usual routine. The new building was black since the strange black metal covered walls, ceilings, and floors. The experts utilized that structure as a prison, and they didn't hesitate to lead Noah and Harold toward its more protected levels. Many cells ran through Noah's vision, but only a few of them contained prisoners. All of them had traces of blood and still carried the smell of other experts, but it seemed that the leaders had long since taken care of them. A series of rank 8 cultivators eventually appeared once the group reached the most protected floors. They were additional guards who ensured that the experts inside those cells couldn't even think about getting out. "We didn't all decide to remain against heaven and earth," Moira explained while showing the various experts trapped inside the cells. "A fierce internal fight happened a few months after we settled in this structure. Our side won, but we spared some of the experts to gather intel. This explains why they were aware of our arrival," Noah thought while inspecting the cultivators inside the cells. Those experts had suffered severe injuries, and many of them even affected their centers of power. They couldn't express their cultivation level anymore, but the leaders were using inscribed items and drugs to keep them alive. "Did you discover something interesting?" Noah asked. "Not really," Moira sighed. "Heaven and earth are an open book if studied with the right methods, but the sheer amount of information they contain is immense. Obtaining what you want is almost impossible unless they choose to reveal it. It has taken us a long time to learn about your arrival," Delbert continued. Your role is to lead to the final battle for this side of the immortal lands. It seems that our current situation would have only led to the devil's victory, so heaven and earth have decided to act. Instead, the arrival of Noah's group stirred things up. They could take care of gathering the other forces and create an army capable of opposing the devils. Of course, Noah didn't believe that heaven and earth's plan ended there. His group only counted 30 experts, and they were nothing more than liquid-stage cultivators at best. Such a weak force couldn't affect matters that concerned the whole world. What are they even planning? Noah wondered while the leaders led him outside of the prisons to show him the other buildings. A vague idea slowly formed in Noah's mind as he reviewed the issue. Heaven and earth were sloppy, but they remained the most powerful existences in the world. Mistakes could happen, but Noah didn't believe that heaven and earth could mess up when it came to such an important matter. The devils could take control of the entire plane, so it made no sense that heaven and earth didn't give better instructions. How powerful is the will of an entire plane? Noah wondered. It might take eras to consume it, especially since it continues to spread. Yet, it must deplete energy to cause the mutations. Every power needed fuel. The amount of energy at the disposal of an entire plane was immense, but it wasn't unlimited, especially since it didn't have ways to gather more of it. The mutations brought the matter under the control of the other world's will, but that didn't increase its energy reserves. Noah even believed that the absorbed plane depleted power to spread and generate devils. Maybe heaven and earth only want us to accelerate the inevitable death of the other plane's will, Noah concluded in his mind. They don't want the army to win and clear the immortal lands. They only want them to put up a fight. That conclusion sounded reasonable, and it even suited heaven and earth's methods. Those rulers had never cared about their underlings. They would sacrifice them without giving it a second thought if the action led to positive outcomes. How do I use this to my advantage? Noah wondered without revealing his conclusion to the leaders. Noah's plan was quite vague. He wanted the devils to win and take control of the plane, but he didn't have the tools to affect such a vast area. Even the addition of Moira's force wouldn't be enough for the task. I need a far bigger army, Noah concluded in his mind. The search for the other floating lakes must continue. Also, I need to complete my project before the final battle starts. Exploring was the easy part. Instead, fighting cultivators or entire forces that had decided to join heaven and earth system could be fatal. Otto had demonstrated how unprepared Noah was, and his worries had only intensified after meeting Moira and the others. Noah knew that he was strong. His battle prowess didn't make any sense. He was the most powerful gaseous stage existence in the world, and that title would remain even after advancing to the next level. However, Noah was against heaven and earth. Those existences could resurrect cultivators at ease and create perfect countermeasures to his law. All the power in the world couldn't help Noah if heaven and earth decided to deploy their best tactics. They would eventually find an offensive that could take care of his law and companions, and Noah wanted to find a solution before it was too late. Truth be told, Noah had a solution at hand, but pursuing it led to numerous risks. Tainting his existence with the chaotic laws was a gamble that no number of tests seemed able to improve. Noah's mood darkened as he went over the issue multiple times. The buildings inside the floating lake didn't interest him. He only wanted to obtain the perfect power to counter heaven and earth, but that required facing immense risks. What's your plan then? Moira asked after the group finished showing all the buildings. We must continue looking for other forces, Noah explained. We are too weak right now. The other side is gathering an army, so we should do the same. It wouldn't hurt to kill as many heaven and earth's followers as possible during the process. That's it, Delbert asked. This doesn't sound like much. I'm working on something that might turn the battle in our favor, Noah revealed. We don't need to do much to win this fight. We only have to clear a path for the devils. I wonder if we can enhance their abilities. Do you want us to help the monsters that have destroyed our homes and killed many of our friends? Iris asked. I want you to become devils, Noah thought, but he kept those words in his mind. The relationship with the leaders was still fragile, so Noah didn't want to scare them away too soon. Still, he had to set the foundation for that cooperation, especially since he wanted to leave already. "I think you should remain here for the time being," Noah said once Harold and him were alone. The tour of the floating lake was over. The 4 leaders had even offered their support when it came to inscribed items and drugs. Their inventory wasn't the best, but Noah and Harold appreciated that gesture nonetheless. "You want me to leave already?" Harold asked. "I thought your recruitment methods would be more convincing. Do you even want me in your organization?" "I have a dangerous project at hand," Noah explained. "Things might get quite bad for me and those in my reach. This is for your own good." "How dangerous are we talking about?" Harold snorted. "Your battle prowess is incredible, but I'm quite strong too. I can help." Noah couldn't help but glance at Harold. The expert had already changed his opinion about Noah's organization. He seemed inclined to join him and see more of his adventures. "Maybe I'm not too bad as a leader," Noah laughed in his mind, but his face remained stern. "I have another job for you," Noah revealed, and a faint light began to shine in Harold's eyes. "Finally, some action," Harold shouted. "Moira and the others don't want to leave this place," Noah explained. "They have been honest with us, but I can sense their hesitation. They would only force us to gather more troops before even considering abandoning these defenses." "That's only normal," Harold commented. "This is their home. They have lost many battles during the crisis. Their hesitation isn't surprising." "I agree, but that's a big problem," Noah sighed. "I can't focus on gathering troops while also developing countermeasures to heaven and earth. It might not look like it, but we don't have much time. The others in our team have probably created a decent army already. We must speed things up on our side." Harold fell silent. He could understand Noah's point, but his approach had evident issues. The expert wouldn't mind continuing the exploration on his own, but he lacked the power to deal with threats like Otto. It would even be impossible for Harold to perform as well as Noah. He couldn't deal with an entire floating lake on his own. He lacked his explosive power and incredible battle prowess. "What if we find another Otto?" Harold gave voice to his hesitation. "That's why you need to convince the others," Noah explained. "Having this entire force at your disposal would improve the task significantly. Experts like Otto would still be a problem, but you could rely on a proper army at least." "It won't be easy," Harold commented. "It never is," Noah sighed. "We are against the very world that provides us with breath. I would be disappointed if the fight turned out to be easy." Harold fell silent again. He knew that Noah wasn't trying to leave the battlefield. He must have important reasons to decide to leave the recruitment to others. "Are you trying to get your hands on a game-changing power?" Harold eventually asked. "That's the plan," Noah revealed. "I think I can handle this mission," Harold announced. "The others pretend to like it here, but they are secretly sick of this environment. Their power will stagnate if they keep living here. I think they will decide to go out if I insist." "Let's meet back in the first lake then," Noah ordered. "I will remain in the wilderness for a while, and I'll even try to gather more troops if everything goes well. Yet, the final battle will probably happen there, so we can use it as our final destination." "How will I know when the time is right?" Harold asked. "I have the faint sensation that heaven and earth will warn us about that," Noah said. "They must be watching this environment closely. They'll probably trigger the battle themselves once their side gets enough troops." Harold could only nod. Heaven and earth were quite reliable when it came to those things. After all, they had made the whole mission possible. Noah and the others would have never managed to reach the other side of the Immortal lands on their own otherwise. Moreover, Harold's task had a few positive aspects. He wouldn't be alone, and Moira's force knew most of the experts in that world. They could warn him and prepare a few descriptions of every new organization that they met. "Make them leave," Noah reminded Harold before leaving the buildings and entering the azure water. "Gather many troops. Kill as many heaven and earth's followers as you can. I'll try to return once everything is about to start." Noah left without warning the leaders about his decision. His departure didn't go unnoticed, but Harold took care of explaining the reasons behind his actions. Needless to say, Moira and the others felt disappointed about that turn of events. They wanted to improve their relationship with Noah before deciding on his plan. He was the leader of his force in the end. Harold was only another underling. Yet, they could understand that the situation was about to become tense. Heaven and Earth would soon make their move. Their followers were also gathering and creating an army. It wouldn't take much before everything was ready for the final battle against the devils. Noah flew on his own through the peculiar environments. He didn't follow the path toward the next floating lake. But he didn't even try to return to the first structure. He didn't have a proper destination. Noah only wanted to be as far as possible from areas that could contain cultivators or magical beasts. His project was too dangerous. He couldn't take unnecessary risks. A broken plane that floated among the sky appeared in his vision. The landmass was upside down and featured vegetation on the wrong side. But Noah found it perfect for his plans. A few training sessions alternated the many experiments with the devil's chaotic laws. Noah even depleted his stash at some point, and he had to leave the plane to hunt those creatures. The experiments continued to lead to failures. In theory, everything had to work. Noah's law was perfect for that power, but the mutations continued to overwhelm his existence. It wasn't a matter of safety or approaches anymore. Noah performed those experiments on pieces of his aura that he separated whenever the mutations went out of control. He was using the quickest method to obtain results, but he still failed to gain valuable insight into the matter. Why is my ambition unable to control this power? Noah sighed in his mind after another failure. I'm doing everything correctly, but the mutations keep going out of control. What am I missing? Noah continued to experiment for a while, but it eventually became clear that his approach wouldn't work. He had to come up with something different, and he had to do it quickly. I need to connect to the other world's will, don't I? Noah sighed in his mind before filling the insides of his mental sphere with layers of dark matter. His dark matter also covered his figure and applied many protective layers. Noah was preparing his centers of power for the risky approach. His higher energy was the only substance that could buy him some time if the mutation went out of control. Noah took a lump of the devil's dark red energy from King Elba's inscribed item. He had relied on those golden materials to contain the chaotic laws until now, but his many experiments had eventually made them lose power. He had been away from his friends for too long. Noah wanted to rejoin them, but the situation didn't allow him to do that just yet. He had a project to complete first. I always end up doing risky stuff, Noah sighed while unraveling the golden inscribed item. Noah didn't feel completely reckless. Heaven and Earth were giving him no chance. He had to finish the project, or he would forever live in fear of their potential punishments. His ambition had always failed to give a purpose to the chaotic laws, but Noah wanted to try a new approach now. He wouldn't use his existence to modify that power. He wanted to create a connection with the other world's will and see if he could work from there. A dark red glow soon shone on his face. Noah saw King Elba's inscribed item falling apart and transforming into various materials as the chaotic laws began to affect its structure. Even his training area experienced mutations, but the dark matter managed to shield him. A lump of mental waves left Noah's mind and enveloped the dark red energy. His thoughts transformed as the chaotic laws generated mutations, but a faint presence also appeared in his consciousness. Noah had already felt that presence before. It was there whenever the chaotic laws tried to mess with his existence. The other worlds will filled that power and forced every material to escape heaven and earth's system. The other world's will was a mass of raging thoughts. They weren't violent, but they carried its deep hatred toward the laws belonging to heaven and earth. Show me something, Noah whispered in his mind as the black hole replaced the dark matter that had begun to fall prey to the mutations. I hope you aren't only anger and fury. Noah didn't know how to interact with the other world's will. He didn't know if words would work, but he had nothing else to offer at the moment. The will didn't react to his thoughts. It continued to give the chaotic laws its purpose without minding Noah's intentions. It didn't even seem aware that Noah had kept it inside an inscribed item for a long time. What can I say to make you talk? Noah asked. I hope you aren't only anger. Work with me. We have the same enemies. His words failed to reach the will's ears again. The chaotic laws continued to generate mutations without considering Noah. Don't you want to fight heaven and earth? Noah asked through his mind. I can help. Your power of change can turn me into one of their worst enemies. Something seemed to change after Noah mentioned heaven and earth. It wasn't anything massive, but the will slowly started to move in the direction of Noah's mind. Mutations followed that event. The air between Noah and the lump of dark red energy transformed while the other worlds will try to reach his mind. Noah gritted his teeth before allowing a small part of that power inside his mind. An immense pressure immediately landed on his mental walls, but he endured the pain to translate the will. Trails of dark matter left his mind before they could completely mutate. The black hole was keeping Noah's condition in check and would always provide new higher energy to replace what the chaotic laws managed to taint. A few confused images appeared in Noah's vision as his mind went over the small piece of will. He could sense an immense rage flowing through his thoughts and trying to take control of his mental waves. But some stunning scenes slowly became visible during the process. Noah saw the vast void in all its blackness before an immense landmass became visible in that scene. The plane didn't have a will yet back then, but the arrival of a white glow forced its consciousness to awaken. The white glow didn't care about the many living beings that inhabited that plane. It engulfed the landmass and began to drag it toward an immense array of planets and lower planes. The scene stopped when heaven and earth's white sky became visible. Noah directly saw large boulders seeping through that immense blinding layer and transforming into materials belonging to the immortal lands. The other world's anger appeared at that moment. Its will awakened and gave its matter a single purpose. It had to fight heaven and earth's laws, even if the process led to its self-destruction. I knew all of this already, Noah snorted while pushing what remained of the will out of his mind. I want your power of change, but on my terms. I don't want to become a mindless devil. The chaotic laws suddenly stopped affecting the environment. The matter around the dark red energy didn't transform anymore. Something inside them had changed after Noah's complaint. Are you finally ready to listen to me? Noah asked cautiously. It felt strange to interact with something as powerful as that will through thoughts. Noah even had to interpret its vague behavior and make sure that his existence didn't fall prey to the chaotic laws at the same time. It was a taxing process. It depleted Noah's mental energy at an unfathomable speed, but he endured the pain and exhaustion to reach his goal. Join. Fight. A deep voice suddenly came out of the lump of chaotic laws. Noah almost let go of that energy due to that sudden event. He didn't expect the laws to speak, and his tension didn't help in the matter. I'm already part of the fight, Noah explained through his voice. I only need the tools to oppose heaven and earth. Your energy can make me immune to their power, and I need that. Silence fell, but Noah waited patiently. He didn't know how hard it was for the small share of will contained inside the dark red energy to talk, but he could guess that the process was far from easy. Transformation, the deep voice said. That's the issue, Noah sighed. I don't want the random mutations. I want to fuse your power with my law and use it to improve my existence. Can you do something about that? Noah still felt tense, but his situation had improved. He had established a connection with the other world's will. The procedure had finally taken a step forward. Necessary? The deep voice said before the chaotic laws burst outward. The dark red energy engulfed Noah and pierced the layer of dark matter. The black hole replaced the tainted higher energy, but Noah felt that his mental capabilities were slipping away under that influence. The other worlds will soon pressed on his mind again and worsened his condition. His companions wanted to go out and help Noah, but he used part of his vanishing control to seal them inside the separate space. The chaotic laws spread over his figure and eventually managed to overcome the dark matter. They could land on his skin and apply their effects, and Noah's vision went dark as his existence began to transform. Noah wanted to fight that process, but he felt that something was off. His instincts were screaming, but part of them could sense that the chaotic laws didn't have any ill intention. Instead, it seemed that the other worlds had agreed with his terms. The chaotic laws fused with his ambition as they reached every corner of his body. Noah soon transformed into a devil as the dark red energy covered him. The transformation clouded Noah's consciousness. He couldn't think anymore, and he lost every awareness of his surroundings. The chaotic laws had turned him into an existence meant to spread the otherworld's will and mutate the environment. Noah wasn't in control of his body anymore. He stood up and began to fly aimlessly through the strange environment. His mind only reacted to the presence of heaven and earth's laws, and he never failed to transform them through his influence. His law didn't seem to exist anymore. Chaotic laws covered his figure and made him a simple puppet in the otherworld's hands. It appeared that his project had failed, but part of him still existed inside his new form. The dark matter had an innate resistance to the mutations since it was a higher form of energy. The black hole could even transform it to make it better against those chaotic laws. Moreover, the organ could always replace it once the otherworld's will started to affect it. Noah's insides remained safe from the chaotic laws. His organs and centers of power didn't go through mindless mutations. His ambition could slowly refine the chaotic laws into a form of energy that wouldn't hurt his existence. The black hole could also learn during that process and improve its results. Some changes eventually began to happen, but Noah had no control over them. It was impossible to keep track of the passage of time in that situation. Controlling his actions also was out of the question. Noah could only live as a devil and experience what those strange creatures felt. The rage of the other world filled his mind. That feeling was so intense that it could suppress his consciousness and threaten to crack his mental sphere. Noah wasn't aware of his dangerous situation. He didn't think. Images flowed through his eyes, but he couldn't study them. His journey eventually made him meet other devils. He didn't interact with them, but they instinctively grouped and started affecting larger areas. Heaven and earth couldn't let that army of devils roam freely through their world. They didn't have effective methods against those creatures, but they still attempted to slow them down. Massive patches of dark clouds filled the sky and the ground. The chaos in the area made it hard for heaven and earth to understand where to deploy the tribulations, so a strange scenery ended up surrounding the devils. The energy partially transformed into different types of matter, but most of it fused with the chaotic laws. The dark red layer around Noah increased in size and the power of change that it contained intensified. The tribulations raged for a while. Heaven and earth didn't want to give up on the battle, but the devils only became stronger during that offensive. The devils proved themselves to be heaven and earth's worst enemies once again, but they also had weaknesses, especially in that world. It didn't take much before a pack of mutated sharks noticed the army and charged through the tribulations to eat them. The lightning bolts released by heaven and earth could hurt the sharks, but the beasts often managed to dodge those attacks since they didn't aim for them. The sharks could reach the army without suffering any injury. Their innate defenses could stop the occasional lightning bolts that landed on their bodies, so they could ignore the tribulations. The sharks assaulted the devils and quickly ate their chaotic laws. The latter couldn't do much against those magical beasts since copying their abilities was quite pointless. A middle-tier shark then approached Noah and pointed its sharp teeth toward him. Sparks flowed through its body as its speed increased. It didn't take much before the creature crashed on his figure and destroyed part of the dark red layer. The shark began to eat the chaotic laws, but an intense fear filled its body when its teeth reached the dark matter hidden under that dark red layer. A pulling force then covered its figure and slowly dragged it inside Noah's darkness. The creature struggled to break free of that force, but roots, claws, and fangs stabbed its body and dragged it deeper into the darkness. The shark disappeared in a matter of seconds, but the other magical beasts overlooked the event. The rest of the pack was too busy eating chaotic laws to mind their fallen companions. Still, the damage that they had inflicted on Noah made his behavior change. The dark red energy finally gave him the chance to attack those creatures, and he didn't hesitate to charge at them. Noah's ambition spread through the area. It seeped past the dark red layer and filled the entire battlefield. The effects of his law had never been so intense. His ambition affected the devils, the sharks, and the matter. It forced all of them to evolve even if they had already gone through mutations. Meanwhile, Noah shot toward the nearest shark. His fingers transformed into long claws that he didn't hesitate to slash toward his opponent. A dark red flash followed the attack, and the headless corpse of the creature began to fall toward the ground. A lump of dark matter spread from his figure and engulfed the falling shark. The higher energy dragged the corpse inside Noah while he searched for another opponent. That pack of sharks wasn't too strong. It featured one upper-tier specimen, but the creature was too busy devouring chaotic laws to mind Noah. Noah could fly from shark to shark and sever their head with his dark red claws. His attacks generated singularities, but they also featured the same shade as the chaotic laws. The slaughter continued, and the leader eventually had to decide to focus on Noah. The creature didn't care about its underlings, but Noah's ambition had begun to taint the chaotic laws. He was spoiling its meal. Noah's ambition had transformed most of the environment by that time. The dark clouds had become small lakes that floated through the sky. Black trails had appeared among the air, and some of the devils had grown darker. Mutations still happened, but they didn't seem as random as before. They began to carry a purpose. They wanted the affected matter to improve instead of changing casually. The leader performed the usual charge that generated sparks through its figure. It reached Noah in an instant, but the latter only needed one hand to block the attack. Noah's clawed hand grasped the shark's head and kept it still. The creature wanted to use another innate ability, but Noah stabbed his fingers into its body and forced his law to flow through its tissues. A mixture of ambition and chaotic laws flowed inside the shark and altered its tissues. The creature would typically use that energy to develop new innate abilities, but the presence of Noah's existence didn't allow such messy improvements. The leader's flesh grew unstable. Its entire body began to tremble, and its organs started to lose access to its primary energy. The shark couldn't deploy its innate ability under the influence of Noah's power, and cracks soon spread through its figure. The shark eventually exploded into a bloody mess. His body couldn't endure the power of change flowing out of Noah. Its flesh was too unstable to receive proper enhancements, so it fell apart. The pack of sharks couldn't do much after they lost their leader. Noah killed all of them and let his dark matter absorb their bodies. His power had allowed the devils to end the battle in no time. Still, the devils and the environment as a whole had changed during the battle. The laws didn't belong to heaven and earth anymore, but a similar transformation had happened to the other creatures. The surviving devils had grown dark. The mutations that they triggered didn't reflect the chaotic otherworld's will anymore. They tried to push the matter to evolve, which made them closer to Noah's ambition. Of course, Noah was still unaware of his surroundings. The state of his consciousness didn't improve, but the other devils had developed a connection to his existence. Noah's actions didn't even follow his instincts. They were the mere result of the otherworld's will that filled his mind, but his existence had begun to affect its power. The ambition that had come out of his figure earlier belonged to his existence. Yet, it had begun to transform due to the chaotic laws around his body. Something was changing inside him, but that procedure had just begun. It would take time to understand if it could lead to proper results or if Noah would become a real devil. The devils seemed attracted to his existence. They had developed a strange connection with him after the recent transformation. They wanted to fuse with his figure, but something prevented them from pursuing that approach. The other worlds will eventually took over their behavior and swept away their confusion. The group of devils and Noah resumed their aimless journey through the immortal lands. The presence of heaven and earth's laws was a call that they couldn't oppose. Noah's journey across the immortal lands continued. His army of devils transformed everything they met and made sure that heaven and earth's influence stopped reaching those areas. The devils would normally transform the environment randomly, but Noah's group triggered less harmful mutations. Terrain and water stopped rising in the sky, and the air didn't try to become ground anymore. Tribulations eventually arrived again, and the same went for the packs of sharks. The devils attracted both problems due to their nature, and their behavior prevented them cover their tracks. Every battle against the sharks forced Noah to express more of his power. He didn't only rely on his clawed fingers during the last fights. He also deployed simple spells that mainly consisted of all-devouring dark clouds. His ambition continued to grow during that process. The many battles forced Noah to express the result of the mutations that were affecting his existence. The greatest changes involved his law. He had become more influential, and his pride had also intensified. The transformations that hit the environment became more specific. The terrain didn't become simple metal anymore. It mutated into a tough alloy that seemed able to absorb breath. The same went for the water and air. Part of them transformed into dense liquids and gases that enhanced their innate features. Noah's ambition wasn't only forcing their nature to evolve. It made sure that their best properties reached a higher level. The devils also went through similar changes. They slowly lost their red shades and became completely dark creatures. The random changes generated by their mutations vanished too. They were slowly transforming into entities capable of replicating the effects of Noah's law. Noah would have appreciated that evolution, but he still had no control over his consciousness. Yet, his instincts had begun to affect his behavior, even if only slightly. Another change that involved the devils was their connection with Noah. They slowly stopped obeying the will's orders and began to follow Noah in an instinctive manner. The devils began to behave as if they were part of Noah's pack. The other worlds didn't contain those instincts. The creatures had taken them from Noah's influence and had learnt how they should act to be proper underlings. The most surprising aspect of that transformation was that normal devils immediately became attracted by Noah. The army increased in size whenever they met more of those creatures, and only the packs of sharks managed to lower their number. That also changed at some point. Devils usually had to take damage before deciding to focus on eventual opponents, but Noah's influence had made their aggression skyrocket. That feature mainly affected Noah. He didn't wait for the sharks to attack him anymore when his army met those packs. Instead, he directly charged toward their strongest specimen and deployed his feint techniques to overwhelm it. Every battle made Noah reveal his improvements. Every year spent with the chaotic laws around his figure forced his existence to transform, but clarity still struggled to return to his mind. A large army had gathered in a distant area of the Immortal lands. Most of those troops had settled around a floating lake, but they had enough defenses at hand to fend off every external threat. Noah's companions were there, but those belonging to the Legion and his organizations occupied the peripheral areas of the settlement. They didn't seem to go along with the other forces gathered during those years, but that feature didn't bother them. Althea eventually came out of the floating lake and reached King Elba's group. Her arrival alerted the experts, but they maintained relaxed expressions. "Defying Demon has yet to return," Althea announced. "I've worked with the natives to understand his current location, but it seems that even heaven and earth can't divine it." "That's not surprising," King Elbas sighed. "Not surprising at all," Wilfred added. "Heaven and earth can't track down my heir." Divine Demon shouted before exploding into a loud laugh. "This is a serious matter," Althea complained. "The final battle is approaching. Heaven and earth will do something to send all the devils and mutated magical beasts in our direction. Our troops aren't enough to handle the battle." "Are you challenging me?" Divine Demon asked, but Wilfred promptly placed a hand on his shoulder to stop that trend. "We did what the three leaders asked," King Elbas snorted. "We even found another solid-stage cultivator during our exploration. What more do you want? I'm ready to leave this place if you confirm that we are doomed." "No one is leaving this side of the Immortal lands," Althea threatened, and her aura began to leak out of her figure. The other forces around the floating lake suddenly began to pay attention to that conversation. They were all heaven and earth's followers, so they would punish anyone who tried to leave before the final battle. "You do realize that antagonizing us now will only hurt you?" King Elbas sighed. "Remember that we decided to return. It's only normal for us to have prepared a way out. We can search for him if you want." Fergie shrugged his shoulders. "Living here is indeed boring," the foolery said. "They force me to leave to poop. They are brutes," Divine Demon commented while patting the foolery on the back. "I would also like to gain access to heaven and earth's connection," Luke announced. "I don't like that your team is the only group who have seen the natives' methods." "That I can't," Althea revealed while hiding a tinge of hesitation. The leaders have already inspected all of us. My team is the only group that heaven and earth can accept. You all are too far away from their system. Why did you come here then? King Elbaz said in an annoyed tone. Don't blame us if that reckless idiot does something crazy. I only wanted to make sure that he didn't contact you, Althea revealed before leaving the area and returning inside the floating lake. King Elbaz and the others could only exchange stern gazes after her departure. Their situation wasn't ideal, and Noah was late. They would have to act without him if the war happened before his return. Noah's journey continued. His instincts never stopped taking over the other world's will, but their influence remained limited to specific aspects of his behavior. His instincts mostly affected his battle style and ambition, but they still couldn't grant his awareness back. Moreover, he continued to obey the will's orders and search heaven and earth's laws to transform. Life was easy for the devils with Noah around. He took care of the sharks, and the tribulations couldn't do anything to them. He didn't have proper threats to face, and that made his transformation go smoothly. The journey led the army deeper into the immortal lands. Strong winds eventually started to blow around Noah, and the number of powerful packs increased. The sharks still tried to eat the devils, but Noah's influence had made them toxic for the magical beasts. They carried his influence and attempted to enhance the creature's power, but the creature's mutations were too random to find a new stability. Noah had transformed the devils into poison for the sharks. Those creatures couldn't adapt to that sudden change, so most of them died at the beginning of every fight. Something happened while the army of devils roamed through the windy regions. A faint pleasant sensation hit Noah's mind even if he had yet to recover control of his consciousness. The feeling didn't come from his instincts. It was something meant for the other world's will. It forced the devils to turn and look in the direction of the innermost parts of the immortal lands. Noah's army immediately turned to reach the source of that feeling. Heaven and earth had created something that the other worlds couldn't ignore. It was a clear bait, but the devils didn't care. The feeling didn't only attract devils. Sharks and matter affected by mutations began to move toward the source of that sensation. Large boulders, packs, immense lakes, and dense winds flew toward that source. It seemed that heaven and earth had finally started their plan. Faint humming sounds resounded through the sky and enhanced the captivating sensation, attracting everything affected by the chaotic laws. The devils even disregarded the laws that still belonged to heaven and earth on their path to reach that destination sooner. The call was too intense. It was as if the core of their enemy would be at the end of that road. It didn't take much before a massive army formed on the horizon. All the devils and sharks on the immortal lands were moving toward that destination. Pieces of the environment also floated among them, and that created a majestic but strange scenery. The years of travel ended when the army reached a floating lake surrounded by cultivators. Noah would recognize his friends among that group if his awareness returned. Still, he saw them as nothing more than enemies to overcome to reach his target. A massive pillar of pure white light shone in the middle of the floating lake. That radiance carried heaven and earth's laws in their pure form. It seemed to contain the core to their existence and an immense amount of power. The sharks didn't even bother to wait for their new companions. Their hunger had blinded them. The energy inside the pillar of light could bring their level to the 9th rank in an instant. Even magical beasts at the bottom of the 8th rank only needed a bite of that structure to reach the apex of the cultivation journey. Instead, the devils and the broken environment remained behind. The other worlds controlled their actions, and it could feel that the right moment to attack had yet to arrive. Countless inscriptions lit up when the sharks charged ahead. Multiple defensive arrays that featured different types of defenses discharged their power on those magical beasts. The sharks lost more than half of their army in a single exchange. The power contained by those defenses could even threaten upper-tier creatures, so most of those specimens didn't have a chance to survive. The cultivators behind the defenses began to fight the sharks that had survived the initial exchange. The magical beasts were more than them, but they lacked the mental sanity to approach the battle properly. The sharks could only think about getting to the pillar of light. They didn't care about the cultivators. The chance to reach the 9th rank was right before their eyes. They wouldn't mind small prey in that situation. The human army exploited that feature. The various experts deployed many spells that worked together with the defenses to suppress the sharks and overcome their numerical disadvantage. A faint order in the form of a feeling suddenly rang inside Noah's mind. The other world's will had spoken. It wanted the devils to join the battle and destroy those who defended heaven and earth. A wave of anger filled Noah as he pressed forward. The other devils followed him in a disorganized battle formation, while the pieces of tainted environment simply shot ahead. The defenses destroyed the tainted ground in an instant, but they struggled to affect the army of devils. Those creatures had an innate resistance to most laws, and the inscription masters that had set those lines also belonged to heaven and earth's system. Some devils died, but their chaotic laws flowed inside their companions rather than disperse in the environment. Most of them reached Noah since the creatures could instinctively recognize his superiority. The devils eventually landed on the human army. There was no hesitation in their behavior at that time. The other worlds will had decided that they had to take care of the cultivators, so they didn't need to suffer damage before attacking. The attack ended up being quite effective. The devils limited themselves to spread their influence through the army, but their power was quite deadly. They could force their opponent's existence to transform, and that ruined most of their techniques. A wave of spells followed that initial victory. The human army relied on laws that didn't belong to heaven and earth to attack the devils, but they didn't manage to achieve much. Relying on laws that didn't belong to heaven and earth made those cultivators weaker. Only those that didn't sell their existence to those rulers could fight properly. But the devils were resilient creatures. Most of the devils would rebuild themselves after attacks destroyed them. The chaotic laws wouldn't disperse in the environment unless they exhausted the other world's will in their fabric. Moreover, some of the devils appeared stronger than others. The darker specimens featured intense aggression that made them exploit their innate resilience. They could directly charge toward the cultivators and let the mutations do the rest. Noah wasn't holding back either. His ambition flowed through the army and intensified the influence of the chaotic laws. Most cultivators tried to fight its effects, but they only suffered during that struggle. Noah's ambition could improve their existence, but their laws ended up experiencing partial mutations, which led to weaker results. Noah's ambition didn't go unnoticed. His existence had changed, but his friends could recognize his law even after those transformations. King Elbaz was the first to connect that influence to Noah's ambition. He knew his plan to use the chaotic laws to evolve his existence. He could understand that the procedure had a chance to transform him into a devil. "This isn't the right time to fight," King Elbaz said while diving in the middle of the enemy army and appearing in front of Noah. "We are only stalling. Heaven and earth have something in mind." Noah didn't give any answer. Instead, he directly charged toward King Elbaz and tried to pierce his chest with his clawed fingers. A golden shield appeared in front of King Elbaz and blocked the claws. The inscribed item melted due to Noah's influence, but that result didn't surprise the expert. "I guess it's time to fight you for real," King Elbaz sighed, and his aura spread in the environment. He announced to the whole world that he had reached the liquid stage. Noah didn't care about King Elbaz's cultivation level. He charged ahead as soon as a hole formed in the golden shield, but a different inscribed item blocked his path again. King Elbaz had summoned a giant phoenix-shaped puppet that illuminated the area with its golden light. The creature wrapped its claws around Noah's arms, and the chaotic laws around his figure seemed unable to transform its fabric. King Elbaz had spent a long time studying the devils. He had adapted most of his creations to those creatures while he was on the other side of the immortal lands, and they ended up being quite effective against Noah. The expert also accepted Noah's ambition. He didn't fight its effects like Noah's previous opponents, so his puppet ended up improving under that influence. The phoenix grew in size. The glow radiated by its golden flames intensified until it became a scorching radiance that burnt the opponents nearby. The creature's claws also stretched until they became able to cover Noah's entire body. The puppet pierced the layer of chaotic laws that covered his figure, but a pulling force began to affect it once it touched his dark matter. The phoenix gave voice to desperate cries as Noah's dark matter pulled it inside his figure. King Elba's eyes widened at that sight. He knew most of Noah's abilities, but he had never seen such a strange technique. The puppet disappeared, and a cold grin broke on Noah's face. A crazy laugh then came out of his mouth before he resumed his reckless offensive against his friend. King Elba's battle intent surged. Noah was his friend, but there had always been a silent competition between the two of them. That fight could prove who was the best genius from their world. Noah spat a black cloud that gained different features. Part of that gas transformed into flames, while other black lumps became blades that shot toward King Elba's. His fingers also stretched until they became sharp swords. Noah embodied the definition of a monster in that form, and King Elba's couldn't help but become serious at that sight. A sea of flames spread from King Elba's figure. His curiosity filled the environment and studied Noah's ambition. He had a trump card against his friend, but he didn't know how viable it was after the mutations. An army of puppets also came out of his space rings. King Elba's had never stopped building inscribed items throughout his life, and both armies could witness the might of his products on that battlefield. Phoenix-shaped, Hydra-shaped, and Titan-shaped puppets filled the battlefield and merged with the sea of flames before converging toward Noah. A massive golden cloud fell on the small black patch of the sky moving toward King Elba's, and their clash shook the entire area. The puppets were in the middle and upper tier. King Elba's had become able to create lasting upper-tier items after his breakthrough in the liquid stage, so his battle prowess had begun to touch the solid stage. Yet the same went for Noah. His battle prowess had long since surpassed the limits of the middle tier, even if his body didn't improve. His ambition had also begun to explore a superior realm after the fusion with the chaotic laws. The two experts were among the best existences that had ever stepped on the immortal lands. They could ignore the gaps among the stages and express far more power than they should. The clash of their techniques generated shockwaves that spread through the entire battlefield. Some of the weaker experts and sharks couldn't endure those tremors and spat mouthfuls of blood before losing control of their centers of power. Noah and King Elba's domains created areas where the other cultivators couldn't enter. Mutations and inspections would hit those experts as soon as they touched the duo's auras. They had made a dead zone where only they could fight. Noah's black abilities resembled cancer that spread among that blinding golden light. His energy forced the flames to evolve, but it devoured them right after the mutations started affecting their fabric. The puppets tried to suppress Noah with their physical might and various abilities, but they couldn't match his influence and physical strength. Noah was an unstoppable existence that could transform the world into part of his domain. The platoon of Titan-shaped puppets cracked countless warehouse Adaptation toward Noah. The weapons entangled around his figure and tried to restrain his movements. The Hydra-shaped puppets spat waves of golden flames that fused with the fiery sea around them and transformed into beams of light. Those attacks converged on Noah and ignored the warehouse I.P.S before landing on his body. The phoenix-shaped puppets spat fireballs and gave voice to sharp cries that tried to weaken the connection between Noah and his energy. The golden sea enhanced those abilities and allowed them to reach Noah without encountering any hindrance. Noah fought madly against those abilities. His claws cut through the warehouse I.P.S, and his dark energy fought the golden beams that landed on his figure. The fireballs and sound attacks were hard to counter, so his layer of chaotic laws soon vanished during that offensive. However, Noah never stopped advancing. King Elba's could only slow him down. Noah didn't care that his chaotic laws were disappearing and continued to pierce through the golden domain that divided him from his opponent. A change happened once all the chaotic laws vanished. King Elba's had forced Noah to reveal the fiendish armor made of dark matter, but that only worsened his situation. Noah stopped once the chaotic laws around him disappeared. He let the golden light attack his fiendish armor and uncover pieces of his skin. A tinge of confusion had appeared on his monstrous face, but the other worlds still filled his mind. It didn't matter that the chaotic laws had vanished. The other worlds had complete control over his mind, so he remained a devil. Noah inspected his clawed hands and the patches of Biari skin before his grin broadened. He spread his arms and gave voice to a crazy laugh before a massive pulling force came out of his figure. The sky bent as his pulling force intensified and began to affect everything in the environment. Noah transformed into a black hole that absorbed golden flames, puppets, and breath. Everything disappeared once it touched the dark matter around him. His power didn't immediately increase, but King Elbaz gave up on his puppets since he lost connection with them. "You can keep them," King Elbaz laughed before wielding an upper-tier fiery spear. Other inscribed items appeared on his body. A fiery golden crown materialized on his head, and runes covered his skin. His cultivation level seemed to increase after wielding those weapons, and his aura intensified during the process. Still, Noah wasn't over. His laugh continued to spread through the battlefield until it eventually reached the other devils. The devils immediately stopped fighting. Their structure began to tremble as two forces fought inside them. The instincts inherited from Noah and the other world's will were battling for those creatures. The darker devils eventually shot backward and flew toward Noah. Their bodies exploded and transformed into currents of chaotic laws that covered his figure. King Elbaz's expression froze for an instant. Noah's transformation made him able to control the devils. That ability could turn him into the king of the immortal lands if handled correctly. Noah transformed into a tall black devil. His influence intensified and invaded other domains, and it even pierced the 4 solid-stage cultivators' auras. King Elbaz continued to deploy defenses and inscribed items to prepare for the imminent clash, but a shadow suddenly ran past him. Noah had yet to stop absorbing the energy in the environment, but an immense force landed on his body and flung him on the ground. A trail of chaotic laws left his body and created a black line that connected his previous spot with the hole dug during the crash. Yet, that energy dispersed after Wilfred punched the air multiple times. "I didn't need help," King Elbaz snorted. "I'm not helping you," Wilfred replied without moving his eyes from the hole in the ground. "Do you know what happened to him?" "This is only one of his crazy experiments," King Elbaz explained while nearing the hybrid. "I suspect that the chaotic laws around him work as a chrysalis. He is clearly transforming, but I don't know if he'll have enough time." "What do we do then?" Divine Demon asked while joining the group. "Suppressing him is impossible," King Elbaz continued. "We have to beat him up once he regains control of his senses." "I like the plan," Wilfred laughed while cracking his fingers. "I'll also help," Divine Demon added. "It's better if you remain behind," King Elbaz said while stopping Divine Demon. "Your law doesn't suit this battle. You'll end up fighting Noah to the death." Divine Demon wanted to complain, but King Elbaz's speech made sense. A snort came out of his mouth before he rejoined the other members of his team and helped them in their battles. The ground around the hole turned black as Noah's ambition seeped through his fabric. The terrain of the entire region quickly transformed into a tough alloy that seemed able to reject attacks containing breath. A crazy laugh soon came out of the hole and spread through the sky. Noah's figure stepped outside the hole and eyed the 2 experts in the sky. His smirk had broadened, and a pair of cavities had appeared where his eyes should be. King Elbaz pointed his spear toward Noah and released a piercing beam made of golden light. The attack reached its target in an instant, but a black sea spread on the ground before it could touch Noah. A violent version of the dark world expanded and covered the ground. It spread until the region's borders and began to rise toward the sky as Noah flew toward his opponents. Wilfred raised his arms and joined his hands before throwing a massive blow toward the Black Sea. A hole appeared in its structure and pierced it from side to side, but the attack didn't stop the technique. Still, Wilfred and King Elbaz could see what had happened to the black ground through the hole. The black metal that had appeared before had completely disappeared. It seemed that the dark world had devoured it. A tinge of fear reached the experts' minds. The dark world was too dangerous. They couldn't let it engulf them. "Do you have anything against that thing?" Wilfred asked. "Why do I always end up wasting my stash of inscribed items for you?" King Elbaz sighed before opening his free hand and pointing his palm toward the incoming Black Sea. Countless inscribed items fell toward the dark world and entered its liquid structure. King Elbaz was using his entire stash to defeat that technique, but he still preserved his best creations. Thousands of inscribed items entered the dark world and detonated before King Elba's lost connection with them. The violent dark matter seemed able to endure that offensive, but golden flares eventually pierced its structure. Cracks eventually appeared on the technique. Golden light shone from them and filled the environment before generating a massive explosion that forced the other experts to deploy defensive measures. Lumps of violent dark matter flew in every direction and destroyed everything they touched. Some sharks died when that substance hit them, and the same went for a few weak cultivators. Noah reappeared in the middle of the sky. His armor of chaotic laws had partly disappeared, but his face continued to point at his opponents. Yet, Wilfred suddenly appeared above him and released a storm of punches that flung him back on the ground. Wilfred didn't stop there. He followed Noah into the hole created on the ground and continued to release attacks. Massive cracks spread through the region. The entire area was about to fall apart due to Wilfred's relentless offensive. The hybrid couldn't stop throwing punches. His hesitation would give a chance to the chaotic laws to accumulate on his figure, and he couldn't let them touch him. Moreover, he was suppressing Noah, which was the whole point of the battle. He only had to continue until Noah regained control over his consciousness. However, a wall suddenly brought his attacks to an end. Wilfred's eyes widened when he saw that fiendish claws had grasped his wrists and were managing to keep his arms still. Wilfred tried to break free, but Noah's physical strength stopped his attempts. The hybrid could finally confirm that Noah was stronger than him. The chaotic laws around Noah had disappeared, but his laugh soon spread through the sky again and attracted other devils. Those creatures shot toward him and fused with his figure, while he continued to keep Wilfred locked in his grasp. Wilfred kicked Noah, but his attack didn't do anything. Noah was a wall that he couldn't break. King Elbaz arrived in his aid. He landed next to the two experts and pointed his spear at Noah. The tip of his weapon touched Noah's head before a dense beam shot out of it. Wilfred couldn't break free even after that attack. The golden light dispersed and revealed Noah's real face. A deep cut had appeared on his cheek, but that injury didn't remove his crazy smile. Noah's face didn't change, but his expression was far from normal. A dark red light came out of his eyes, and pure ecstasy filled his features. He appeared truly happy to be in that situation. Darkness accu.mulat in Noah's mouth before a wave of black flames filled the environment. Dark matter also expanded and engulfed the two experts. King Elbaz and Wilfred found themselves inside Noah's techniques. The currents of darkness ran through their figures and damaged their techniques. They applied mutations and weakened their existence at the same time. The dark matter also devoured the chunks of energy that the techniques lost due to the mutations. King Elbaz and Wilfred were opposing the transformations at that time, so Noah's ambition was hurting them. King Elbaz quickly closed his eyes, and his curiosity spread through the waves of darkness around him. His aura filled the entirety of Noah's technique and studied it in its entirety. The expert had found a countermeasure to Noah's ambition long ago. Noah's existence was evolving, but King Elbaz could still differentiate his law from the mutations. King Elbaz's curiosity focused on his former ambition before snapping his fingers. The waves of darkness suddenly lost power and gained red shades. The expert had removed Noah's ambition from the technique, which left only the power of the devils around them. The attack also weakened Noah and allowed Wilfred to break free from his grasp. The hybrid shouted before slamming his fists on the ground and generating a massive shockwave that shattered the technique around him. The two experts finally broke free of the dark currents, but a tinge of surprise appeared in their eyes when they turned toward Noah. The latter had crouched on the ground, and his body had begun to show traces of instability. King Elbaz's technique had managed to destroy Noah's ambition. His curiosity could cancel other laws as long as he learnt their structure and created a perfect counter. Noah's ambition had yet to fuse with the chaotic laws, so King Elbaz could target his laws during the attack. The result of that action was the complete removal of Noah's existence from the environment. Still, King Elbaz had improved. His ability could even affect the insides of an expert now. His law had removed the ambition that filled Noah's figures and had left him only with chaotic laws. Wilfred had then destroyed the energy in the area and had left Noah basically naked. He didn't have chaotic laws nor ambition around him anymore. His whole figure appeared empty. Noah crouched on the ground. His centers of power wanted to prioritize generating his laws to fill his flesh, but the other worlds will wanted him to resume mutating the environment. Two forces fought inside his mind. The other world's will was an immense power that could crack his mental sphere, but his instincts had slowly tainted it during the past years. The struggle didn't endanger his mental sphere. The other world's will wanted to maintain control over Noah, so it had to preserve its centers of power. Still, his instincts strived for freedom, and they could see a path to victory against that incredible power. King Elbaz and Wilfred stopped attacking. They glanced at each other before fixing their eyes on Noah again. They couldn't understand what was happening, but they knew that their techniques could seriously injure his friend now. A deafening roar came out of Noah's mouth as he slammed his head on the ground. His actions enlarged the cracks created by Wilfred, and his voice attracted the devils on the battlefield. The human side didn't hesitate to exploit that event. All the devils had turned to look at Noah, leaving many openings in their defenses. The cultivators could quickly seize a few victories against those annoying opponents. Some of the darker devils gathered around Noah. King Elbaz and Wilfred saw those creatures amassing in the sky above them, but they didn't move. Both experts were trying to understand what they had to do in that situation. They didn't know whether letting the chaotic laws cover Noah again was a good option, so they remained next to him. The devils didn't move either once they gathered above Noah. Their attention was on him, but they seemed to struggle to decide how to act. The devils were experiencing the same mental battle inside Noah's mind. They could hear their devotion toward Noah, but they were also children of the other world's will. Noah continued to roar and slam his head on the ground. A tinge of awareness wanted to resurface inside his mind, but the other world's will didn't give it the chance to return. The devil's colors began to change. The black and red shades fought against each other to gain control over their figures. That battle represented their mental fight and also gave an idea of what was happening inside Noah. What is happening? A thought eventually managed to surface in Noah's mind. That thought had succeeded in piercing the other world's will and giving Noah a glimpse of awareness. Yet, that immense power quickly suppressed him again. The short instant of clarity that had reached Noah made his instincts roar in anger. They only had slight influence over his mind, but they had been in contact with the other world's rage for years by then. A desperate desire to fend off that will filled Noah's instincts. They knew that he wouldn't be free as long as that power continued to occupy his mind, so they activated his innate ability on their own. Noah's mental energy surged and began to devour the other world's will. The immense power in that energy enlarged his mental walls and thinned their structure, but it also made room for his consciousness. The experiment, Noah shouted when another thought managed to appear in his mind. The will fought back, but the devils around Noah wouldn't obey its commands. They remained in the air and watched as a mere existence tried to oppose the power contained by an entire world. Of course, Noah wasn't actually fighting the will of an entire plane. His mind would never be able to contain that power. Only a tiny chunk of that power had seeped inside Noah and was controlling his actions. The will's true might came from the state of its energy. It was even better than the dark matter. Still, the will was in Noah's mind. It didn't matter how much energy it contained. The environment put it in a disadvantageous position since Noah's centers of power could give him a nigh-endless flow of energy. His mental energy continued to devour the will and free more space. Noah's centers of power slowly began to regain control over their actions and started to fight that power. Black matter quickly gathered around his head and tried to stabilize his mental walls from the outside. Noah's mind was enlarging too quickly due to the immense power contained in the will, and the higher energy wanted to slow down that process. Noah stopped headbutting the ground and planted both hands on the terrain as growls began to escape his mouth. Lumps of flames also flew out of him, but they never spread too far past him. Only his dantian remained silent. It seemed that the organ wasn't ready to fill his body with his law again. It was waiting for something that even his instincts couldn't understand. The will slowly lost power, and tinges of clarity began to accumulate in Noah's mind. He didn't immediately regain his ability to think, but he could improve the procedures started by his instincts. The various energies working inside Noah became smarter. The dark matter around his head didn't limit itself to contain the expansion of his mental walls anymore. It created a connection with Snore, Duanlong, and the parasite and redirected part of the will's energy toward them. His black hole began to spin faster than ever. It forced his body to stabilize the many mutations that had affected his existence since the transformation. Faint black smoke came out of Noah's pores and created a thin membrane that covered his skin. His body wanted to transform his flesh even without relying on a breakthrough. "Get out!" Noah shouted inside his mind before losing the ability to think again. Noah could only feel. He sensed a wave of immense anger. But that emotion didn't come from the other world's will. Every fiber of his being was furious. The images of the past years were flowing inside his mind, and they made him livid. The other world's will had succeeded in keeping Noah under control for years. He couldn't accept that outcome. Waves of anger flowed into his mind and forced the mental energy to work faster. "Get out!" Noah shouted in his mind again, and a tinge of darkness suddenly appeared inside his dantian. The ground began to tremble as Noah's aura prepared itself to come out. King Elbaz and Wilfred sensed the danger and exchanged a glance before leaving the area. Noah was on his own now. The other worlds will wanted the devils to remain still, but those creatures eventually escaped from its control. They landed on the trembling ground and kneeled toward Noah while they waited for him to awaken. "Get out!" Noah eventually managed to roar, and a dense wave of black flames escaped from his mouth. The flames created a scorching pillar that rose higher in the sky as he tilted his head upward. Faint anger also seeped out of his figure before a violent aura spread from his skin and broke the thin chrysalis. Noah's ambition created storms as it spread through the battlefield. Raging currents made of his law flew in every corner of the region and submitted the matter to his power. His ambition had changed. It had broadened after the years that Noah spent as a devil. It obtained aspects that involved space, but it also intensified its ability to evolve everything around it. The images of his life as a devil flowed inside Noah's mind as his angry roar continued to echo through the sky. Noah was livid. He couldn't believe that the other world's will had kept him under its control for so many years. Still, he could also understand that the transformation had benefited his existence. Noah was angry beyond reason, but part of him felt glad that the procedure had been a success. His body had remained the same. The chaotic laws couldn't improve it. Noah had reached a state that surpassed perfection when it came to his flesh. His mind had expanded a lot. His mental walls had become quite frail, but his dark matter was reinforcing them for the time being. Moreover, the scarlet radiance given by his bloodled stati had intensified, and his anger fused with that light. The greatest changes in Noah's existence had happened to his dantian and black hole. The fourth center of power had enlarged, and its walls had thickened. Thin flares of dark matter also shot out of its edges and spread through the rest of the body to send waves of power to the various tissues. The dark matter had become denser. It had already gained liquid properties after the breakthrough to the 8th rank, but its previous shape couldn't match its current one. Instead, his dantian had shrunk. Noah felt shocked to discover that it had reached the liquid stage, but his surprise didn't end there. The ambition that the organ radiated was violent. It forced everything around Noah to evolve, but it destroyed the matter that tried to oppose the change. Also, some of its old aspects had intensified, which added new abilities to his darkness. His pride and hunger were now as powerful as his creation, destruction, and sharpness. Noah's energy could directly devour the matter around him, and it even radiated a heavy pressure that forced weaker beings to kneel. The black hole could mimic all the new features of his dantian and transform the dark matter into a stronger version of his darkness. Noah's energy had basically become an additional fuel for that power. Noah didn't immediately learn about those new features. Information flowed inside his mind as the black hole studied the changes that had happened during the devil state. Some changes had affected his companions. Noah could see that the parasite had developed a tighter connection with his existence. It clearly depended on him now. The other companion affected by the chaotic laws was the demonic sword. The blade had always been an expression of Noah's existence, but the other worlds will found it pointless to keep it severed from his law. That's why my black hole has improved, Noah thought as he closed his mouth and interrupted his fiery pillar. It's strange. The demonic sword's young voice resounded in Noah's mind. It feels natural to be part of you even if I have retained a separate will. The demonic sword had fused with Noah's existence. It had become part of the black hole, but Noah could summon it at will. Its level had also developed a better connection with him. The weapon had directly reached the middle tier after the breakthrough to the liquid stage. Noah studied his surroundings. The battlefield was a mess, but it seemed that the human side had gained the upper hand after he attracted many devils away. A platoon of devils was still kneeling around him. They didn't dare to move from their spot and waited for Noah to give orders. Their figures had also grown entirely dark. They shared the victory of Noah's mental energy over the other world's will. They had become his followers now. King Elbaz and Wilfred inspected Noah. They didn't know if his mind had awakened, so they didn't dare to near him yet. Thank you, Noah growled before stretching his hand toward one of the devils around him. The creature stood up and walked toward Noah before placing its neck on his palm. Its energy then flowed inside Noah's body and placated part of his hunger. How is this an improvement? Noah snorted in his mind. His hunger had returned stronger than ever. His evolution past the simple hybrid state had taken care of that feature, but the chaotic laws had brought it back. However, Noah could feel that his hunger depended on his pride. His ability to rule over weaker beings had intensified, so that feeling had also grown stronger. Noah was still livid. Learning about his growth couldn't satisfy the rage that filled his mind. He had inherited part of that feeling from the other world's will, and it seemed that a simple battle wouldn't be enough to vent it. Go and make a mess, Noah growled before disappearing from his position. The devils stood up and flew back to the battlefield. The cultivators didn't hesitate to fight them, but they soon noticed that something had changed in those creatures. Their influence had grown stronger and could now affect the experts even from behind their defenses. Also, their battle style wasn't a mere copy of their opponents anymore. The devils fought like Noah now. They released sharp attacks and toxic dark clouds that seemed able to devour everything. Noah reappeared near King Elbaz and Wilfred. The two experts felt surprised about that sudden event. They didn't sense his arrival, and their minds struggled to fend off the pressure innately generated by his figure. Make our team retreat, Noah ordered. I'm about to go all out. We should all leave the area, King Elbaz complained. Heaven and Earth are about to deploy something meant to get rid of the mutated beings. That includes you now. I can't wait to face what they have in mind, Noah growled before disappearing once again. Wilfred and King Elbaz could only exchange a confused glance before flying back to their companions. Noah had already given the order. Nothing in the world could make him change his mind now. The duo quickly grabbed Luke, Fergie, the Foolery, and Divine Demon before shooting out of the battlefield. The other human troops shot angry glances at them, but they couldn't punish their retreat since they had devils and sharks to fight. Meanwhile, Noah reappeared in the middle of the human army. The 4 solid-stage cultivators were nearby, but they couldn't stop his sudden discharge of energy. A wave of darkness flowed out of his figure and pierced the weaker domains and defenses around him. The solid-stage cultivators quickly understood that something was wrong and deployed their techniques to suppress the dark world, but their complexion paled after the darkness disappeared. All the cultivators under the liquid stage hit by the darkness had disappeared. The leaders couldn't sense them anymore. How dare you attack your allies? Castor shouted as his solid-stage cultivation level exploded. The devils must have corrupted his mind, Rebecca added as her power also filled the environment. Let's take care of him before the devils overwhelm us, Melissa ordered while pointing her hands toward Noah. I didn't think there would be traitors among our army. Robert, the 4th solid-stage cultivator, snorted. Noah didn't even glance at the 4 experts. His figure disappeared before they could launch attacks. He teleported among the sharks, and his roar made those creatures tremble in fear. "You belong to me?" Noah growled as his pride spread through the sky. The army of sharks had suffered countless defeats against the human side, but some of the upper-tier specimens were still standing their ground. Noah's roar made them feel fear, but they wouldn't give up on their freedom so easily. One of the upper-tier specimens turned to charge at Noah and left trails of sparks in the sky. Still, its attack ended when its head landed on Noah's palm. "I think you misunderstand your position," Noah growled while stabbing his fingers on the creature's head. "I wasn't giving an order. You already are part of my pack." His ambition flowed inside the creature's flesh and generated mutations. Noah's law wanted to improve the shark, but the chaotic laws had made a mess of its body. The shark even tried to fight that energy. It struggled to fend off Noah's ambition, but that only intensified its dangerous effects. The shark's body began to destabilize as new mutations started to appear. Noah's ambition intensified the various unstable feature of the creature and made its tissues crumble. The magical beast exploded after a few seconds. Pieces of flesh shot in every direction and created a red cloud before Noah's energy devoured it. He had killed an upper-tier creature with a simple attack that didn't even rely on techniques. A wave of pride violently spread from Noah's figure after his victory against the shark. A chill ran down the other upper-tier magical beasts when that feeling enveloped them. They immediately realized that Noah could kill them at ease. That realization made them lower their head to express their submission. Noah deployed the dark world to envelop them and activated the workshop while filling the dark matter with his ambition. The sharks couldn't fight in that condition. He had to transform them. The 4 solid-stage cultivators didn't let Noah do as he pleased. Massive spells flew toward the dark world, but holes connected to the void opened on its structure before the attacks could damage the technique. The spells entered the void and left the dark world untouched. Noah had countered the attacks of 4 solid-stage cultivators at ease, and the scene made the entire human army fall silent. Even the devils stopped attacking to admire the scene. Noah's feat was inspiring. Those creatures had inherited his desire to improve, so they wouldn't dare to miss that sight. Faint ambition began to come out of the devils. Noah's feat had forced those creatures to improve and develop traces of laws that reflected his existence. The chaotic laws had a purpose now. They wanted to become Noah. The solid-stage cultivators didn't give up. They launched a second wave of attacks, but portals that led to the void opened on their trajectory again. However, the spells divided themselves into countless smaller attacks that dodged the portals and exploded on the dark matter. The higher energy couldn't endure their might, and chunks of the technique vanished. The shockwaves generated by the many small explosions spread through the dark world and continued to destroy the technique. The dense sea slowly vanished and revealed its insides. The human army could finally see what Noah had been up to, and the scene left those experts speechless. Some structures made of dark matter had survived the offensive. Multiple arms that resembled machines of Noah's previous world were tinkering with the pack of sharks to create a gruesome scene. The arms replaced entire chunks of the creature's flesh and transformed them into more stable tissues before putting them back into the bodies. Noah wanted to convert those magical beasts into existences that could help him in the fight, and his ambition was too violent for that procedure. The workshop could learn from his ambition and understand how the sharks had to transform. The dark matter was using his law as fuel to perform those mutations and create an army worthy of their new leader. What on heaven and earth's names is this madness? Castor couldn't help but shout. Castor was an old solid-stage cultivator in the 8th rank. He had seen countless experts and studied even more laws. However, he had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. Noah was sitting cross-legged among the various workshops. He had kept his eyes closed to focus on the procedure, but the solid-stage cultivators had interrupted his concentration. "Do you mind letting me finish?" Noah asked while opening his eyes. "I'm almost done with the weaker specimens. The others need a bit more." "You are a blight of this world," Rebecca shouted, but she didn't move. Even Rebecca found it hard to stand that scene. Noah resembled a mad scientist in the middle of his experiment. She couldn't help but imagine what he could do to humans if they ended up in his grasp. Noah moved his gaze away from the four leaders. He wouldn't mind them as long as they didn't attack, and his sharks had even reached a crucial phase. The workshops began to replace pieces of the creatures' heads. The sharks died while chunks of their brain left their body and transformed under the effects of the dark matter. "What have you done?" Melissa asked while her consciousness studied that energy. Waves of shock filled her mind as she understood the nature of that energy. The sharks were releasing a strange version of breath. Noah had built a dantian for those creatures. To think that creating a center of power has become so easy at my current level. Noah sighed in his mind. The sharks began to cry in anger after the workshop let them go. Noah had made sure to put part of his feelings inside those creatures. Their aggression skyrocketed because of that. The devils echoed that anger. Raging waves of chaotic laws spread from their figure and fell on the human army. It was time to resume the fight now that the last piece of Noah's pack was ready. "I guess you won't give me the chance to have 1-versus-1 battles." Noah sighed while leaving the array of workshops. A few sharks still had to complete their transformation, but the process could work without Noah's supervision now. He could finally move his attention on the human army, and a faint hesitation inevitably appeared in his mind. Yet, the desire to understand how strong he had become suppressed that feeling. Noah stretched his arm forward, and chunks of dark matter solidified in his palm to generate the demonic sword. Roots gathered in his other hand to create a sword-shaped weapon. His companions then came out of the separate space and stood next to him. Noah was ready to test his power against 4 solid-stage cultivators. "Do you really think that you can face the 4 of us?" Melissa snorted when she saw Noah and his companion nearing the human army. Robert wore a pensive expression. He raised his hand and pointed a finger toward Noah before launching a small purple bullet toward him. The bullet was incredibly fast, and it carried an immense amount of energy. Still, Noah could sense that it radiated laws belonging to heaven and earth, so he decided to endure it with his body. The purple bullet hit Noah at the center of his chest and tried to dig deeper into his body, but its energy began to fall apart when it touched Noah's ambition. The attack transformed into energy that fixed the damage before flowing toward the black hole. "You have developed the devil's immunity to heaven and earth's laws," Robert commented at that sight. "How can you even follow such flawed leaders?" Noah sighed while approaching the 4 solid-stage cultivators. "You have given up on your laws to gain unbeatable enemies. I don't have words to express how disappointed I feel." Noah was trying to taunt the experts. He felt confident in fighting the 4 cultivators for a short time, but he didn't know how a prolonged battle would go. His innate resistance to heaven and earth's laws would force the 4 leaders to rely on weaker existences, but they remained solid-stage experts. Noah's power didn't make any sense, but he had yet to understand if he could face those opponents at his current level. Noah hoped that his taunts could make one of those experts leave the others and face him alone, but the cultivators remained together. They didn't let him get into their mind. "It's time to force their hand," Noah concluded in his mind before raising the arm that wielded the demonic sword. The group of sharks behind Noah shot forward and resumed their battle against the human army. The cultivators quickly discovered that some of their abilities had changed. Their overall prowess had also increased, and the hunger that blinded their mind had vanished. The devils worked together with the sharks and echoed the auras that spread from their figures. The magical beasts had access to breath now, so they could use stronger abilities that the devils didn't hesitate to improve. The human army immediately lost the upper hand in the battle, but the 4 leaders didn't move. Their eyes remained fixed on Noah even if their underlings were suffering severe losses. "Don't lose hope," Rebecca shouted. "Heaven and earth didn't turn their back on us. They are watching this battle closely." Her announcement didn't improve the underlings' morale. Those cultivators found themselves unable to push their opponents back, and their leaders weren't doing anything to help them. Noah suddenly appeared next to Rebecca. The expert's eyes widened when she saw 2 sharp weapons converging toward her face, but her aura exploded forward before they could touch her. A wave of dense red energy crashed on Noah's figure, but he deployed the unstable substance to endure the blow and retain his position. The attack couldn't even stop his actions, so he completed the slash while Rebecca tried to retreat. A chunk of the wave of energy disappeared when the singularity hit it. A faint black halo also spread among that redness while Noah's attack continued to fly forward. The singularity eventually hit Rebecca, but its energy melted when it touched her skin. The expert revealed a smile, but her expression froze when a drop of blood fell from her forehead. Noah wanted to wave his swords again, but three figures materialized above him before he could complete his blow. Robert, Melissa, and Castor pointed their hands toward him and released multiple abilities that contained enough power to pierce his tough skin. Portals connected to the void opened above Noah. A massive black crack absorbed the attacks and gave him the chance to complete his slash. The short delay caused by the three solid-stage cultivators allowed Rebecca to attack before the singularity could reach her. A scorching wave of energy engulfed Noah's attack and melted its structure. They can match my blows even if they use weaker laws, Noah noted in his mind before a dangerous sensation forced him to focus on his side. Robert had flown past the crack and had approached Noah. He wielded a watery purple mass that he didn't hesitate to throw toward his opponent. Melissa and Castor approached Noah from behind and tried to cast spells, but a massive winged snake materialized on their path and filled the area with violent dark matter. The two experts still cast their spells and destroyed a large chunk of Snor's body, but the blood companion only hissed in anger at that feat. The cultivators had heard it, but the attacks had depleted their energy during the process. The snake had successfully protected Noah. Both blood companions had reached the middle tier after absorbing part of the will's energy. Nothing in Noah's arsenal had remained in the lower tier. All his companions and weapons had advanced. They were finally able to join his battles. Rebecca tried to attack again, but her right hand suddenly separated from her arm. A fuming shadow materialized in the distance after that event. Night had to show itself after suffering the damage caused by the scorching defenses that protected the expert's skin. Dense arrows made of a black fluid shot out of the roots in Noah's grasp. The parasite's corrosive aura flew toward Robert, but the expert vanquished it by spitting a mouthful of his purple water. Raging waves of dark matter came out of Noah's figure and filled the area. The experts quickly deployed their abilities to stop the arrival of the dark world, but instabilities suddenly appeared inside their bodies. The instabilities detonated and forced the cultivators to deploy the entirety of their laws to suppress their energy. Some organs, blood vessels, and chunks of tissues inevitably crumbled during the sudden attack. However, the cultivators could salvage their vital organs and destroy the fuming spikes that were trying to ravage their insides. The dark world engulfed the four experts since the shadow domain had forced them to focus on the instabilities. Their already weaker laws suffered under the suppression of the dark matter, and Noah's companions could reveal their real power inside that environment. Snor, Duanlong, and Night became stronger inside the dark world. The dark matter covered their bodies and made them able to resist the many dangerous defenses that protected the four leaders. Noah could appear above Rebecca without worrying about the other experts. His presence remained hidden from the leader's consciousness until a singularity shot out of his blades. A straight piercing blow fell on Rebecca and defeated the scorching membrane that covered her skin. The attack created a hole in her head, but an explosion followed the event and dispersed the dark world. Noah managed to understand what had happened after he arrived higher in the sky. The explosion had flung him far away from the battlefield and had burnt large patches of his skin. His dark world had disappeared, but the dark matter had managed to protect his companions from Rebecca's heat. Snor and Duanlong soon materialized near him, and Night appeared above his head. The four solid-stage cultivators didn't immediately charge at Noah. They limited themselves to stare at him while they inspected their injuries. Rebecca had lost one hand, and a bloody hole had appeared on her head. Part of Castor and Melissa's skin had vanished due to Snor's destructive dark matter. Only Robert was completely fine on the outside, but he didn't take joy in his condition. The four experts had also suffered internal injuries due to the shadow domain. They could still express their peak power, but Noah had managed to hurt their pride. Noah was only a liquid-stage hybrid, but 4 solid-stage cultivators were struggling to fight him. The leaders didn't even know what to think anymore. They didn't have words to describe their opponent. I might be able to do it, Noah thought while inspecting his opponents. Noah still had instabilities inside his separate space. He had enough darkness to deploy the shadow domain multiple times, and the 4 leaders had yet to understand how to deal with his many abilities. However, Noah believed that he wouldn't manage to keep his momentum through the entire battle. The leaders would eventually become used to his fighting style, and he couldn't allow himself to end up in that situation. Noah knew that his superiority in the battle came from the expert's weaker laws. The leaders would be virtually unbeatable for him if they could rely on their real existences. "What are you waiting for?" Noah taunted the leaders. "Can't you handle a single liquid stage existence? I guess you have chosen the wrong side." The leaders didn't fall for his taunts, but they appeared pretty pissed nonetheless. Noah's statement was undeniable. Their decision to side with heaven and earth was making them unable to deal with a weaker existence. "How long can you even last?" Robert eventually asked. "We can match your blows with our weaker laws, and we outnumber you. Your puppets also have limited abilities. It won't take long before we overwhelm your puny tricks." "Overwhelm? Outnumbered?" Noah asked before exploding in a cold laugh. The leaders remained speechless when an army of 6-armed dragons left the dark world. Dozens of middle-tier magical beasts made of Noah's improved dark matter and powered by fake cores filled the sky and blocked its white radiance. Robert and the others could only sharpen their eyes at that scene. Noah's methods seemed endless. He always had a new ability in store. Noah's ambition seeped inside the 6-armed dragons and reinforced their structure. Black flames also filled their mouth as they prepared for the imminent battle. He still had the cursed sword as a trump card, but the blade required some time to become ready. Noah was sending part of the immense anger that filled his mind toward the weapon to improve its structure, but it had yet to reach a satisfying state. "I think you underestimate us too much," Castor revealed a smirk while pointing his hand toward the blinding pillar in the distance. Shining pieces of the pillar separated from the main structure and flew toward the 4 leaders. The white light fused with their bodies and healed their injuries, bringing them back to a peak state. "We might be unable to use our real power against you," Castor continued, "but heaven and earth still watch over us. You simply lack the might to deal with the entire world." Noah inspected that process coldly. Castor was right. Cultivators who had become part of heaven and earth system had access to a nigh unlimited amount of energy. Noah had even seen the sky rebuilding an entire expert multiple times. "I should be able to sever their connection with heaven and earth." Night transmitted through the mental connection. "However, they are solid-stage cultivators. I will need a long time without defenses on the way." "I don't know if we can win either," Noah replied. The hidden meaning in Night's words was quite clear. Noah would have to destroy the leaders' defenses and let the pterodactyls sever their connection with heaven and earth before killing them. The process would take a long time, and it would also force Noah to focus on a single opponent. The leaders would even be aware of Night's offensive, so they would protect the cultivator who was slipping away from heaven and earth's grasp. Harold and the others should be on their way here, Noah thought without showing any fear. Heaven and earth will also make their move soon. I don't see why I can't test my prowess some more. Noah made up his mind. The battle was probably unwinnable, but the most important players had yet to step into the region. He could vent his anger while he tested his power and became used to fights at that level. The demonic sword pointed toward the sky as Noah raised his arm. His entire army prepared for his order, and the leaders did the same. Both sides knew that the next clash wouldn't be as peaceful as the first. A roar and flames came out of Noah's mouth. He gave the order, and the army of 6-armed dragons rained down from the sky to engulf the 4 leaders in their angry offensive. The dragons launched flames that filled the battlefield, but the 4 solid-stage cultivators didn't bother to dodge them. The creature's innate ability was powerful, and it tried to imitate Noah's fire, but it couldn't hurt those experts. Yet, the dragons surpassed normal magical beasts when it came to their physical might. They could become dangerous if they managed to touch the cultivators. so the latter couldn't let those creatures reach them. Robert, Castor, Rebecca, and Melissa deployed abilities that could affect large areas of the sky. Castor began to perform slow gestures that seemed able to destabilize the incoming magical beasts. Rebecca clapped her hands toward the six-armed dragons, and a heat wave spread forward. Melissa snapped her fingers to create a dense current that invaded the enemy army and transformed when it found the chance to attack. Noah's six-armed dragons were powerful creatures. They were among the best species of magical beasts at their current level. However, the leader's abilities destroyed them in a single exchange. Robert's toxic rain was unstoppable, and even the dark matter in the dragons crumbled under its power. The wave of heat scorched every creature and destroyed most of them in less than an instant. Castor's strange techniques could break apart Noah's creations from a distance, and Melissa's gale completed the job whenever it found a chance. The products of the workshop couldn't do anything in that situation. Noah lost countless fake cores, but he gained the chance to hide his presence. The army of dragons didn't sacrifice in vain. Noah flew through the shadow domain while the leaders deployed their consciousness to search him. The experts were unable to find him, so they promptly reinforced their insides. The leaders had been shocked during the first activation of the shadow domain. The technique was simply too strong, and it didn't have clear countermeasures. Yet, they could fill their insides with their laws and limit the damage. They have already learnt about it. Noah sighed while nearing Rebecca from inside the shadow domain. Their experience was something that Noah had to fear. It didn't matter that the cultivators had decided to join heaven and earth. They had still survived the struggle to reach the peak of the 8th rank. I have to mix stuff up, Noah thought as roots and dark matter covered the demonic sword. Noah pointed the blade toward Rebecca's head and released a straight singularity that broke the fabric of the shadow domain during its flight. The expert couldn't even dream about dodging it. The parasite's corrosive aura fused with the singularity that shot out of the demonic sword. Rebecca couldn't dodge the attack because Noah ensured that the shadow domain opened right on her face. The straight singularity pierced Rebecca's skin before reaching the defenses she had amassed in her insides. Noah's attack couldn't defeat those techniques on its own, but the corrosive aura allowed him to inflict more damage. Rebecca's face exploded, but she managed to preserve her mental sphere. Yet, the corrosive aura spread like a virus through her body and began to destroy her tissues. The shadow domain crumbled after Noah pierced it with the singularity. The other three leaders immediately focused on him and released powerful abilities meant to kill him in one blow. Night cut Castor's left eye and severed a large chunk of his head. The expert was using his strange techniques to destabilize Noah's figure, but the pterodactyl interrupted the ability. Snore appeared in front of Melissa and endured the entirety of her raging currents. The snake exploded into a sea of dense dark matter, but it healed in the next seconds. Duanlong used its innate ability to change the trajectory of Robert's attack, but the expert didn't fall for the same trick. He had launched a needle-shaped purple mass that ignored the pulling force and hit Noah's left shoulder. Noah's flames had never stopped burning the environment, but his body was too powerful to heal in those short minutes. He couldn't find anything able to fix his charred flesh in the sky and ground, so a few injuries were still visible on his figure. The needle-shaped mass pierced his skin and seeped inside his shoulder. The attack then released its toxic energy and tried to spread it inside Noah's body. The parasite's corrosive aura damaged Noah's flesh, but he didn't care about that at the moment. Getting rid of Robert's energy had the priority since he could always heal with his flame later. A sense of weakness spread through Noah's shoulder, even if his reaction had been quite immediate. Robert had succeeded in weakening his body, but Noah already had a counterattack ready. Noah summoned the dark world and spat flames that fused with the dark matter and increased their power. The other cultivators deployed techniques to defeat the violent currents of dark matter, but Rebecca's state didn't allow her to fight properly. Pieces of the dark world transformed into a stronger version of Noah's innate ability and began to burn Rebecca. The expert still had many defenses inside her, but her skin couldn't fight the overwhelming attack. Rebecca burnt and gave her energy to Noah. His injuries healed in an instant, and his blade flashed right after. A curved singularity covered in corrosive aura crashed on the wounded expert and made a hole in her defenses. Noah didn't hesitate to point the blade toward the weak spot in her defenses, but the dark world suddenly sensed the arrival of a second cultivator. Robert had been the first to pierce through the dark matter and find a path toward Noah. Robert raised his finger, and a purple whip followed. His weapon cut through the dark matter easily, and it threatened to reach Noah. However, the laws of space began to bend and delayed the arrival of the attack. "It will hit me anyway," Noah thought without halting his attack. His ability in bending space had improved after the period as a devil, but Robert's attacks could cut through Noah's tricks. Even opening a portal to the void wouldn't work due to his flexible purple substance. Noah could avoid the whip, but that would cost him the chance to attack Rebecca. The expert's condition was awful, and Noah didn't want heaven and earth to undo his work. The decision arrived immediately in his mind. Noah didn't even bother to hesitate in that situation. He had the best body in the entire world. Enduring damage was what he had built himself to do. The demonic sword covered by roots and dark matter landed on Rebecca's chest. That spot was the most damaged area on her body. Her defenses had finally revealed a flaw. A piercing singularity came out of the demonic sword and created a large hole in her chest. Moreover, the corrosive aura seeped into her tissues and began to expand through her body. The shadow domain opened and filled Rebecca with instabilities. Noah could see his spiked weapons and his flames materializing inside the hole and in the rest of her organs. Then the whip arrived. Robert cracked his weapon on Noah's body. His skin remained in one piece, but large purple spots appeared on his side. The black hole and the parasite attacked that toxic energy, but Robert had managed to deliver far more of his law at that time. The purple spots spread even after the suppression of Noah's assets. A sense of weakness filled Noah, but he didn't forget to return inside the shadow domain and teleport away. Robert couldn't find anything when he reached his position, and Rebecca's explosion only increased his surprise. Noah reappeared in a distant spot of the dark world. The damage inflicted to Rebecca's insides through his flames sent energy to his body and helped fight the infection. Robert's substance had changed. It seemed to have a will now, and it even knew where to expand to hurt Noah. He can learn about his opponents during the infections, Noah exclaimed in his mind. Robert had modified his purple substance. His attack seemed able to counter Noah's innate defenses. Still, it couldn't do anything against the dark matter and parasite, so pressure eventually fell on the poison. Noah healed his injuries while inspecting the battlefield. Robert, Melissa, and Castor had freed themselves from the dark world and had returned under the white sky. The white pillar didn't need to heal them at that time, but it still sent energy to them. It seemed that the structure could even take care of the state of their centers of power. Instead, Rebecca didn't move. Her body had mostly disappeared after the explosions, and the dark world had never stopped sending Noah's ambition toward her. Did I kill her? Noah wondered. The dark world could provide information about Rebecca's state in an instant. The expert had died, but Noah couldn't feel certain about that after his experience with Otto. Sever her connection with heaven and earth while she isn't under the sky, Noah ordered, and night immediately disappeared inside her figure. Meanwhile, the dark world began to create another army of 6-armed dragons. Noah was ready to give his everything to keep the 3 cultivators outside of the dark world. Noah finally had the chance to kill one of his opponents. That feat could open a path toward victory. His hopes to defeat 4 solid-stage cultivators wouldn't be too unreal anymore. Still, Robert, Castor, and Melissa had learned how Noah acted. They had even acknowledged his power. The fact that Rebecca didn't come out of the dark world could only mean that Noah had defeated her. So she needed their help. The 3 cultivators pointed their hands toward the Black Sea and released massive abilities. Wind, poison, and invisible destruction landed on Noah's technique and made it crumble. Noah had to teleport himself away to avoid that massive offensive. His army of dragons vanished in an instant, and Rebecca's body completely crumbled. Noah and the 3 solid-stage cultivators kept their eyes on the destroyed battlefield. The leaders didn't spare Rebecca in their mindless destruction, But her law was in the open now. Night reappeared near Noah. The companion had lost a wing during the attack. It didn't manage to dodge the entirety of the destructive wave of abilities that had fallen on the dark world. I didn't manage to complete the severing, Night explained through the mental connection. How long until you can fight again? Noah asked. No need to wait, Night replied. Your darkness can keep me battle-ready for a while. Start to recover now anyway, Noah ordered, and the pterodactyl returned inside the black hole to benefit from the dark matter. The experts glanced toward Noah, but their eyes quickly returned on the destroyed battlefield. They were waiting for their rulers to make their move. Heaven and earth didn't let them wait too long. The pillar sent part of its light to the sky, and the whiteness in the area intensified. A series of small lights slowly formed among the broken battlefield, and Noah could only sigh at that sight. He had seen a similar scene before. His battle against Otto had already taught him what was about to happen. The lights intensified and gathered to give birth to a human figure. Heaven and earth slowly rebuilt Rebecca, but her complexion appeared far from ideal. Rebecca seemed to have carried injuries from her previous state. That didn't happen with Otto. Heaven and earth had resurrected the expert in perfect condition multiple times back then. Did my law hurt heaven and earth's system? Noah wondered. The damage could come from Night, but Noah doubted that the pterodactyl had managed to sever too much during that short time. Something else had affected Rebecca's state, and Noah guessed that his law could explain that event. Did my existence become able to damage the laws of heaven and earth's followers? Noah wondered. His ambition didn't directly touch heaven and earth. It had mutated part of the laws that had joined their system. Still, there was a chance that the transformations counted as theft in that case. Maybe they can't do much when the very core of a law suffers damage, Noah thought. The power of the devils flowed through his law. Noah's existence had developed resistance to heaven and earth, and it had also become able to damage them. Don't tell me that your mighty rulers can't recreate laws that have left their system. Noah laughed when looking at the pale Rebecca. Your immortality is a little weak. The three cultivators in the sky ignored his taunts as usual, but Rebecca didn't seem calm anymore. Pure anger came out of her eyes, and an unsightly expression soon fell on her face. Do you know for how long I had to cultivate to expand my existence? Rebecca said while gritting her teeth. You made me waste millennia of training. Even part of my memories has disappeared. Stop right there, Robert shouted. Don't reveal anything. What does it matter? Rebecca replied. He won't live to see the end of this battle. Rebecca shot ahead, and the three experts followed her. However, she remained a few hundreds of meters ahead of her companions. Noah smirked at that sight. He had finally managed to taunt one of his opponents. He only had to exploit that chance now. A wave of bloodl.u.t flowed out of Noah's figure. A black handle came out of his chest, and a middle-tier aura followed that scene. Noah drew the cursed sword and covered it with dark matter before spreading roots over its surface. The blade had finally reached the intended level, and Noah couldn't wait to use it. Can you launch solid-stage attacks? Noah asked through the mental connection. That won't be a problem, the cursed sword replied. The anger that you gave me completed the requirements for the breakthrough. I can make your power go beyond its limits. Perfect. Noah quickly replied before placing both swords on his forehead. His consciousness spread while carrying an intense sharpness. The air in the area vanished as his power covered the entire region and released a singularity that didn't let his opponents escape. Robert, Castor, and Melissa quickly deployed defensive techniques, but they soon discovered that Noah's attack didn't reflect his previous power. Instead, it could now overwhelm their weaker laws and pierce through their defenses. Rebecca couldn't bother to defend. She launched a scorching wave of energy with the shape of a pillar to create a path through the instability. Yet, her energy crumbled when it touched the attack, and Noah's sharpness ended up engulfing her. The four experts struggled to endure the power contained by the attack. Invisible energy was ravaging their bodies and piercing their defenses. Their figures kept shrinking as chunks of their body disappeared. Robert could get rid of Noah's sharpness after losing one arm, both legs, and a large chunk of his CHEST. His energy skyrocketed and covered a large patch of the sky with his purple substance. Still, the action left him clearly weakened. Melissa and Castor suffered worse injuries. Their limbs disappeared in an instant, and pieces of their head broke before vanishing in the invisible energy. Their torso also saw holes opening in its fabric before bursts of energy expanded from their figure. Rebecca had tried to attack, so her defenses were far weaker. Her figure only struggled for a few seconds before vanishing again. Noah suffered heavy drawbacks. 2 cuts opened on his torso and pierced him from side to side. His shoulders began to fall toward the ground, but he deployed the Dark World to salvage them. The Dark World couldn't reach the experts due to their discharge of energy, but it could quicken Noah's recovery and keep his body in one piece. The sky shone on the leaders again. The white light made sure to heal the trio's injuries and resurrect Rebecca, and Noah didn't fail to study the scene. Robert, Castor, and Melissa recovered completely. No sign of their weakened state remained on their figures. Instead, Rebecca came back to life even paler than before. She appeared on the verge of fainting, and her cultivation level almost left the solid stage. "I need to kill them to apply the effects of my ambition," Noah concluded in his mind. The last exchange had allowed Noah to confirm some of his ideas. Heaven and earth had managed to heal the cultivators who didn't die, but they had failed to restore Rebecca's power. Night didn't even intervene in the exchange. Noah could finally confirm that his law could affect heaven and earth system, and killing his opponents was the trigger for those effects. "I can definitely kill one of them," Noah thought while forcing the Dark World to condense into the fiendish armor. "Maybe 2 if they start losing their cool." Rebecca was even angrier than before, but some calm had returned to her expression. She could really risk dying if she continued committing mistakes. She couldn't be reckless anymore since Noah had ways to end her life. The battle halted for a few seconds. Both sides were reviewing the previous exchanges to find a flaw in their opponents, but the situation appeared quite annoying. Noah had just found a way to kill his opponents, but the latter wouldn't show openings in their defenses anymore now. Their cultivation level gave them the upper hand in the fight, and their battle experience allowed them to exploit that feature. On the other hand, the 4 leaders found it hard to evaluate Noah's power. He continued to show new abilities, and his energy reserves didn't seem to have limits. Ordinary liquid stage cultivators would deplete their breath quickly to keep up with multiple solid stage experts. The 4 leaders knew that part of those limits didn't apply to Noah due to his hybrid status, but his power still failed to make sense. Noah didn't appear tired in the slightest. He could fix injuries inflicted by solid stage cultivators with his flames, and his attacks could put the leaders in danger. Yet both sides had found a path toward victory. Robert and the others had learnt to counter some of Noah's abilities, and the latter had discovered that his law could hurt his opponents. Plans formed in the experts' minds. Both Noah and the leaders developed tactics during those silent moments. "The drawbacks of the cursed sword are tough to handle at this level," Noah considered in his mind, "but the Dark World can force my body to stay in one piece." The leaders had similar thoughts. Heaven and earth's light could heal and resurrect them. That would give them enough time to counter Noah's abilities and corner him. "Shall we resume?" Robert asked while revealing a cold smirk. His companions inspected him with curious gazes, but they soon understood the reason behind his words. Noah was using that break to recover, so it was better to resume fighting immediately. Noah understood something different from that question. Robert and the others didn't need to be so polite during the battle. They could directly attack him instead of wasting time with useless conversations. "They are also waiting for something," Noah concluded in his mind. Even King Elbaz and the rest of Noah's team were unclear about heaven and earth's trump card. They didn't know what the world had planned to vanquish the devils. Still, Noah couldn't hesitate in that situation. He had to take risks to obtain benefits. "I think you are aware of my next target," Noah announced while giving voice to a laugh and pointing the demonic sword toward Rebecca. The leaders snorted before shooting toward Noah. Their laws expanded to create domains that transformed large areas of the sky and empower their abilities. A toxic cloud expanded from Robert's figure, and raging winds followed Melissa's movements. Rebecca and Castor entered in Noah's range before stopping and deploying ranged abilities. Rebecca had to pay attention to her life, and Castor remained with her to ensure that Noah failed to sever her connection with heaven and earth. Both experts could deploy ranged abilities anyway, so they didn't need to approach their opponent. The situation worked in Noah's favor. He had succeeded in alarming his opponents. He only had to find a way to exploit that advantage now. They expect me to aim for Rebecca, Noah thought as his swords landed on his forehead. His consciousness expanded and spread his deadly sharpness through the battlefield. Images of the previous exchanges ran through his vision as he tried to find a different target. Robert seemed the strongest among the group. Noah would generally focus on him, but he didn't feel confident in that approach since his power still fell short compared to the cultivator. Castor used strange techniques that Noah had yet to understand. He didn't feel strong, but Noah decided to avoid him anyway. Wasting time to unravel the expert's abilities didn't sound like a smart choice. His focus eventually fell on Melissa. Her winds were flexible, but they seemed a weaker version of Robert's law. They relied on smart attacks that contained a lot of power, but Noah's body could counter that feature. The domains vanished when Noah released his attack. A singularity as large as the region spread through the sky and destroyed almost everything on its path. The four leaders were ready for that attack. They sacrificed their domains to keep their body safe, but the might carried by Noah's slash still forced them to halt their offensive. Rebecca and Castor even suffered some injuries since the latter had to make up for his companion's state. Rebecca was far from her peak, and her abilities couldn't deal with Noah's power anymore now that he had wielded the cursed sword. Pieces of Noah's body exploded. He even lost one arm due to the drawbacks, but the dark matter quickly replicated it. That was only a temporary method to ignore his injuries, but Noah couldn't do anything better at the moment. Robert and Melissa quickly resumed their charge while Rebecca and Castor dealt with their injuries, but Noah disappeared before they could reach his position. Robert and Melissa immediately turned to shoot toward their companions. In their mind, Noah was clearly aiming for Rebecca, so they had to help her. A massive snake materialized in front of Castor and Rebecca. The two experts tried to destroy Snore right away, but the blood companion released its feathers and made the whole area fall into chaos. Raging waves of dark matter spread through the battlefield. Snore's attack covered the sky with a black sea that expanded even in the nearby regions. The shockwaves released during the explosion forced the four leaders to deploy defensive abilities. The attack was too massive. They didn't believe that Snore could deploy something like that. Still, Robert and Melissa did their best to create a path through the raging dark matter and reach their companions. They knew that Noah's attack would arrive soon, and Rebecca was in no condition to block his offensive. Robert managed to reach Rebecca quickly due to his toxic substance. A few injuries inevitably appeared on his body due to his reckless charge, but they didn't bother him. He only felt glad to find that his two companions were safe. Yet that situation made Robert confused. Noah clearly had the chance to reach Rebecca before him. Something was wrong, but the expert couldn't understand what was happening. Rebecca and Castor shared Robert's worries. The three experts exchanged a glance before covering their insides with defenses. They prepared for Noah's arrival, but he never showed himself. The trio's confusion intensified, but an idea suddenly appeared in their mind. The three experts turned at the same time, and the scene that unfolded in their vision left them speechless. Robert's tunnel was still in place, so the leaders could see what was happening among the raging that matter. Noah was withstanding that destructive energy with his BRE body while crouching on top of Melissa's shoulders. His swords had stabbed her head, and light had already abandoned her eyes. Melissa had died during that short moment of distraction, and heaven and earth couldn't reach her among that destructive energy. Robert and the others immediately stepped forward to help their friend, but Noah revealed a cold smile at that scene. Night promptly shot out of his CST to enter Melissa's figure, and a layer of dark matter covered her before Noah retreated inside the dark environment. Noah carried Melissa's corpse with him. The leaders wouldn't give Night the time to sever heaven and earth's laws if he deployed the dark world, so he changed his approach. He would run away until his prisoner wholly died. Worry filled Robert, Rebecca, and Castor. They couldn't move freely inside the raging black currents, and their abilities couldn't help them in that environment. The leaders could destroy large areas filled with dark matter, but they couldn't find Noah with that approach. They could only search him blindly, but they knew how pointless that was. Noah also suffered from the destructive waves of power released by Snor's attack, but his body could endure that damage. He even had access to defensive techniques that used dark matter, so his situation was far better than his opponents. Moreover, Noah had prepared for the explosion of Snor's feathers. He was one step ahead his opponents, and that gave him the chance to leave the chaotic area before them. Noah reappeared under the white sky, but his dark world immediately expanded to hide his tracks. Melissa's corpse was still in his grasp, and a layer of dark matter above her skin made sure that she never touched heaven and earth's light. Flames came out of Noah's mouth and seeped inside the dark matter that covered Melissa. The higher energy replicated his innate ability and burnt the corpse, sending its power back to Noah. The third attack with the cursed sword had destroyed his body even further, but the energy contained in Melissa's dantian fixed all his injuries. Noah returned at his peak during the escape, and only his overwhelming bloodl continued to flow out of his figure. That aspect of the drawbacks would usually make Noah lose his cool. The violent thoughts generated by the bloodl carried an immense power, but his mind seemed partially immune to them after his period as a devil. The anger carried by the other worlds had affected his mental walls. It had modified their structure and made them resistant to that feeling. Noah could benefit from that transformation since the bloodl carried a similar vibe. His mind thrived among that violence. It even used part of it as fuel for the demonic deduction technique. Robert and the others soon came out of the area affected by the violent dark matter. Injuries filled their bodies, but heaven and earth quickly healed them. Still, their worry only intensified when they saw the dark world in the sky. "Damned coward!" Rebecca shouted while pointing her hands toward the dark world. Robert and Castor imitated her. Massive spells shot out of their figures and clashed on the dark world, destroying the technique in a single exchange. Yet, the leaders didn't find Noah even after the dark matter vanished. "We must find him," Rebecca continued to shout, and Castor shared her panic. Only Robert managed to remain calm in that situation. It was clear that Noah was trying to buy himself some time, and panicking wouldn't bring the group closer to a solution. Another black sea suddenly materialized among the sky. Robert could almost see Noah's mocking expression when his eyes landed on that technique. The dark world was clearly a decoy, but the leaders had to fall for it anyway. The trio released another wave of spells and destroyed the second dark world, but a third sea suddenly enveloped them. Noah had used their offensive to surround the experts with the technique stealthily. The leaders didn't even sense him in that situation. "He is toying with us," Castor shouted as a large patch of dark matter crumbled and cleared his surroundings. "Let's destroy the entire area," Rebecca proposed. "He won't be able to dodge an attack at that level." Robert remained silent. The dark world shattered in his vision, but more black seas appeared in the sky and hid its white radiance. Some respect for his opponent appeared in his mind. Robert had never met such a canny and ruthless warrior. Noah embodied the very meaning of defiance. The sole fact that Noah had managed to put 4 solid-stage experts in that situation was a victory. Robert didn't let his mind feel despair even if he knew which events would unfold in the next minutes. Noah would continue to buy himself time, and the 3 leaders wouldn't be able to do anything against that. They could barely keep up with his offensive. Chasing him through his countless tricks was simply impossible. Robert remained silent as he accepted that outcome. His companions continued to shout and propose tactics, but he limited himself to turn toward the blinding pillar in the distance. Heaven and earth were about to lose a powerful member of their system, but they didn't do anything to stop the event. They only cared about defeating the other world's will, but they wouldn't mind sacrificing entire armies in the process. Those rulers saw the cultivators who joined their system as nothing more than expendable pawns. Heaven and earth forced experts to give up on their laws, and they offered nice advantages in exchange. Yet, they never really cared for those existences. When did I become so weak? Robert eventually whispered. Robert had opposed heaven and earth during his life. That was the standard path that every cultivator had to travel to reach the higher ranks. However, he had ended up falling for their presence after enduring countless punishments. That was also normal. Existences far stronger than him had decided to side with heaven and earth since they didn't find a way out of their punishments. Death was the only other available option. Yet, his belief inevitably destabilized in front of Noah. Robert saw how an existence with a lower cultivation level could freely toy with them without triggering heaven and earth's reaction. "What did you say?" Rebecca asked as hope shone in her eyes. Rebecca had accepted that Robert was stronger than her, but she didn't manage to hear Robert's words. Her attention had been on the various dark worlds that materialized in the sky. The spectacle of darkness and light had made her unable to mind her companion. "Nothing," Robert sighed. "Melissa is dead. We need to defeat him as three." "How can you say something like that?" Rebecca asked. "Melissa must be among this darkness," Castor added. "We can save her if we work together." Robert shook his head, and his companions widened their eyes at that sight. They couldn't understand why Robert had already given up on Melissa, but part of them silently shared his feelings. Everything unfolded as Robert had predicted. Noah used the shadow domain and the dark worlds to cover his tracks while night and his law damaged Melissa's existence. Noah left the shadow domain only to deploy the dark world and create baits for his opponents. He never stopped during his escape, and his energy depleted at a fast pace due to the relentless use of his techniques. Night kept Noah updated on Melissa's condition. The corpse had long since burnt in the black flames, but a layer of dark matter still isolated her law from the outside world. The process didn't take long, but it still felt like an eternity to Noah. The dark world didn't consume much energy, but the shadow domain forced his dantian to go overboard. The constant destruction of his technique also weighed on his energy reserves, but those details never managed to affect his ecstasy. "It's over," Night eventually transmitted through the mental connection. "Are you sure about that?" Noah asked. "Completely certain," Night replied. "Check again," Noah ordered. "I've just done it," Night complained. "Do it again," Noah ordered. "We can't allow any slip-ups. I don't want to see heaven and earth resurrecting her again. There is nothing left in your grasp." Night snorted. "What do you even want me to inspect? Your darkness has already eaten the mutated laws." Noah stopped escaping at that point. A quick inspection confirmed that Night was right. The sack of dark matter didn't contain any law anymore. Every trace of Melissa had left the world. Noah hesitated. He wanted to check if he had succeeded in killing Melissa, but the fear that heaven and earth would resurrect her still filled his mind. However, Noah couldn't do anything else in that situation. Night had severed Melissa's connection with heaven and earth, and his law had mutated her existence. His dark matter had even devoured her power, leaving Noah with nothing but a mass of his own energy. "I need to test this," Noah eventually sighed. Robert, Castor, and Rebecca had never stopped inspecting the dark worlds that appeared in the sky. Still, surprise dawned on their face when those techniques vanished. The dark matter dispersed and flowed back toward a humanoid figure. The leaders could finally lay their eyes on Noah again, but their worry only intensified at that sight. Noah appeared to be in perfect condition. His injuries had vanished, and his ambition still shone among the sky. Melissa's corpse wasn't in his grasp anymore either, and a curious expression filled his face. "What did you do with her?" Rebecca shouted, but Noah didn't mind her in the slightest. Noah kept his eyes on the sky. His attention would go on the blinding pillar every once in a while, but he seemed to have no intention to move. Robert heaved a loud sigh. Noah's behavior spoke clearly to his mind. It was evident that Noah was waiting for heaven and earth to do something. Castor studied Robert's expression before moving his attention on the pillar. He had also understood what had happened, but hope still shone in his eyes. Rebecca eventually reached the same conclusion as her companions, and her eyes also fell on the blinding pillar. She had tasted Noah's power firsthand, but she didn't dare to lose faith in heaven and earth. The light didn't move nor change its behavior. It continued to illuminate the sky, but it didn't send any power to resurrect Melissa. Heaven and earth remained silent at her death. "Where are you keeping Melissa?" Castor asked as his hopes began to crumble. Noah didn't even hear the expert. His whole attention was on the pillar. He struggled to believe that he had succeeded in the task, but heaven and earth's silence was slowly clearing his doubts. "I told you that she was dead." Night snorted through the mental connection. "I never joke around when it comes to light. We are dealing with powers that we can't understand." Noah replied, "It's only normal to be careful." Night didn't speak anymore. Truth be told, the pterodactyl shared Noah's doubts, but the world was clearing them. Heaven and earth didn't even seem to notice Melissa's death. They remained silent and ignored the battlefield altogether. "We really did it," Noah shouted in his mind, but he quickly suppressed the happiness that was trying to reach his expression. A cold smile appeared on his face as he turned toward the three experts. His ambition even skyrocketed once he confirmed the death of his solid-stage opponent. Noah had consumed his potential for night in the past, but his law was generating more of it after his last achievement. "I told you," Noah announced in a cold tone. "Your immortality is quite weak. Your rulers didn't even notice that she is dead." His cold laugh followed his taunt. Noah had yet to turn the battle in his favor, but he had taken the first step toward that goal. "How can he accomplish so much?" Castor snorted while focusing on Noah. "He is only a liquid-stage hybrid. One of my fingers should carry more power than his entire existence." "It's clear that we are dealing with a monster," Robert sighed. "I have never seen such a powerful existence. He lives in a different realm." "What's up with you?" Rebecca snorted at that comment. "Did you start to like him? We can't allow ourselves to go soft against him." Rebecca and Castor had a closer relationship with Melissa. The three of them had ruled over a floating lake since the beginning of the crisis. They knew Robert from before the Devils, but he was nothing more than a name in the previous political system for them. Melissa's death had created tension in their relationship, especially since Robert didn't appear bothered by the event. He had accepted it silently without showing any sorrow. "Don't you dare to question my loyalty toward heaven and earth," Robert replied, "but don't expect me to underestimate my opponents blindly. He deserves our acknowledgement and respect." Robert then pointed at Noah before shouting a question. "What's your name?" One of Noah's eyebrows arched. He didn't expect that development, especially since Otto had learnt his name from heaven and earth. "Noah Bulvin," Noah replied, and the ambition that flowed out of his figure added deep meanings to his words. "Defying demon works too." "You can call me Robert," Robert shouted. "You have my deepest respect." Robert performed a bow that surprised his companions and Noah. His loyalty toward heaven and earth couldn't stop his actions. The expert had to express how he felt. His very existence demanded that. "Maybe you aren't a lost cause," Noah laughed. "What do you think about switching sides? I'm sure I can rearrange your existence, though it might require a few deaths." "You should ask this after defeating me," Robert snorted. "Too late," Noah growled as his greed spread through the sky. "I already want you." Noah raised his swords and prepared himself to resume his offensive, but a heavy pressure suddenly fell on the entire area. That energy came from the white pillar, and its arrival forced every battle to a stop. The improved sharks, the devils, and Noah instinctively turned to look at an empty spot in the sky. They could feel that something was about to come from that area. Robert, Rebecca, Castor, and the other cultivators fighting in the distance imitated their enemies. They pointed their eyes at the sky and waited for heaven and earth to make their move. The pillar of light suddenly released a massive amount of its energy and sent it toward that spot. The blinding radiance of the sky intensified as the whiteness created an immense vortex. "Don't tell me," Noah gasped while studying the vortex. The portal led toward higher areas of the sky, But Noah knew that the other side of the immortal lands didn't have other forces. Still, he had learnt from Great Builder about the existence of other organizations hidden in the white layer that surrounded the higher plane. A series of human figures slowly came out from the blinding center of the vortex. Multiple powerful auras spread through the sky and covered the entire region. The white radiance slowly dimmed and revealed the army that had gathered in the sky. Noah almost couldn't believe his consciousness when he sensed a rank 9 aura spreading from that group and covering entire regions with its heavy pressure. However, a second breathtaking event followed the arrival of those troops. A roar came out from a distant spot and made the entire battlefield tremble. Noah's instincts shook again. He could understand the power behind that roar. The cry belonged to a rank 9 magical beast that had announced its desire to fight the cultivators from the sky. What is even happening? Noah shouted in his mind. The battlefield had turned upside down in a matter of seconds. 2 rank 9 existences had suddenly announced their presence. Noah didn't even know where to begin to create hypotheses. Noah could understand that heaven and earth's plan featured the troops living inside the sky. He could see that the army of cultivators that had come out of the vortex wielded weapons that made his instincts scream in fear. However, he didn't expect a rank 9 magical beast to be nearby. Noah expanded his consciousness to inspect the source of the deafening scream, and his senses almost went dark when they reached his target. A tall white lion had appeared on the horizon. The creature was quite big, and its mane seemed able to fuse with the environment. Space bent whenever its hair fluttered in the wind, and heaven and earth's laws fell apart during that process. The second mutated species, Noah exclaimed in his mind. His prediction had turned out to be correct. Noah had guessed that other living beings could have benefited from the mutations, but he didn't expect that they would involve a rank 9 existence. The specimen must have lived in the windy regions, Noah thought. It would explain why it didn't clash with the sharks and didn't react to the devils. Noah wanted to study the lion further, but he couldn't waste time in that situation. He couldn't remain on the battlefield anymore. The fight had entered a realm that he couldn't affect. Robert, Rebecca, and Castor seemed to share his surprise. They appeared unaware of the details behind heaven and earth's plan, and the arrival of the rank 9 specimen left them speechless. Still, they didn't panic. The 3 leaders knew that the new troops were on their side, and cultivators were generally stronger than magical beasts anyway. The rank 9 expert could take care of the lion. Only a rebellious will could give birth to such a filthy creature. The rank 9 cultivator whispered, and his words spread through entire regions. Noah's ears hurt when the expert's words reached him. They seemed able to dig right through his existence and ruin his centers of power. They sounded like weapons meant to destroy heaven and earth's enemies. The lion didn't remain silent at that announcement. A second deafening cry came out of its mouth and destroyed the sound waves generated by the cultivator. Both Noah and the weaker cultivators suffered during the clash between the 2 rank 9 existences. Mere words and roars were enough to make them puke blood. Noah didn't dare to linger in the area. He didn't even feel the slightest tinge of hesitation. His figure disappeared as he entered the shadow domain and began his great escape. "I'll kill you before dealing with that creature," the rank 9 cultivator announced, and his words reached the insides of the shadow domain. Noah saw cracks spreading through the edges of his dark dimension. His technique crumbled in mere seconds, and the white light of the sky soon shone on his figure again. The sound wave generated by the expert's voice didn't hurt him at that time, but Noah didn't take joy in that feature. The event had proved that the cultivator could deal with the shadow domain easily. His greatest movement technique had failed him. What do I do now? Noah wondered as panic began to spread through his mind. Noah knew the answer to that question. There wasn't much that he could do in that situation. Even his defying power couldn't handle rank 9 existences. "What are you waiting for?" Noah roared while turning toward the lion. The cultivators couldn't understand that language, but Noah didn't obtain the desire effects. The lion wouldn't take orders from a weaker existence. The creature remained in the distance, and its eyes only minded the rank 9 cultivator. "Heaven and earth sentence you to death," the rank 9 cultivator announced while raising his hand toward the sky. His fingers began to close to form a fist, and a heavy pressure surrounded Noah at that gesture. The attack followed the cultivator's action. His pace matched the movements of the expert's hand. Noah saw the world closing on him. Heaven and earth's whiteness gathered around him and created a shrinking prison ready to squeeze his body to death. There was no way out of that situation. Noah couldn't deal with that amount of power. His movement techniques and shadow domain were useless against the cultivator's energy. "Is your power just for show?" Noah roared toward the lion. "Does a single human scare you so much?" Noah continued to throw taunts toward the lion. The rank 9 specimen was his only hope to escape the cultivator's attack, and his cries slowly managed to anger it. The pressure closed quickly, but it suddenly halted when a second rank 9 aura appeared in the distance. The human troops couldn't help but stare in disbelief at the arrival of another rank 9 lion. The lions shot forward, and the ground began to tremble due to the might released during their movements. Roars also filled the environment and forced space to twist. The pressure around Noah soon shattered under the assault of those sound waves. Noah used that chance to deploy the dark world again and try to escape as fast as possible. But the shockwaves ended up destroying his technique. It seemed that his personal dimension was too weak to endure that offensive. "Fine," Noah snorted in his mind while spitting a mouthful of blood. "I will endure this with my body." Noah shot in the distance without deploying any additional technique. He didn't even rely on spells since they were mostly useless in that situation. The roars or the cultivators would simply destroy them with their pressure. His figure transformed into a blade that pierced the sky and left the region in an instant. Noah had chosen his direction randomly, but he didn't care about his destination as long as it didn't lead to more rank 9 existences. Noah flew as fast as he could. Sound waves continued to land on his body and interrupted his technique, but he always resumed sprinting. It didn't matter how much blood he spat during the escape. Remaining on the battlefield wasn't an option anymore. The rank 9 man appeared annoyed to see Noah escaping, but he didn't try to catch him. The sound waves made the sky too fragile, and even his spells suffered against two powerful magical beasts. Noah flew at full speed until a few familiar figures appeared in his vision. King Elbaz and the rest of his team saw Noah and gestured to him to follow them. Noah didn't hesitate to do as they said, and he soon ended up in an underground structure covered with golden inscriptions. His team had already built a temporary home, and that was enough for the time being. "What the heck was that?" Luke shouted while the group moved through the underground structure. "How am I supposed to know?" Noah replied, "We are talking about rank 9 existences. I don't even know how to find them. What do we do now?" King Elbaz asked while checking the state of his inscriptions. "We leave the area and never return to this damned place," Noah announced. "The situation has become too complicated for existences at our level. The mission is over. We must return to the other side of the immortal lands." "Leaving already?" Robert's voice resounded through the underground structure before purple drops began to pierce the inscribed ceiling and destroy the golden lines. The group wanted to continue their escape, but the underground structure crumbled before they could fly past the attack. Whiteness flooded the tunnel, and a familiar trio appeared above them. "Why are you even following us?" Noah asked while inspecting the area. "I thought your friends would take over the situation now." "They have the magical beasts to handle," Robert explained. "Still, Lord Augustus has told us to execute those who have rebelled against heaven and earth. His words are absolute. Let's kill each other after we put some distance from the battlefield." Noah shouted, but Robert and his companions didn't seem willing to wait. Spells gathered around their figures. Robert, Castor, and Rebecca didn't only rely on their weaker laws there. They also used their actual existence to create different abilities that targeted the other members of Noah's group. King Elbaz and the others didn't develop any immunity to heaven and earth's laws, so the three leaders could use their real power against them. The situation looked awful for Noah's group. Nothing seemed able to get them outside of the spell's range. Noah didn't hesitate to point the cursed sword toward his opponents. He wouldn't die without putting up a fight, but the battlefield ended up saving him before he could attack. The lions and the new army clashed, and a massive shockwave spread from their position. The power generated by the two forces destroyed entire regions and reached Noah's position, destabilizing the spells threatening his well-being. The shockwave flung Robert's group away and created an opening for Noah's team. The experts left the underground structure and began to fly in a different direction in the hope of escaping the fury of the battlefield. A white radiance flashed in the sky and sent energy to Robert's group. The leader's injuries healed in an instant and allowed them to chase Noah's team. The experts could rely on their real laws during their pursuit, and their speed turned out to be far higher than their targets. "We can't shake them off," King Elbas commented, but Noah didn't mind that. Noah didn't lie to Robert before. He wanted the expert to join his organization, but the arrival of rank 9 existences had ruined his plans. Yet, Noah wouldn't mind resuming his battle against the 3 solid-stage cultivators once the battlefield was far away. "We have already dealt with rank 9 existences before," Noah explained. "Fighting them is impossible at our current level. Let's put as much distance as possible from the battlefield and hope that the lions buy us enough time to defeat our opponents." No one could complain about Noah's plan. Their situation was quite clear. They couldn't shake the leaders off, so a fight was inevitable. "The pig, Fergie, Elbas, and Luke will take care of Rebecca," Noah ordered. "Wilfred and Divine Demon will handle Castor. I'll defeat the last guy. Let's try to finish everything quickly." That division wasn't random. Noah had created every team after a quick evaluation of his friends. The weaker assets would take care of the wounded leader, while the strongest would handle Castor. Noah could deal with the strongest leader by himself due to his resistance to heaven and earth's law. Moreover, he wanted Robert to switch sides, so he had to handle the matter personally. Robert and his companions reached Noah's team in a few seconds, but a wave of attacks forced them to stop their chase temporarily. King Elbas and the others launched massive abilities toward their opponents, and Noah made sure to envelop those blows with his existence. Noah's team managed to gain a few more seconds, allowing them to escape deeper into the Immortal lands. However, Robert's group caught up quickly, and the defenses that covered their body made any other attempt to stall the situation useless. Noah had transmitted what he had learnt about the trio's abilities during the escape. King Elbas and the others were ready to face those opponents. The only problem in the plan was the need to rely on the lions. The experts lost their momentum immediately, and Noah's group didn't waste that chance. They divided themselves according to Noah's orders and began to focus on their opponents. Noah shot through the destruction generated by his attack while dark matter enveloped his figure. The last blow had required the cursed sword, so his body was enduring huge drawbacks. A purple halo filled his vision, but Noah thrust his blades to create a hole in that defensive spell. His eyes could soon notice Robert's figure at the end of that damaged spot, and Noah's weapons didn't hesitate to flash again. A straight singularity pierced the tunnel and tried to land on Robert, but the latter's existence exploded outward and destroyed Noah's attempt to end the battle quickly. The explosion also involved the other battlefields. Rebecca and Castor suffered from his discharge of energy, but heaven and earth took care of their injuries. They even rebuilt Robert in a matter of seconds. "That wasn't too bad," Robert snorted. Robert feared Noah's laws more than death. Heaven and earth would always bring him back even if his existence detonated. But those rulers wouldn't be able to do anything if Noah tainted him. The expert was using his situation to his advantage. Having heaven and earth's backing allowed him to resort to ruthless plans without even risking losing something. Noah didn't mind that detail. He had already accepted that Robert was quite resourceful, but the expert was alone now. Noah could use all his tricks on him and force him to lower his head as a sign of submission. A dense layer of his toxic substance clashed with the singularity and blocked the attack. Robert had managed to stop a slash generated through the cursed sword even if he only had weaker laws. Did he learn so much about my attacks already? Noah wondered at that sight. Robert's laws could adapt to his opponents. It had almost been able to exploit Noah's weaknesses before, but now it seemed capable of countering his attacks too. "The time for games is over," Robert announced. "You have kept me alive for too many exchanges. I have learnt enough about your law to develop countermeasures to all your techniques. I still have tricks at hand, Noah replied in a cold tone as a smile appeared on his face. They will be over soon, Robert commented, and the toxic energy around him transformed into a series of needle-shaped attacks that began to rain toward Noah. Noah had partially lied to Robert. He didn't have many tricks left. Actually, he only had one ability that the experts had yet to see. That situation prevented Noah from creating various tactics that could help him surprise his opponent. Plans and strategies couldn't help him anymore. It was time to go all out and see if his abilities could defeat Robert's full power. The dark world expanded and faced the rain of toxic masses. The needle-shaped attacks pierced the dark matter and created large holes in Noah's technique, but the latter still managed to use those short seconds. Noah used the dark world to hide his movements and teleport behind Robert. The expert promptly turned, but blades stabbed his neck before he could deploy abilities. Corrosive aura spread through Robert's flesh while the blades dug deeper into his body. Noah was using the entirety of his physical power during the attack, but he still struggled to pierce Robert's body. Defensive spells covered Robert both inside and outside his body. He wouldn't give Noah a chance to kill him. Melissa's death had taught him how things would end if his consciousness went dark. Noah didn't give up. His companions materialized around Robert and deployed their abilities to help in the attack, but the expert's toxic substance covered the area and forced Noah to back up. Purple patches spread on the fiendish armor, but the black hole quickly replaced the tainted energy and allowed Noah to resume his offensive. Robert did the same due to the seconds gained during his discharge of power, and the two experts soon found themselves flying toward each other. Noah waved his weapons toward Robert, and the latter created a sword-shaped mass of toxic energy that clashed with the blades. Noah succeeded in piercing his opponent's technique, but the attack turned out to be a trap. The mass of energy exploded once Noah's weapons pierced it. Purple spots shot in every direction and ended up touching his skin. Robert's attack managed to destroy the various defenses on Noah's body and infect him again. Noah covered the area with black flames, and the dark world followed them to enhance their innate power. The dark matter gained his fire's properties and burnt the various toxic masses that had accu.mulat in the sky. Their energy healed some of his injuries, but his condition remained far from ideal. The cursed sword had never stopped hurting Noah. His body under the fiendish armor was in pieces, but he didn't dare to stop his offensive. He couldn't let Robert rest for even a second. A large cut had opened on Robert's shoulder. Noah's attack had partially touched him, but heaven and earth promptly sent light to fix that wound. Yet Noah's aura expanded before that light could hit Robert. His existence mutated the energy sent by heaven and earth and made it useless for his opponent. Robert snorted at that scene, but his attention never left Noah. He saw how his opponent's weapons flashed with a dark light before releasing a massive singularity that tried to engulf his figure. The expert quickly tried to summon his toxic wall, but a dark halo suddenly enveloped the area. Robert initially thought that Noah had deployed the dark world again, but he soon understood that the technique was different. The laws in the area screamed as heaven and earth lost control of them. Robert found himself able to inspect those details, but his body wouldn't answer his commands. He moved far slower than usual. Time seemed to have frozen around him. Noah used Chandle's ability to stop Robert for a short instant. His technique didn't manage to freeze the cultivator completely, but it gave him enough time to land a proper blow. The singularity flew past the half-formed toxic wall and landed on Robert. His defenses began to crumble under that attack, but Noah materialized in front of him before he could break free of Chandle's technique. Noah quickly slashed with his weapons while Robert began to move normally again. The expert regained control over his abilities when the swords pierced his skin and dug through his flesh. Robert did his best to reinforce his insides, but Noah's had succeeded in making him waste a lot of energy. His defenses were mostly down after facing the previous attack, and Noah didn't dare to let that chance go. Chandle's ability had almost doubled Noah's offensive output. He had the chance to hit Robert with two of his most powerful attacks at the same time. Robert had learnt how to counter Noah's offensive, but the latter had doubled his attack power. The delay had given him the chance to fuse two blows. His blades cut through Robert's chest and reached its center. Corrosive aura spread from the weapons and flowed inside his flesh. Moreover, Noah even kicked the expert's waist to destroy most of it. Snore and Night materialized next to Robert at the same time. Their offensive fell on the expert instantly and helped Noah, restraining him. Robert lost 2 arms and most of his lower body in a single offensive. Noah had used all his tricks to put him in that situation, and he didn't dare to waste it. Robert could still use his mental energy, but it was useless with the corrosive aura surrounding his dantian. It was clear that the expert had lost. Noah had overwhelmed his opponent, but the latter had heaven and earth on his side. "Killing me won't help you," Robert revealed. "Look at my companions. Your friends won't be able to defeat them. They can't win against our true power." Robert was right, and Noah only took an instant to confirm his words. His consciousness expanded until it reached his friends, and their situation was far from ideal. Rebecca had almost reverted to a liquid stage cultivator, so King Elbaz and his team could handle her rather well. Still, the power wielded through heaven and earth was so strong that her opponents continued to struggle against her. Castor's situation was different. Wilfred and Divine Demon were fighting him, but they seemed unable to touch his figure. The expert continued to use his strange moves to destroy techniques and spread his power toward his opponents. The scene didn't look good. Solid stage cultivators even had deeper energy reserves, so Noah's friends would probably exhaust their power before their opponents. Noah didn't answer, but his threatening law began to flow inside Robert. It didn't matter that the expert had lost most of his body. Noah still wanted to transform him into one of his underlings. "No killing," Robert asked while showing a smile, but Noah pressed forward. His corrosive aura continued to destabilize Robert's existence, and night had long since entered his body. The severing from heaven and earth's laws had already begun, but Noah wanted more from the expert. His ambition slowly triggered a transformation. Robert's figure began to mutate as Noah remained connected to his chest. Flesh and bones transformed and turned Robert into an existence that didn't have any connection with heaven and earth. Robert struggled for a while, but he eventually gave up on trying to free himself. Noah had cornered him. Still, he didn't seem too sad about that outcome. Robert revealed a broad smile that didn't reflect the state of his injuries. Noah felt slightly surprised at that sight, but he soon understood the reason behind that gesture. "Did you grow bored of heaven and earth so quickly?" Noah asked while keeping his voice down. "I didn't believe to be so convincing. Your words were nothing more than childish taunts," Robert whispered. "But your power showed me a path that I have failed to see in my journey. Do you want to use me to pursue a cultivation journey free of heaven and earth's control?" Noah asked. "Of course," Robert replied. "The method doesn't matter as long as I can reach my goals. Is that a problem for you?" "Not at all," Noah laughed. "That's the only determination I'm willing to accept. I might end up betraying you if your path turns out to be another failure." Robert imitated his cold laugh. "Who cares?" Noah shouted as his ambition intensified. A crazy laugh came out of Noah's mouth as his existence continued to transform Robert's law. Night never stopped severing the expert from heaven and earth, and the mutations helped the companion in the process. Noah felt ecstatic. His potential had increased after defeating Melissa, and the sole idea of stealing one of heaven and earth's followers improved his mood further. His pride and anger joined the sheer output of power released by his law. Noah's newly improved features targeted heaven and earth and quickened the transformation. Robert's condition worsened. Heaven and earth didn't manage to heal his injuries since Noah was in the way, and the ambition didn't help his state either. Death was necessary when it came to that type of transformation. Robert couldn't directly mutate into a being that didn't belong to heaven and earth. The expert had given up on his law to fuse it with the world system, so Noah basically had to rebuild him. Of course, Robert still retained a stable foundation. Noah's ambition didn't need to start from scratch. It could use the expert's law and modify it until it returned to a state that suited him without belonging to heaven and earth system. "Don't devour him," Noah ordered while dark matter came out of his figure and enveloped Robert. His pride had developed a tight connection with his hunger after the transformation. Noah didn't think that the black hole would eat Robert by mistake, but he still reminded his existence about his DSIRES. The dark matter quickened Robert's transformation. It applied a procedure similar to Fergie's rebirth. Noah's higher energy began to imitate Robert's new existence and sever its ties with the black hole to become part of the expert's body. Noah knew how dangerous the outcome of that process could be. He was transforming an existence that he couldn't hope to control even after establishing a silent leader-underling relationship. The process would give Robert the chance to defeat Noah since it removed his greatest weakness. The absence of heaven and earth's laws would make Robert able to use his real might against Noah, and the transformation would even improve his foundation. However, Noah didn't care about those details. Placing restraints on the expert's mind also went against his belief. His underlings had to be free. He didn't want to have puppets in his organization. The other battles continued while Noah kept Robert sealed inside a chrysalis made of dark matter. King Elbaz led Luke, Fergie, and the Foolery in a fierce fight against Rebecca. The expert had lost a lot of her power after her deaths, but she still retained the cultivation level of a solid-stage cultivator. Rebecca didn't even have to rely on a weaker law against her opponents. She could show her true power while benefiting from heaven and earth's constant support. King Elbaz and the others found themselves unable to do anything in that situation. Winning a few exchanges required their full power and didn't lead to any decent outcome. Rebecca always healed her injuries through heaven and earth's light, and she never depleted her energy. Divine Demon and Wilfred were even worse off. They were monsters among experts at the same cultivation level, but their opponent was a fully fledged solid-stage expert that never exhausted his energy. Castor didn't suffer during his battle against Noah. His existence brimmed with power that heaven and earth made immortal. Wilfred and Divine Demon managed to put up a fight, but their struggles felt pointless. Needless to say, Noah's companions soon began to feel desperate about their situation. Their opponents were immortal beings that their laws couldn't affect. Even King Elbaz's mighty expertise couldn't find a solution to that issue so quickly. Their glances would fall on Noah from time to time. He was the only existence capable of tampering with heaven and earth's laws and inflict lasting injuries on those immortal experts, but he seemed too busy at the moment. King Elbaz and the others could only endure Castor and Rebecca's reckless assault as they waited for Noah to complete his battle. They didn't completely rely on him, but their struggles didn't seem to lead anywhere. "It's done," Night eventually transmitted through the mental connection. The pterodactyl returned inside Noah's figure and resumed its recovery. Night had yet to fix its wing, and only the black hole could help in the matter. A layer of dark matter continued to remain around Robert. Night had severed his connection with heaven and earth, but the transformation had yet to end. Noah oversaw the transformation, but he didn't do anything to affect the process. Robert had to mutate on his own to obtain suitable results, and he still needed some time. A vortex eventually manifested in front of Noah. The black chrysalis became the center of an intense pulling force that began to affect the environment. Waves of energy fell prey to the pulling force and began to converge toward the chrysalis. Even the power that heaven and earth sent to Rebecca and Castor ended up flying toward Robert due to his influence. Noah's dark matter didn't contain enough power to fuel the transformation of a solid-stage cultivator. Robert required another source of energy, and the world couldn't oppose that DSIRE. The chrysalis increased in size as energy amassed in its insides. Noah slowly removed his weapons and stored the cursed sword before burning part of the power that Robert was absorbing. The process had reached its final stages. Robert didn't even need Noah's ambition anymore. He would continue to transform until his new existence stabilized. Noah's flames didn't affect the transformation. He knew how that process worked, and stealing a bit of energy from the pulling force wouldn't hurt Robert in the slightest. Moreover, he had to fix the damage inflicted by the cursed sword, so he didn't mind delaying his underling's rebirth. A crack eventually appeared in the chrysalis. Waves of dark matter flowed back inside Noah's body and filled him with the energy that Robert didn't use during the transformation. A humanoid figure that featured a single small horn on the left side of his forehead became visible among the black currents. Robert appeared among the white sky again, but his existence had changed completely. Heaven and earth expressed their rage at that scene. A single lightning bolt fell on Robert's figure, but the attack crumbled when it touched his new aura. Its energy even fused with his body and nourished his flesh. The expert's new law was a product of Noah's ambition. It shared the same resistance against heaven and earth. Robert was similar to a devil now. The tribulation didn't stop there, but a wave of dark matter promptly shot toward the incoming lightning bolts. Noah still needed energy, and heaven and earth had given him the chance to obtain it. Noah's dark matter copied the features of his flames and continued to burn the lightning bolts until it reached the source of the tribulation. The dark clouds that had gathered in a random spot among the sky burnt under the power carried by Noah's attack. Their energy then flowed back to his body and healed the injuries caused by the cursed sword. Noah pressed on until the black clouds completely vanished. His body had almost returned to its peak by then, and only his bloodl.ud.t still carried traces of his previous battle. How does it feel to be an enemy of heaven and earth? Noah asked without turning to look at his new underling. A sudden dangerous sensation appeared in his mind, but his hand flashed before Robert could complete the attack. Noah found himself holding the expert's wrist. His companions had even surrounded him on different spots. A purple substance had come out of Robert's fingers. The expert had tried to attack Noah right after the transformation, but he wore a mocking smile on his face. It seemed that he had no real intention to hurt Noah. "Testing my power so quickly?" Noah asked while his grip tightened. His companions imitated him. Snore enveloped the area with its massive body and placed one of its huge fangs on Robert's head. Duanlong laid its large mouth on his waist, and Night sat on his shoulder. The parasite's roots had also begun to stretch toward Robert. They seemed ready to shoot forward and pierce the expert's eyes. Only the demonic sword had remained still since it believed that Noah had the situation under control. "I'm sorry, leader," Robert explained. "I couldn't help myself. I haven't experienced such freedom in millennia." Robert tried to retract his hand, and Noah let him go. The expert then began to kneel, but Noah promptly kicked him on the chest and forced him to stand up. "Nobody kneels in my organization," Noah snorted. "I deserve that." Robert laughed while spitting a mouthful of blood. A tinge of fear had appeared in his mind. Noah had held himself back during the kick. Robert would have died otherwise. Robert had just come back to life, and his existence had completely changed. He lacked proper control over his new energy, so it couldn't stop Noah's attack. "Can you even fight?" Noah mocked Robert when he saw the scene. "Of course," Robert announced while wiping his mouth. "I only need to get used to my new form." "Use Rebecca as a training dummy," Noah ordered. "I'll take care of Castor." "Are you sure?" Robert asked in a surprised tone. "You have already fought for a long time. Let me handle the strongest opponent." "I want his energy," Noah explained without bothering to turn, and Robert remained speechless. A faint smile appeared on Robert's face. He had forgotten about the struggle for power, but Noah was forcing him to recall how the cultivation journey worked. Existences had to seize every chance to obtain energy, and Noah embodied that feeling. Wilfred and Divine Demon's situation was far from ideal, but they were monsters. Castor could completely overpower them, but he always failed to inflict severe injuries. Divine Demon had transformed a large chunk of the world into an azure mass that seemed able to resist Castor's strange techniques. His challenge during the battle involved that aspect of the expert's abilities and made him take a defensive role. Wilfred used Divine Demon's energy as a barrier while he launched a relentless offensive. His arms never stopped moving, and a storm of punches exploded in the air between Castor and him. His attacks rarely managed to hit the expert. Castor's strange techniques spread destruction in the very fabric of Wilfred's offensive and stopped only when they reached the azure barrier. Both sides appeared equally matched, but a second inspection would reveal that Divine Demon's energy was slowly losing ground. Moreover, blocking Castor's offensive made him deplete a lot of power. He would reach his limit soon, even with the world helping him. Wilfred's endurance was better off, but he found himself unable to reach Castor. His punches couldn't pierce through the expert's defenses. His battle prowess had yet to touch the solid-stage cultivator. Noah suddenly materialized above Castor. His demonic sword and the cursed sword fell downward to create a piercing singularity aimed at the expert's head. Castor didn't let that event catch him by surprise. His aura quickly expanded and tried to engulf Noah in a destructive wave of power that wanted to push him backward. The attack initially succeeded in pushing Noah's back, but the parasite promptly helped in the matter. Black roots and dark matter spread above the swords and covered their singularity with a corrosive aura. Castor couldn't do anything at that point. Noah was using the cursed sword and the entirety of his arsenal. His weaker law crumbled against Noah's attack and forced him to deploy an evasive maneuver. The singularity was too fast and big. Castor saw a large chunk of his CHEST disappearing during his escape, but he didn't let that scene stop him. Noah quickly disappeared to chase Castor. Dark matter covered his figure and suppressed the injuries caused by the cursed sword as his eyes followed the expert. Noah didn't want to give Castor the chance to recover. His offensive had to be relentless. Castor stopped in a distant spot among the sky. He couldn't try to reach the Allied army due to the battle among the rank 9 existences, but he still needed some time to recover. Noah's corrosive energy was expanding through his flesh and altering his existence. Even the parasite's aura carried his ambition and made his attack deadly for laws belonging to heaven and earth. Castor summoned heaven and earth's light, but a black shadow appeared above him before the sky could shine over his figure. The expert promptly performed one of his techniques. His hand slowly rose toward Noah and sent energy that seeped inside the matter and forced it to fall apart. The strange energy crushed a few roots and opened a crack in the fiendish armor. But Noah didn't let that offensive stop him. His blades pointed forward, and power began to accumulate on their structure. Danger filled Castor's instincts and forced him to deploy another evasive maneuver. Yet, he suddenly lost control of part of his power. A dense mass of dark matter even gathered around his figure and stopped any attempt to leave the area. Snore and Duanlong forced Castor to waste an additional second to free himself of their restraint. Noah didn't need anything else. A singularity shot out of his blades and landed on the expert's head. Castor's innate defenses tried to resist the attack. Everything inside him tried to preserve his mind and sacrifice disposable organs to keep the expert alive. However, a series of shockwaves exploded on his CHEST, and azure energy began to seep inside his injuries. Divine Demon and Wilfred didn't let Noah handle the battle by himself. They had followed him and had attacked as soon as they found an opening in Castor's defenses. Divine Demon's azure energy could counter Castor's law, so it weakened his defenses when it seeped inside his body. Wilfred's offensive carried the physical power of one of the strongest hybrids, so Castor's CHEST exploded into a gory spectacle. Noah's singularity finished piercing the expert after his companion's abilities destabilized his insides. Castor died right under the white sky, but Snore promptly expanded to block his connection with the light. The dark world expanded and enveloped Snore. The snake could release Castor and leave everything else to Noah and Night. The duo would take care of killing the expert for Real. Noah and Night had already started to perfect the process of severing heaven and earth's laws. The dark matter and the absence of external obstruction also allowed the duo to take care of Castor quickly and without interruptions. The mutated and severed energy released by Castor's corpse flowed through the dark matter and entered the black hole. Noah had no intention to create another underling. He only wanted the cultivator's power to satisfy his hunger. A sense of peace temporarily filled Noah. His hunger vanished for an instant, but defeating another solid-stage cultivator made his ambition intensify. That event enhanced the various aspects of his law. His pride intensified, so his hunger followed. The feeling that Noah had just appeased returned stronger than ever as his aura spread past his technique. The dark world eventually dispersed, but the sky didn't react to that event. Castor had died, and his law had left heaven and earth's system. Those rulers couldn't resurrect the expert since they didn't own his existence anymore. The white light shone on Noah again. He glanced toward the sky before heaving a deep sigh. He had almost become able to affect that immense structure, but his cultivation level still fell short. A glance at the battlefield where the rank 9 existences were fighting reminded Noah of his place. He was almost there, but he still needed to take a few steps forward. Noah didn't manage to see much on the battlefield. White light filled the area and blocked any attempt to understand which side was winning. The power released on that spot was too intense for his senses. Soon, Noah thought before turning toward his companions. Wilfred and Divine Demon had also glanced at the battlefield featuring 3 rank 9 existences, and their eyes carried the same feelings that had dawned on Noah's face. They wanted to join that fight, but their cultivation level wasn't ready for that realm. The trio eventually looked toward the other battlefield. Rebecca was still alive, but she had died many times while Noah had taken care of Castor. Robert's arrival had turned the scales of the battle in King Elba's group favor, but the expert had yet to master his new existence. He was stronger than Rebecca, but he didn't know how to use the devil's power. On the other hand, Rebecca wore a shocked expression. She couldn't believe that Robert had turned his back on heaven and earth. Her surprise didn't only come from his action. Rebecca didn't know that such a transformation was possible. Robert assaulted Rebecca with waves of toxic rain. The latter tried to fend off the attacks with heat waves that could cover the entire region, but she never managed to stop her opponent. King Elbaz and the others limited themselves to support Robert. They didn't need to do much in that situation since the expert could suppress Rebecca easily, but they still wanted to test their power against solid-stage cultivators. All of them had realized that they would have to fight far more heaven and earth's followers in the future. That was one of the greatest hindrances of the cultivation journey, so they had to learn how to deal with those immortal experts. Noah had found his solution, but they couldn't rely on him for everything. They had to invent their own methods and fuse them with their laws. Heaven and earth would find a way to suppress them otherwise. Noah could understand that mindset, but the situation didn't allow him to waste time. The group had to run away from rank 9 threats, so Rebecca had to die as quickly as possible. Robert continued to assault Rebecca with a barrage of spike-shaped purple masses. The attacks pierced the scorching waves of energy and engulfed the expert in a toxic storm. However, heaven and earth never stopped sending energy to heal her, and Robert had yet to find a way to use his influence to stop the process. Noah suddenly appeared between Rebecca and the wave of light that was shining on her figure. His aura expanded and created a dark patch that tainted heaven and earth's power and made it unable to heal the expert. "What have you done to him?" Rebecca shouted when she sensed Noah's arrival. "How can you affect heaven and earth's power so thoroughly?" Noah descended toward the expert and grabbed her neck. Rebecca had yet to fix her previous injuries, so her state was quite pathetic. "I'm their mistake," Noah explained. "You see heaven and earth as infallible beings, but their very existence is the result of a failure. They have flaws like every other creature in the world, and I am their embodiment." Noah didn't need to be so detailed in his explanation, but he wanted to see if the sky reacted to his announcement. After all, the other side of the immortal lands had given him many sources of energy already. He didn't mind triggering a few tribulations to satisfy his hunger again. Yet, the sky didn't care about his words. Heaven and earth remained silent even after his bold explanation. Noah was killing their followers, and they didn't mind those feats. "Wait!" Rebecca shouted when she felt Noah's grasp tightening. "Transform me too. I will be your underling and follow you everywhere. I don't even mind being your vanguard in the final battle against heaven and earth." "You fear death too much." Noah sighed as dark matter seeped out of his skin and covered Rebecca. "You don't even deserve your power. I'm not surprised that you ended up in heaven and earth's clutches." "No. Wait." Rebecca continued to beg Noah, but the dark matter soon silenced her. "I actually want to try something before snapping her neck," Noah thought, and an azure light began to shine from behind his eyes. Noah activated Supreme Thief's technique and tried to steal Rebecca's law. The expert could create scorching heat waves that Noah wanted to fuse with his flames. Yet, He didn't know whether he could seize laws from heaven and earth's followers. The azure light shone until it invaded Rebecca's mind, but its power couldn't find anything once it entered that space. Something was definitely off. It was as if the expert didn't carry any memory of her law. That was impossible. Noah had eaten castor before, and he had clearly seen thoughts coming out of his shattered mental sphere. Heaven and earth's followers retained their memories, but they seemed to exist in a realm that Supreme Thief's power couldn't reach. Noah crushed Rebecca's neck after he found his answer, and night promptly entered her figure. His ambition also started to mutate her law while his dark matter devoured her flesh. It didn't take much to sever Rebecca's existence from heaven and earth's system. The duo completed the procedure even faster at that time, and the dark matter around them could soon vanish to bring them back into the outside world. "Let's run," Noah ordered as Rebecca's energy flowed inside the black hole. "We have a long way ahead of us." Noah didn't have an exact plan, but remaining in those regions wasn't an option. He had even begun to feel tired after battling many enemies without resting. His companions had to regroup and gain a clear understanding of the situation before deciding on their next move. Noah and the rest of his group ran away as fast as possible to avoid the destruction behind them. Their senses didn't allow them to inspect the battlefield, but they didn't want to take any risk nonetheless. The group quickly arrived in areas where the battlefield's light couldn't reach, but they didn't stop. None of them believed that they could hide from heaven and earth, so they wanted to put as much distance as possible from the rank 9 existences. Noah had the beginning of a plan, but he lacked many essential factors. He had a goal, but he couldn't even begin to imagine how to reach it. Still, he didn't discuss the matter with his companions just yet. The group flew for entire years before deciding to stop in a random spot. King Elbaz immediately proceeded to cover the area with defenses, and Noah began to transform both ground and sky to make heaven and earth blind there. Noah also used that time to teach Robert how to manage his influence. The expert had already begun to grasp the basics behind that power, and Noah's company quickened that process. The duo could transform entire regions in a short time now that they worked together. Noah and Robert covered immense areas with their influence and stripped their laws away from heaven and earth's system. Having a large area that didn't belong to heaven and earth would give the group time to hide and react to eventual threats. Those rulers wouldn't be able to locate them easily there, and Noah's team was in desperate need of time. "Do we have a plan then?" King Elbaz asked once Noah and Robert returned from their task. The group had gathered inside an underground structure reinforced with many layers of inscriptions. Robert and Noah couldn't completely stop the white light with their influence, so they had to gather under the surface with their companions. "We have to return to the other side of the Immortal lands," Wilfred announced. "This place has become too dangerous now that rank 9 existences have started to appear." "That's a goal, not a plan," King Elbaz snorted. "He is always so grumpy," Divine Demon sighed. But King Elbaz ignored that remark to focus on the main topic. King Elbaz eventually glanced toward Noah. The latter was their best hope to leave, but the hindrances were in a realm that even he couldn't affect. Noah had considered a few approaches. He firmly believed that his new state gave him a high resistance against the chaotic laws of the stormy regions. His aura would share that ability so he could potentially protect his group during the travel. However, the stormy regions hid far more dangerous hindrances. Noah couldn't even begin to make a plan for an eventual meeting with a rank 9 creature. Nothing in his power could help him in that situation. A safer approach saw Noah and his group digging through the higher plane to reach the other side. Yet, that process could take millennia, and it always featured the chance of the team encountering terrain that they couldn't break. Noah's third plan involved the tunnel created by heaven and earth, but he wasn't sure whether that structure was still open. Also, those rulers could always close it while his group was inside it, so the situation would remain risky. "How far can you teleport us?" Noah asked King Elbaz. His recent training with the laws of space had granted him a higher understanding of those techniques. Noah and King Elbaz could theoretically work together to create a teleport that led directly on the other side of the Immortal lands. Still, the expert shook his head immediately. "The interference between the two sides is too great," King Elbaz explained. "I don't even know how thick the higher plane is. I have no confidence in creating something stable, and the procedure has a high risk of failing even in that case. We need to fly then, Fergie summarized. We only need to decide a direction now, Luke added. Noah's companions weren't stupid. They had all reached similar conclusions, even if they didn't consider the stormy regions as a viable path. The situation appeared quite awful. The group would remain stuck on that side of the immortal lands in the worst option, and that would likely lead to their death due to heaven and earth's followers. Didn't you arrive here through a dimensional tunnel? Robert eventually asked. A long passage filled with space hounds that leads near the floating lake occupied by rank 9 existences, King Elbaz explained. We only need to fly past the battlefield then, Robert announced. Why did we even retreat? We don't know if heaven and earth have kept the tunnel open. King Elbaz sighed while massaging his temples. I wonder why you keep recruiting idiots. Noah rolled his eyes, but his gaze eventually fell on Robert. The expert was far from stupid, so there had to be an explanation behind his naive announcement. Heaven and earth will never waste energy unless it's absolutely necessary, Robert explained. I have been their follower for many years, so I vaguely know how they think. The tunnel is still open since it requires power to close. I'm sure of that. The entire group glanced at Robert and inspected his gestures. They had yet to learn to trust him, so they wanted to understand if his words were sincere. Robert appeared completely honest, and even Noah couldn't sense anything off in his voice. Yet, an issue soon formed in his mind when he considered that plan. I bet heaven and earth will definitely close the tunnel once we enter it, Noah suggested. They will never let us escape, especially after we announced our position against them. That's obvious, Robert said while placing his hand on his chin and wearing a pensive expression. Reaching the other side of the immortal lands without heaven and earth's help seemed impossible. Noah and the others couldn't come up with a plan without great flaws. The group slowly started to accept that many of them could die during the travel. Stabilizing an existing tunnel is easier than blindly creating a new one, King Elbaz eventually announced. I might be able to build something according to my memories of that structure. However, I don't have enough power to activate the required inscribed items. You can count on me for that, Robert said while wearing a proud expression. You don't understand, King Elbaz sighed. We are talking about a dimensional tunnel that can pierce the immortal lands from side to side. Even the power of a rank 9 existence might not be enough to stabilize it after heaven and earth trigger its collapse. We make up with numbers then, Noah announced. Let's create an army and use its power to fuel the inscribed items. Where will you even find an army? Wilfred asked. This side of the immortal lands has many floating lakes, Noah explained. Some of them belong to organizations that oppose heaven and earth. I even left Harold with some of them with that task. And where is Harold now? King Elbaz asked. I guess it's time to find him, Noah laughed. Divine Demon, I bet that you can't guess where Harold is now? Challenge accepted, Divine Demon shouted, and azure energy began to sccu.mulate around his figure. However, a confused expression soon appeared on Divine Demon's face, and the expert turned toward Noah before asking something that left the entire group speechless. Who is Harold? King Elbaz had to work together with Divine Demon to divine Harold's position. It turned out that the expert's task had led him near the windy region, but finding his exact location was hard at that distance. Noah could only order his allies to move in that direction after the divination ended. Wasting time would only increase the risks, and he wasn't willing to deal with rank 9 existences just yet. The group couldn't move quickly. They had to remain hidden from heaven and earth's inspection, and that required time. Noah and Robert had to expand the mutated areas, and King Elbaz had to devise methods that could block the white light. Noah could take care of that part, but he preferred to use his ambition on his companions. King Elbaz and the others had to find counters to heaven and earth's power by themselves. But Noah's law could help in the task. His ambition could force their existence to evolve past their normal level and reach realms that reflected their true shape. The journey across the immortal lands proceeded slowly, but the experts didn't mind that since they had many projects at hand. Noah's companions had to prepare for the fight against heaven and earth, and he had one matter to solve. "Are you sure that you want to go through the workshops?" Noah asked, and the pig next to him didn't hesitate to nod. "I don't fear death," the foolery squealed, "but I don't like to remain behind. I've been too useless in this mission, and that's unacceptable." The foolery and the rest of its group had left the battlefield after Noah's arrival, but they had inspected the fights from a safe spot. The pig had seen the workshops modifying the sharks and improving their power, so it wanted a similar treatment. Noah inspected the foolery. The creature was a middle-tier magical beast that had started to develop a sea of consciousness due to his ambition. Its species would probably evolve on its own given enough time, but the pig wasn't willing to wait. "I can turn you into a hybrid," Noah replied. "I won't change your foundation, but I should give you the beginning of a law after the procedure ends. Still, you have to develop an existence on your own." "That's not a problem," the pig replied while raising its head toward the sky. "I know everything about laws. They are tasty." Noah ignored those last lines while sending his mental waves inside the pig. He didn't want to perform a quick transformation with the creature. He wanted the procedure to be as perfect as possible. The inspection didn't take much. Noah had studied those creatures for years, and his ambition had also affected their species for a long time. His instincts could immediately sense the various areas that needed improvements. The foolery's connection with Noah's ambition gave him an idea of what he had to do to force an evolution in its species. Still, the process required aspects of his existence that he had yet to master. The creature had to inherit the devil's power, and the lack of innate laws made the approach trickier. Robert had it easy since he already had a law. Noah's ambition only had to evolve it. Instead, the foolery needed something that didn't exist in the world, so Noah had to study the matter more in detail. Noah felt as if he had come back in the lower plane during his first experiments with the hybrids. He had to force the foolery to generate a law, so he had to consider all the aspects of its personality. Noah asked questions while his mental energy continued to study the foolery. He wanted to know how its flesh reacted to the various answers. He needed to memorize those details to invent a perfect transformation. Of course, his ambition would still do most of the work, but Noah wouldn't give up on the chance to push the transformation toward a better result. Noah enveloped the foolery in a sea of dark matter after he completed his study. The workshop activated, and his ambition flowed inside the technique. The group didn't stop moving during the procedure. Noah could carry the chrysalis around while continuing to mutate the environment. The foolery's evolution didn't affect the journey at all. The call from heaven and earth had attracted all the devils on the higher plane, but some mutated magical beasts remained on its surface. Those creatures had been smart enough not to fall for the ruler's bait, so they mostly avoided Noah's group. The smooth journey culminated once the group reached the windy regions. Noah and the others could finally find traces of Harold's army, so they could adjust their direction accordingly. "What should we even do after we join the army?" Luke asked as their destination drew closer. "Do we really have to jump in a battlefield that features rank 9 existences?" "We will do what we must to return to the other side of the immortal lands," Noah explained. "Many might die, but that's how the cultivation journey works. We are against the rulers of the world. It's meant to be hard. But it shouldn't be a suicide," Luke replied. "Do you prefer to remain here?" Noah asked. "The battle for this side of the immortal lands isn't over. The troops from the sky had special weapons, but the true rulers of these lands are the lions. I bet that the war will continue for centuries. It might even reach these regions." "We don't have a choice then," Luke sighed. "We don't," Noah continued. "I would like to transform this entire plane before leaving, but I don't know how long we have before heaven and earth's troops start a hunting session. We are too weak to stand a chance against them." Noah didn't wholly believe in those words. His group had a chance to turn the scales of the battle in his favor. Still, that would require an alliance with the lions. Noah even had faint leverage with those creatures. He could trigger better mutations, and those transformations didn't have a limit since his existence depended on his centers of power. Yet, Noah didn't even begin to consider that plan due to the obvious threat of the rank 9 existences. He wouldn't be able to control anything in an alliance with the lions, and leaving was the better option anyway. A massive army eventually appeared on the horizon as Noah's group flew deeper into the stormy region. The number of cultivators in the distance far surpassed Mora's organization. Harold had worked hard during the years spent exploring the Immortal lands. "I ended up finding a few organizations that wanted to join your battle," Harold shouted while approaching Noah. "We had to fight others, but our power increased thanks to those battles. How is the situation on your side?" "Heaven and Earth have sent an army led by a rank 9 existence," Noah explained, and pure fear fell on the 5 cultivators. "Don't worry," Noah continued. "A pack of lions led by 2 rank 9 specimens has arrived to fight them. We managed to escape quite easily." Harold and the others had chosen to ignore Heaven and Earth's call to continue gathering troops, but they felt glad to have remained on the sidelines now. They didn't expect the world to fall into such chaos in less than a century. Noah and the others informed Harold's group about the events near the floating lake. His army had gathered a few more liquid stage experts and weaker troops during the exploration of the Immortal lands, but Robert remained the strongest in terms of cultivation level. The overall power level of the army didn't matter for Noah. He only cared about their determination. Facing an organization that featured a rank 9 beings was an issue that he couldn't overcome with his law. So his companions obviously had doubts about the mission. The issue became even greater when it came to the natives of the other side of the Immortal lands. They didn't have another home waiting for them. Telling them to move and face a possible suicide mission was a lot when Noah was the only existence capable of granting power that could hurt Heaven and Earth. Harold's army didn't see Robert as Noah's equal in terms of source of mutations, and their judgment wasn't off tracks. They could sense both experts' aura, so they could understand who was the real threat to Heaven and Earth between them. "Why would we even attack now?" Moira asked. "We can continue to gather rebels and wait for Heaven and Earth's armies to leave. I don't see a problem with you waiting either. The higher plane is basically identical on the other side. You only lack a clearer enemy." "This peace won't last," Noah announced. "Heaven and Earth will definitely try to get rid of us. A single platoon isn't enough for the entire higher plane, and I don't believe the world to be so incompetent." Noah had no proof to justify his lines, but he knew Heaven and Earth enough to predict their behavior. He even had Robert at his side, so his ideas about those rulers had a decent foundation. Heaven and Earth had depleted a lot of power to summon the army from the sky. Robert didn't know about their plan, but he could confirm that his previous rulers had wasted an immense amount of energy during the last battle. Noah didn't dare to think that Heaven and Earth had exhausted their reserves of energy, but everything seemed to work in his favor. His team had escaped from the final war, and he had even gained an army out of it. Those benefits made Noah paranoid. Heaven and Earth had flaws, but they wouldn't play around when it came to the entirety of their higher plane. Mistakes were acceptable in normal situations, but the world's issue was far beyond typical crises. How is it possible for Heaven and Earth to underestimate the very team that crosses its dimensional tunnel? Noah wondered while his companions stormed him with questions. The answer to that question was quite evident. Heaven and Earth couldn't commit such a mistake. They had to know how powerful the entire group was, which would also make them aware of the might wielded by Noah's team. That reasoning led to another conclusion. Noah could believe that Heaven and Earth were unable to judge his power, but the battlefield had gone far past his level. He couldn't help but feel like a pawn in a game that he didn't understand. Summoning rank 9 existences makes no sense in my reasoning, Noah thought while the experts around him continued their discussion. At the same time, calling us to help the Immortal lands is a waste when Heaven and Earth are ready to send their troops. Maybe their followers have misunderstood the signs. Doubts filled Noah's mind, but his actions didn't reflect his thoughts. The army had stopped inside the windy regions, and Noah didn't hesitate to test his influence in those areas. Noah turned out to be correct. The power that came from the devils gave him the chance to remain among dangerous, chaotic laws and grant them meanings. His influence naturally affected that power and pushed it to overcome its natural limits. Seeing how laws transformed gave Noah a greater understanding of his existence. He suddenly felt able to improve the foolery's transformation again, and no one stopped him from tinkering with his black chrysalis. "You must convince us to follow you in battle," Moira announced when she realized that the discussion among the higher-ups of that army had started to grow awkward. "Heaven and earth will convince you sooner or later," Noah replayed plainly. "The world has tried to suppress you for eras, but you still live in fear. I'm giving you the chance to fight your problems, but you refuse even before studying my approach." "What do you have to offer?" Moira asked. "My law," Noah replied without bothering to look at the expert in her eyes. "I can force your existence to evolve and develop an innate resistance to heaven and earth's laws." Noah then grabbed Robert and used him to explain his position. "I can force my ambition to evolve living beings, but the process generally is troublesome. Still, he is one of my best accomplishments. You can question him to learn more about the matter." Robert added details to the story that Noah couldn't describe. After all, he was a cultivator who had successfully escaped heaven and earth system without suffering drawbacks from the process. Noah ignored most of the questions that rained on him. He knew how stupid some of them would be, so he didn't dare to listen to them at the moment. His focus was on his plan. He had to reach the dimensional tunnel with most of his group, and that usually meant sacrifices. "We need something more," Noah sighed in his mind after his plan began to involve the new army. It didn't matter how many liquid-stage cultivators Noah could deploy. None of them could handle heaven and earth on their own. He would have to let them evolve through his ambition for a while to create a proper force. Noah developed a new approach after witnessing how his new companions reacted to his law. It still depended on the escape, but they gave him a new idea on how to avoid the rank 9 creatures. In theory, avoiding the consciousness of a rank 9 existence was impossible. However, Noah could deploy many techniques that hit his figure, and other companions could do the same through spells. Still, heaven and earth's power made everything unclear. Noah could be confident in specific techniques, but those rulers might have already deployed countermeasures. The same went for their troops. He couldn't be sure that his ideas would work, so he had to set his mind for a different approach. "I think it's quite clear," King Elbaz said once Noah questioned him about his opinion on the matter. "Heaven and earth will come for all of us. It doesn't matter how much we hide. They will eventually find us. So we attack first," Noah announced, and everyone became ready. The group eventually had to return to the battlefield, and Noah couldn't find a reason to waste time, especially when he was still unclear about the outcome of the main fight. Noah's army didn't have any choice. They had to investigate the outcome of the battle among rank 9 existences to develop a proper plan. They had a vague tactic that could lead them back to the other side of the immortal lands, but they still had many hindrances to consider. The journey back to the first floating lake would take years, and Noah even planned to slow down that travel. His companions still had a lot to prepare, especially when it came to matters vital to the task. King Elbaz had to build inscribed items capable of stabilizing the collapse of the dimensional tunnel. They had to be strong enough to sustain the energy released by countless experts while fending off heaven and earth's external pressure. The task couldn't require normal rank 8 inscribed items. King Elbaz had to create something that bordered the 9th rank, which required his entire expertise, countless valuable materials, and a lot of time. The foolery had yet to come out of the chrysalis, and Noah needed its help. Only Robert and he had the power to deal with heaven and earth's laws in their current state, so obtaining a new valuable ally was vital to the mission. Wilfred and the others had to develop methods to counter heaven and earth's laws. The process would generally take millennia, but Noah's influence quickened the evolution of their techniques. He could hope that his companions would find a solution before the battle near the floating lake. Moira's team and underlings had to accept Noah's position fully. The plan sounded suicidal, but they had to follow it since their help was necessary for the mission's success. King Elbaz's item would require a lot of energy, and Noah's companions couldn't provide it by themselves. "If only I could gain real access to the lions," Noah thought while flying across the immortal lands and spreading his influence on the world. Noah knew how magical beasts thought. It was even easier to discern their behavior when it came to powerful creatures since their journey usually forced them to develop a rudimentary intelligence. The lions were Noah's natural allies, and he was the only existence in the world capable of enhancing their mutations. The devils could normally do the same, but Noah guessed that they had all died on the battlefield. The long journey back to the floating lake intensified the tension that filled the group. Doubts grew on Moira's side, and even Noah's companions started to believe that they were approaching the final battle too quickly. The army had too much to prepare. They were advancing slowly across the immortal lands, but that wouldn't be enough to achieve a decent power. The most likely outcome was death, and those experts didn't know how willing they were to face it. Noah could only try to explain heaven and earth's behavior from time to time. He couldn't force his companions to be brave, especially those who didn't know him. Being the leader of that army turned out to be quite hard, but he handled the matter to the best of his faculties. The destination drew near, and that made the army slow down even more. Noah and Robert made sure that heaven and earth couldn't reach their areas, but that was only delaying the inevitable. Truth be told, no amount of training could prepare those troops for rank 9 existences. Even Noah had his doubts about that part of the mission. His desire to set a deal with the lions intensified as the group approached their destination, but he still lacked ideas on how he could bring those creatures on his side. Inspecting the battlefield has the priority, Noah repeated in his mind. Everything will be clearer once I see how the battle has gone. It's pointless to hesitate now. Noah's focus remained on transforming the environment and creating a mutated halo that shielded his army from heaven and earth. Everything else would come after seeing the actual battlefield. Their destination eventually unfolded in their eyes. The army could finally see the first floating lake again, but they remained speechless when they noticed that blinding white light still occupied part of that area. Are they still fighting? Fergie asked at the sight of the white halo. That's not surprising, Noah replied. A rank 9 magical beast should have nigh unlimited resilience, and there are 2 of them on the battlefield. The chaotic laws have even improved their species, so they should be quite strong. The other side has a potentially immortal rank 9 cultivator equipped with weapons meant to destroy mutations, Robert commented when he joined the conversation. I'm not surprised that Lord Augustus is keeping up with the numerical disadvantage. What do you think happened to the other troops? Wilfred asked. The humans should also be immortal, King Elbaz explained. Instead, the magical beasts should only be resilient. There are many variables, Noah added. Heaven and earth want to spare energy. I'm not too sure they will revive the weaker troops as long as the rank 9 cultivator requires power. We are doing great with this plan. Divine Demon laughed while taking a jug of wine from his space ring. Are you having fun? Moira shouted while glancing toward Divine Demon. All the organizations willing to oppose heaven and earth have come forward. We have decided to fight by your side, but we need to act seriously on the planning part. I suggest we avoid improvising here. I wish I were having fun too. The foolery's voice resounded in the area, and everyone promptly turned toward the mass of dark matter that floated next to Noah. Can it hear us? Wilfred asked. Noah studied the insides of the chrysalis and felt happy to discover that the transformation was almost complete. The foolery only had to go through the last phase before coming out of that layer of dark matter. It's almost out, Noah explained. I guess we should settle and tune our abilities for the imminent battle, King Elbaz proposed. You should, Noah replied. I want to follow another path. I want to see if I can get to the lairs of the lions. You can't leave now, Moira complained. You have led us here. I won't let you use us as baits. You can never be a bait, Robert explained. These mutated areas protect you from heaven and earth's inspection. They would sense you out there. I still think we should all go there, Delbert said. We should at least share the chance to die. I will wait for the foolery to come out and go alone, Noah sighed. Maybe the pig can come, but you all must remain here and guard these safe areas. Do I keep expanding then? Robert asked. Never stop expanding, Noah announced. We are against an immense world. We must seize every chance we have to transform it. Robert snorted after that remark, but he quickly went back on his task. The rest of the soldiers did the same. They built an encampment and resumed working on their laws. Noah worked together with King Elbaz to create dispensers for his ambition. He was preparing himself for the imminent travel, and he couldn't let his companions train without proper motivation or fuel. The chrysalis made of dark matter shattered and returned inside Noah. The foolery had just gone through the absorption phase, so the transformation had reached its end. The creature had lost most of its funny features. Its wings had become bigger than the rest of its body. Its round shape had also transformed into a rectangular form that featured bulging muscles instead of layers of fat. Its tiny legs had grown, and its mouth had also enlarged. The foolery had developed a sea of consciousness and a dantian after the transformation. It had become a fully fledged hybrid, and that required a complete overhaul of its fighting style. It wasn't a magical beast anymore. It was pointless to rely only on sheer physical strength now that it could cast spells. A single horn had also grown on the left side of its forehead. The foolery naturally radiated an aura similar to the devil's now, and traces of its laws had even appeared. "I feel great," the foolery announces as it raised its head toward the sky. "I must be invincible now." An intense pride accompanied that announcement. The foolery's aura spread through the region and sent its feeling in every corner of the area. "Your dantian is still in the gaseous stage," Noah commented. "Your mind has a similar level too. It has just stepped into the 8th rank." "You speak about complex stuff," the foolery replied while keeping its head pointed toward the sky. "Let's go eat some lions. I've heard that you wanted a meeting with that pack." "I still oppose that decision," Moira added. "I would oppose it too if I had a choice," Noah replied in his head before focusing on his companions again. "I will force Elbaz to teach you stuff if you continue behaving like this," Noah eventually threatened. The foolery immediately lowered its head before shaking it a few times. "Not the boring guy. He is the worst of them." One of King Elbaz's eyebrows arched, but he soon ignored the matter. Divine Demon had trained him well in that aspect of his life. "You will eventually have to learn," Noah sighed. "Come with me now. We need a pact with the lions. Having to face only an immortal cultivator is easier when rank 9 magical beasts work with us." "I will also come," Wilfred eventually announced. "I bet you need someone who can prove your species." "I want to come too," Fergie shouted, but Noah shook his head. "Wilfred is okay," Noah said. "I can't accept any human in the mission. Magical beasts can be biased." "Make sure to come back quickly," Moira added. "You can be sure about that," Noah replied. "Remaining with the lions is too dangerous, and I can't go too far away. We would only give eventual stronger magical beasts the chance to chase us." Everything was ready for the departure. Every member of Noah's team had a role to play or a project to complete. King Elbaz had even built dispensers that could keep his ambition flowing among the group, so the environment would benefit their evolution. Noah, the foolery, and Wilfred separated from the main group. They flew around the battlefield and tried to reach the areas where the lions had first come from. Of course, Noah didn't dare to step under the light of the sky blindly. He still invested time transforming the environment and creating a safe path that his companions could travel. The task turned out to be easier than expected since the foolery could help now. The creature spread the devil's influence through odd methods, but its efficiency had been excellent right away. Noah studied the foolery during the journey to understand how the creature had changed after the transformation. The pig's law seemed to involve its hunger, but it was too faint to give it a proper shape. Moreover, its mutating influence spread through its poop. The foolery didn't lose its peculiarities. The transformation had even enhanced some of them. The creature could generate immense azure fields with a small number of excrements, and the azure bushes that grew from the ground released a mutating influence. That ability significantly helped Noah, since he didn't need to move from spot to spot anymore. The foolery only had to take a dump, and an entire region would transform into a source of chaotic laws. That influence would even move in the nearby lands on its own. "I must have been born to conquer," the foolery announced once Noah complimented it about its new ability. But that trend didn't stick. Wilfred had no words to describe the events, but he ignored the matter altogether. He knew how eccentric his companions were, so he only decided to focus on the benefits that they brought. Noah soon found traces of the lions after traveling for years. The marks led to a mountain far in the distance, and the trio didn't hesitate to continue the journey. The path eventually brought the group in a large plain that featured even more traces. Noah didn't want to walk any further since he had surpassed a safe distance from his group. He would be too distant if rank 9 creatures were to attack him now. "Let's go back," Noah ordered, and the group began to return toward their companions, even if they chose to travel on a different path. The white battlefield only covered a single region, and its influence spread for a few more, but it was possible to avoid it as long as Noah and the foolery created a safe path. The ground had circled the battlefield from one side, but they were traveling on the opposite road now. In theory, that path could even lead directly toward the dimensional tunnel. However, they soon discovered that a faint pressure would land on them whenever they moved toward the region containing the dimensional tunnel. Noah and the others weren't even near the structure, but something was reacting to their movements. This shouldn't be possible, Noah concluded in his mind, unless this pressure doesn't come from heaven and earth. His eyes naturally went on the white battlefield. Shockwaves filled the areas nearby, but the light there was too blinding to understand what was happening. Noah guessed that one of the powerful existences inside the battlefield was keeping track of him. He didn't know the range of that ability, but he could understand that it pointed specifically toward him. What did I do this time? Noah laughed in his mind before bringing his group back to the previous road. The pressure didn't appear at that time. It seemed that nearing the dimensional tunnel automatically activated one of the techniques of the rank 9 existences inside the battlefield. Noah felt almost sure that the technique came from Lord Augustus, but he didn't have proof to confirm that. I couldn't even find a small pack of lions, Noah considered in his mind while flying toward the rest of his group. That pressure also makes me believe that the rank 9 existences won't remain silent if we fly around the area. The mutated laws kept Noah hidden from heaven and earth, but cultivators could normally pierce that power. Noah believed that Lord Augustus had received precise instructions after he killed 3 powerful underlings. I guess it will be a mad charge toward the tunnel, Noah thought. I can only hope that enough of us survive to activate the stabilizer. Noah was immersed in his thoughts when a large fuming figure flew out of the white battlefield and landed nearby. Smoke continued to come out of the creature, but Noah could recognize it anyway. It was one of the rank 9 lions that he had seen after the arrival of heaven and earth's troops. The sudden event shocked the trio. Noah and the others were returning to their army, but a rank 9 magical beast had flown relatively near them. The lion didn't move, but the team's instincts only felt danger at that sight. The creature had yet to awake, but the trio couldn't understand how injured it was. Noah, the foolery, and Wilfred were hybrids. Having rank 9 materials in their reach was the greatest temptation of their life. The lion's condition also seemed quite awful, so they wouldn't get another chance to obtain such a powerful body anytime soon. Still, the 3 hybrids weren't stupid. They knew how dangerous magical beasts could be, especially when it came to one in the 9th rank. Even their joint efforts might not allow them to defeat the injured creature. Actually, their instincts were telling them that they had no chance to win. Countless thoughts ran through Noah's mind. He considered every possible path and approach, but he couldn't come up with much in that situation. He didn't have many options when it came to rank 9 existences. The area began to melt as the creature's mane fused with the world. The shining glow radiated from its figure was too much for the immortal lands. The already fragile laws of the area couldn't withstand the lion's pressure, and everything worsened when it started to struggle to stand up. Noah could immediately understand that his time was running out. The magical beast didn't seem to care about them, but he didn't want to let go of that chance. Talking was out of the question. The lion's pack was still fighting against the human platoon, and the creature had just suffered a massive blow. Trying to establish a conversation with such an angry and hurried magical beast was purely suicidal. Running away was the sanest option, but it would bring Noah back to square one. He would lose his chance to gain an advantage in the incoming task, and he desperately wanted to improve his situation. Noah had to activate the demonic deduction technique to find something that could work in that situation. In theory, the lions weren't much different from the sharks. Their mutations seemed to have fewer flaws, but they were nothing more than magical beasts affected by the chaotic laws. The lions appeared able to affect the world's laws slightly, but they lacked the devil's overwhelming influence. They had developed a resistance to heaven and earth, but they weren't perfect enemies. The creature did its best to stand up, and Noah didn't hesitate to condense a massive amount of darkness in his hand. He then grabbed his two companions and threw them backward before launching his massive energy toward the lion. Noah's actions had been too sudden. Wilfred and the Foolery found themselves flying backward toward their army in the distance. Meanwhile, the mass of darkness reached the lion and fused with its body. The lion promptly turned its head toward the source of the attack. A shockwave spread through the area due to that violent movement. A large patch of the ground shattered in the process. However, the creature couldn't see anyone behind it. It could only sense three presences that were running away in the distance. The creature couldn't bother to chase those weak existences while its pack was busy dealing with a threatening opponent. The lion leapt forward after it straightened its position, and its figure disappeared in a white flash. Noah came out of the shadow domain when he saw that the lion had ignored him. His instincts were fighting inside his mind, but a satisfied smile appeared on his face nonetheless. Wilfred and the Foolery eventually reached Noah, and their confused expressions spoke for them. They couldn't understand what had happened, especially since the attack didn't seem to affect the lion at all. "You can't possibly hope to fight a rank 9 existence," Wilfred shouted. "Fighting them is impossible," Noah revealed in a cold tone. "I've only given the lions a weapon that could turn the scales of the battle. I bet that heaven and earth wouldn't expect me to be so selfless." "What have you done?" Wilfred asked as his gaze went on the battlefield. "Nothing much." Noah laughed when he saw a faint dark halo appearing among the whiteness of the battlefield. The lions didn't have the power to mutate the environment. Now they have it. Wilfred still struggled to believe in Noah's words, but he couldn't deny the event that followed his statement. A lump of blackness had appeared among the whiteness and continued to expand. The demonic deduction technique had told Noah that winning against a rank 9 magical beast was impossible. It didn't matter how injured it was. Yet, Noah's true opponents were heaven and earth, and his influence could counter them. Noah had done nothing more than giving a lump of his darkness to the lion. The creature had to understand how to use that power, but Noah believed in that rank 9 existence. It would make sense for the lion to develop a quick ability that relied on that power. The darkness wouldn't trigger any transformation either, but it could add something to the lion's offensive, especially if it spread. Noah's guess turned out to be correct since the black patch among that whiteness intensified. Noah would never be able to do something similar at his current level, but the rank 9 magical beast was using his energy carefully. "We must regroup now," Noah ordered. "My energy won't last for long. We have to exploit this moment when the human troops are suffering from the lion's new ability." Wilfred and the Foolery immediately went silent and began to fly at full speed back to the army. It would take them a few months to regroup with everyone, but Noah believed that the lions were smart enough to preserve his energy. The quick return of the trio alerted the army, but King Elbaz and the others soon calmed everyone down. However, a series of shocking words followed Noah's arrival. "The mission starts now," Noah shouted as roars mixed with his human voice. "I've managed to taint one of the rank 9 leaders on the magical beast side. I don't know for how long it will manage to use my energy." "Are you crazy?" Moira complained. "What if they develop abilities similar to your law?" "I don't care as long as it hurts heaven and earth," Noah coldly replied. His glance quickly fell on King Elbaz, who promptly nodded. The trio had traveled for years, so he already had a working prototype ready for the mission. Robert, Harold, Luke, Divine Demon, and Fergie abandoned their projects and gathered around Noah. They were ready to leave, but Moira and her army hesitated. "This is too sudden," Moira complained. "We aren't ready. You don't even have a proper plan. Do you expect us to follow you into that battlefield only because you managed to taint a lion with your energy?" I don't expect anything, Noah replied. But I know what happens when I order weaklings around. Noah roared toward the sky, and his pride intensified. Waves of his consciousness spread through the army and seeped into the experts' minds. Noah's call was oppressive and captivating at the same time, and most of the weaker troops couldn't resist it. Moira saw most of her army breaking their ranks and gathering around Noah. They had fallen prey to his ability to control weaker existences, which left only liquid-stage cultivators among her group. Are they enough? Noah asked while turning toward King Elbaz. More than enough, King Elbaz announced. Many of them will die, but we should still be able to reach the intended amount of power. We leave now then, Noah ordered while turning and shooting toward the white battlefield. Noah didn't plan to enter the battlefield, but it was pointless to take a long path around it, especially since the human side seemed to pay attention to that location. Moira and the other liquid stage leaders saw most of their entire army following Noah and leaving them behind. The tables had turned for those experts, and a simple exchange of glances made them decide to suppress their hesitation. They would also follow Noah in his crazy plan. The entirety of the army ended up following Noah. The group counted more than 100 rank 8 experts and thousands of cultivators in the 7th rank. It was a massive force that even the strongest organizations couldn't match, especially due to the powerful leaders in charge. Still, even that massive army was nothing compared to the forces battling among the shining regions. A single rank 9 existence could lay waste to Noah's group, and the shining battlefield had 3 of them. Follow me, Noah roared. Don't approach the battlefield. Go around it. Ignore the external pressure. Strive forward without hesitating. Noah roared orders that both humans and hybrids could understand. Moira and the other liquid stage cultivators could translate the meaning behind his cries without external help, and the pride that surrounded the army quickly intensified. Everyone knew how crazy that plan was, but Noah's ambition reassured them. It didn't only improve their morale. Everything felt possible with Noah as a leader. The expert's aura came out on their own. They fused with Noah's ambition and began to gain features that only devils could have. That was only a temporary transformation, but it still surprised the various cultivators paying attention to the scene. Noah saw that ability as proof that the leadership features of his law had intensified. He could immediately connect them to his improved pride, but he didn't linger on those thoughts in that situation. A faint idea had appeared in his mind. Noah had technically evolved past the immense anger carried by the other world's will. He had absorbed that power and developed the ability to spread it. He could consider himself as the heir of one of heaven and earth's greatest enemies. A faint pressure eventually landed on his mind. The experts inside the battlefield had noticed that his army was moving toward the dimensional tunnel. Still, they didn't do anything to stop them. When will they act? Noah wondered while continuing to roar orders. Noah could understand that the troops from the sky couldn't divert their attention, but the situation didn't make sense anyway. The army continued to move forward, flying across the regions as it avoided the radiance spread by the battlefield. Noah and the others weren't bothering to transform the world anymore. They had to use every second for their escape. The black shades among the shining battlefield spread and shrunk. It seemed that the human army had begun to fight back, and that only forced Noah's group to hurry. They spent days, weeks, and months flying without breaks. Their anxiety intensified whenever they saw the black shades shrinking, and that feeling reached its peak once they crossed the battlefield. The group only had less than a year of travel in front of them at that point. The dimensional tunnel was in one of the peaceful regions past the first floating lake, but they could reach it safely if they put enough distance from the battlefield. Of course, the situation didn't go as the group hoped. A white flare shot out of the shining battlefield after the army crossed it. The blinding ray of light illuminated the region in front of Noah's team and teleported an entire platoon into the area. That's all, Noah asked when he inspected his opponents. Noah recognized Althea and many of the cultivators from the other side of the Immortal lands. A few experts wearing white robes stood next to them, and many weaker troops floated behind them. Your arrogance won't help you, Althea announced. But Noah didn't have time to waste in pointless conversations. roots and dark matter accu.mulat in his hands before taking the shape of two blades. The demonic sword roared as it appeared in the open, and Noah didn't hesitate to wave it toward the newly arrived army. Althea's eyes widened at the sight of the immense singularity. Noah's sharp but invisible energy threatened to cover the entire region, but a white figure promptly stepped forward to face the attack. The singularity began to shrink. Noah's energy had initially covered the entire region, but it began to converge toward the white figure after its arrival. Its sharp power also started to vanish until it eventually disappeared. They aren't complete incompetents then, Noah thought while inspecting his opponent. The white figure belonged to a woman in the solid stage. She appeared old, but her azure eyes brimmed with life. Her gray hair fluttered in the wind, and her long sleeves hid items that Noah didn't manage to identify. She didn't take care of my attack with her law, Noah concluded after that quick inspection. I didn't use the cursed sword, but I didn't sense her aura either. Noah Bulvin, the old woman shouted when she sensed his eyes on her figure. Heaven and earth have told me a lot about you. To think that such a small ant could cause so many problems. I like this. Noah laughed while stepping toward the enemy army. I bet that you have this really complicated strategy to defeat me. Come on. Show me what heaven and earth have learnt about my power in these millennia. The experts behind Noah followed him. The enemy army was blocking their path toward the dimensional tunnel, so they remained stuck near the shining battlefield. Even Moira and the other experts who still had doubts about the mission understood that they had to take care of those opponents. Hesitation and worry couldn't affect that part of the mission. I must admit that we didn't expect you to obtain the devil's power, the old woman said. Oh no, Noah continued to laugh. I'm one step ahead again. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll get me next time. How do you dare to talk to Lady Phyllis like T-? One of the cultivators behind the woman shouted, but Lady Phyllis raised a hand to interrupt him. He is trying to taunt us, Lady Phyllis explained. This demon has no regard for the world or heaven and earth. He aims to destroy the entire higher plane to complete his path, and the devil's power has added another important piece to his journey. Give us the order, the man behind her said while most of the platoon bowed and waited for her directives. Lord Augustus is busy with the magical beasts, Lady Phyllis explained while shooting a cold glance toward Noah. It's up to us to take care of this threat and kill the existences tainted by his cursed law. Mind you, heaven and earth are watching. Althea and the cultivators who had come from the other side of the immortal lands wore a determined expression. It seemed that the battle would have a significant impact on their life. What am I missing? Noah whispered to an expert behind him. This shouldn't be the real plan, Robert explained. I bet heaven and earth are using us to get rid of their weaker troops. The real threat should still be in the dimensional tunnel. The enemy army featured 4 solid-stage cultivators and many weaker troops. They were theoretically stronger than Noah's team, but his influence would force his opponents to rely on weaker laws. That put both armies on the same level of power. Noah couldn't see that as a disadvantage since he had nothing to overcome in that situation. It seemed a simple battle between 2 equal forces. Do we just kill them and move ahead? Noah asked. That's our only option, Robert replied. Did we ever use a different approach? King Elbaz snorted while joining the conversation. Does he always complain? The foolery asked. Did you just notice that? Divine Demon commented. Noah ignored the bickering that had started behind him and shot ahead. He still had doubts, but he only had one way to uncover heaven and earth's plan. Something had to happen if he killed every member of the enemy army. I'll take her, Noah ordered. You handle the rest. How strong can they be if heaven and earth are willing to let us test them? Noah used those words to lift the morale of his companions, but he didn't dare to underestimate cultivators who had lived in the cities in the sky. There was something off about their laws, and even their inscribed items escaped his knowledge. His attention was on Lady Phyllis's sleeves. Noah couldn't see her hands, but his instincts told him that the dangerous aspect of that cultivator was there. I should end this soon, Noah thought as the unstable substance flowed inside his black vessels. Flames amassed in his mouth, and the roots in his right hand opened to make room for the black handle coming out of his CGST. Noah drew the cursed sword without showing any hesitation, and his bloodlust filled the entire region. The anger inherited from the other world had transformed his bloodl.u.t into a wave of violent mental waves. The cultivators in the enemy army could sense Noah's feelings, and a chill instinctively ran down their spine. "Show no hesitation," Lady Phyllis shouted. "Heaven and earth are watching. This is the fight of your Lee-dash." Noah suddenly teleported in front of Lady Phyllis and interrupted her speech. His swords descended toward the expert, but a pulling force promptly came out of her sleeves. The blades were releasing their usual energy. A curved singularity was shooting out of Noah's weapons and falling on Lady Phyllis. However, the sharpness divided itself and flowed toward her hands. "It happened again," Noah commented in his mind, and his cold eyes fell on his opponent's smirk. The blades landed on Lady Phyllis's head, but a white halo covered her figure and countered Noah's physical strength. His influence managed to pierce that light, but a few metal layers materialized above her head and blocked the attack. "We have studied you for a long time," Lady Phyllis explained. "We know about your sharpness, your corrosive aura, your companions, your insane physical strength, and your law as a whole. We didn't expect your fusion with the devils, but that power alone can't lead you to victory." Noah kicked Lady Phyllis on the chest, but the halo stopped his leg. Her light resembled a dense membrane capable of absorbing every impact. Yet, it had connections with heaven and earth's laws, so Noah could destroy it with his influence. Ambition seeped through the light and allowed Noah's leg to pierce the halo, but metal layers materialized above Lady Phyllis's skin and blocked the attack. "Are you done?" Lady Phyllis asked, and Noah replied by engulfing her figure with flames. The flames burnt the defensive halo, but the light transformed during the attack. It grew denser and darker, and Noah's fire soon found itself unable to affect it anymore. "We also studied your flames," Lady Phyllis explained. "Fusing two innate abilities and empowering them with your body was smart, but we can still counter it." Lady Phyllis then raised her arm and pointed it toward Noah's chest. He tried to peek under her sleeve to understand the nature of her inscribed items, but a wave of sharpness landed on his body and pushed him backward. The sharp energy resembled Noah's singularity, but it lacked the features usually expressed by his law. The attack was heaven and earth's version of Noah's offensive. The sharpness shattered roots and pierced his robe made of dark matter. It landed on his skin and opened a spiderweb of cracks that spread through his chest. Noah could quickly stop his momentum, and a tinge of annoyance appeared in his mind when he saw that Lady Phyllis didn't bother to exploit that chance. She remained still, and her smile never left her face. Do her abilities have something to do with her position? Noah wondered as his reptilian eyes inspected the area. "It's not a trick," Lady Phyllis explained. "Heaven and earth have recorded all your abilities. You can grow stronger, but their core will always remain the same." Noah didn't give up. He raised his blades, but his attention wasn't on those weapons. His mind was expanding through the shadow domain, and a series of instabilities soon materialized inside the expert. "Miss Void's technique," Lady Phyllis commented. "Quite a threatening ability, but creating new dimensions is part of heaven and earth's expertise." Lady Phyllis opened her robe and cut her chest open to show the result of Noah's technique. He could see the many spikes piercing out of her organs, but no blood seemed to flow out of those injuries. The expert took a step forward, and the instabilities slid through her body without injuring her insides. It was as if they weren't there at all. They didn't even react to Noah's order to detonate. Noah's mind eventually managed to reach the instabilities and force their explosion. Yet, the storms of fuming spikes didn't cover the entire area. They remained inside a circular space that was unable to touch Lady Phyllis. "She created a separate dimension as soon as I planted the instabilities in her body," Noah quickly concluded. "My disposable weapons have never reached her flesh. They have only ended in a space similar to the shadow domain." The amount of control required to use such a difficult technique was incredible. Lady Phyllis had opened her separate dimension as soon as the instabilities were about to reach her flesh. That told something important to Noah. Lady Phyllis was a solid-stage cultivator who had lived in the cities in the sky, but her achievements didn't come from her power. It was impossible to generate a separate dimension in the exact moment when the instabilities touched her insides. Even Noah wouldn't be able to pull something similar off. The technique had to be automatic, and Noah began to think that the same went for her other abilities. It wouldn't make sense otherwise. No solid-stage cultivator could predict his moves, not all of them at the same time, at least. "How many inscribed items do you even have?" Noah asked while inspecting the injuries. "Do they activate as soon as I deploy an ability? I bet you can't even control them." "It depends on the item," Lady Phyllis laughed. "I bet you can understand your situation now. You have the devil's power. But I have an endless source of energy and items that will counter all your abilities. You have no chances of winning." Noah admitted that the situation appeared quite ugly. He didn't have a precise plan there. Lady Phyllis basically had a set of inscribed items ready for all his techniques and spells. Is it the same for the dark world? Noah quickly tested that thought. His dark matter created a dense black sea that tried to keep Lady Phyllis suppressed. However, a white flare soon shot out of her figure and began to tear holes in the technique. The flare continued to run through the dark world until Noah decided to disperse his technique. It was pointless to waste energy in that way. She should have something similar for my companions, Noah thought. Having more abilities actually put Noah at a disadvantage in that situation. He had to throw away his battle style, focus everything on the techniques that would most likely succeed. Noah stored the swords, the roots, and suppressed the demonic deduction technique. Then, his ambition started to intensify, and his cultivation level suddenly rose. The enhancement didn't feature his dantian or his mind. It involved only his body, and even Lady Phyllis began to grow wary of Noah's new power. Battles had started everywhere in the area. The experts on Noah's side were in a frenzy to pierce that blockade since the shining battlefield was nearby. Still, everyone noticed the explosion of Noah's ambition. Many experts stopped fighting to observe the massive power that was flowing out of Noah's figure. Bulging veins appeared on his metallic skin as his ambition forcefully enhanced his body. Lady Phyllis had many inscribed items meant to counter his abilities. Noah even guessed that they could endure higher levels of power since heaven and earth had taken into account his growth. Wasting his energy to fuel different abilities was inefficient since most of them would still be unable to pierce Lady Phyllis's items. Noah believed that focusing his ambition on a single feature of his power was a better path. Noah had accu.mulat a lot of potential during the past years. Living as a devil and his many victories against solid-stage cultivators had unlocked one of the major features of his ambition. He could forcefully boost his cultivation level or specific abilities now, and he opted for his body in that situation. Lady Phyllis's smile remained wide as Noah's body approached the limits of the middle tier and experienced a breakthrough. His injuries instantly healed among that wave of power, and his muscles bulged as the energy inside them reached levels that he didn't even begin to fathom. Noah had always known that his body had unreasonable requirements, but he had never once considered the idea of taking an easier path. His superior physical strength, senses, and resilience made the struggle worth it. The empowerment given by the ambition couldn't replicate the exact breakthrough, but it came very close. Noah's ability to evolve matter had improved after the years as a devil, and the same had gone for the enhancements. Violent waves of power ran under Noah's skin and filled his body with an immense amount of energy. He had never felt so strong and complete. Every inch of his flesh brimmed with immense power. The whiteness around him even twisted whenever he tightened his fists. Let's see if her items can handle this, Noah thought before tapping on a platform of darkness under him lightly. The scenery in his eyes immediately changed. Noah couldn't see the army anymore. He had reached areas closer to the dimensional tunnel, but a few patches of blood had appeared on his body. Noah checked himself, but he couldn't see any injury. The blood didn't belong to him. Noah turned to understand his situation, and he saw many pairs of eyes staring at him. The enemy army suddenly was behind him, and a tunnel had appeared in its defensive formation. "Don't tell me that I've flown too fast," Noah cursed in his mind. "Don't let him escape." Lady Phyllis's familiar voice resounded through the sky and made most of the army turn toward Noah. "He is after the dimensional tunnel. I would already be there if I didn't need all those troops." Noah sighed before taking a deep breath and deciding to test his power again. A light tap on the platform of darkness under his feet made the scenery change again. But Noah didn't lose track of his surroundings at that time. Noah reappeared among the enemy army. He had killed a few more experts during the initial charge, but he managed to stop in the middle of the group at that time. A series of cultivators turned toward him before pointing their inscribed weapons forward. Dozens of rank 8 experts charged toward Noah, but many of them ended up cleaved in half when he waved his hand. "I am your opponent," Lady Phyllis shouted as she flew at full speed toward Noah. "I was only having fun." Noah laughed before filling the area with black flames. His ambition had brought his body to the upper tier. The unstable substance could enhance its innate features even more, and his flames also benefited from that growth. The fire that spread through the enemy army ended up being deadly for countless experts. The rank 7 cultivators couldn't even get near it since its influence could reduce their existence into dust. The same went for many rank 8 experts. Noah had gone full monster, and they didn't know if anyone could stop him. "No wonder heaven and earth want to kill me so badly." Noah laughed as he left his sea of flames to meet Lady Phyllis. "Look at this power. This isn't even the peak of the tier, but I bet that no magical beast in the 8th rank can match me." "You aren't fighting a magical beast?" Lady Phyllis replied in a cold tone, but a shadow suddenly appeared in front of her. Her white halo promptly unfolded, but an immense force shattered a large chunk of its external area. Lady Phyllis also shot backward, but the shadow reappeared behind her and kicked her toward the ground. Lady Phyllis barely had the time to adapt to the change in the environment. She crashed on the ground, and the shadow reappeared. Countless impacts resounded on her defenses, and they kept pushing her deeper into the terrain. "Stop already!" Lady Phyllis shouted as metal knights materialized around her. The knights were massive 4 meters tall creatures that tried to pull her out of that situation, but their upper bodies exploded in an instant. The impacts on her white defense didn't even slow down. Noah wasn't giving her time to breathe. Lady Phyllis quickly reopened her chest, and blood came out of it while metal materialized among the white defense. A series of needles eventually appeared and shot toward the shadow, suppressing her with his BRE hands. The needles seemed to have some piercing effect. The relentless offensive finally stopped and allowed Lady Phyllis to gain a clear sight of Noah. Those weapons had managed to stab his skin, but they didn't go too deep. "I'm surprised that you can hurt me with your weaker law," Noah commented. "Why would heaven and earth even put you through a skimming process?" "There is no process," Lady Phyllis snorted. "You are food for heaven and earth. Your existence will greatly benefit them." Noah held back his fists. Lady Phyllis's revelation had been quite shocking. He had always believed that heaven and earth wanted to kill him, not absorb him. That could give more insights into the ruler's existence. Lady Phyllis widened her eyes when she saw Noah's curious expression. She immediately understood that she had said too much, but determination soon appeared in her eyes. Her revelation wouldn't be a mistake if she defeated Noah. No one else had to know about that feature. Metal began to materialize inside Lady Phyllis and fuse with her body. Her organs, blood, and tissues gained darker shades as her size increased. "You must die to become heaven and earth's food," Lady Phyllis whispered as she tried to stand up. Noah wouldn't let her do as she pleased. His offensive resumed and pushed her back on the ground. He even added slashes launched by his fingers and flames to his relentless attacks. Lady Phyllis couldn't stand up, but she didn't stop her technique. The white halo was still protecting her, so she could use that time to deploy her ability and complete the transformation. Her tissues continued to change color and nature while Noah did his best to pierce the white halo. Heaven and earth had created a flexible and powerful defense that even his enhanced physical strength couldn't overcome in a short time. However, he could rely on his destruction. Lady Phyllis continued to smile as she slowly transformed into a smooth humanoid dark gray figure. A tinge of fear appeared in her mind when she noticed the scarlet light coming from behind Noah's eyes, but she didn't care about that now that her technique was complete. The expert tried to stand up again. Her physical might and resilience had reached incredible levels after completing the transformation, but a series of cracks suddenly appeared on the white defense. The halo fell apart. Lady Phyllis raised her arms to defend herself, but fingers quickly stabbed her body and ripped entire chunks of her metal skin apart. A few organs even flew away after Noah managed to dig his way deeper into her CGST. Nothing could stop Noah. The sheer power contained in his body already made him able to match spells. The unstable substance was almost too much in that situation. Lady Phyllis could only summon weaker laws against Noah. Her metal body didn't express her true power, and her opponent made sure to remind her about that. Noah was relentless. His hands dug through Lady Phyllis's CGST and ripped away flesh, organs, and bones. It didn't take him much to reach the other side of her body and create a large hole. Heaven and earth's light began to shine on her figure, but Noah promptly deployed the dark world to isolate his opponent. However, a series of detonations happened above Lady Phyllis's skin whenever the dark matter tried to envelop her. Noah found himself unable to stop heaven and earth. Lady Phyllis's figure began to shine, and entire pieces of her insides reformed under his gaze. I can't cut her connection with heaven and earth, Noah quickly concluded in his mind. Noah had already confirmed the efficiency of Lady Phyllis's items. They could counter his entire arsenal except for the chaotic laws. His physical strength was managing to overwhelm her only because heaven and earth couldn't predict such a sharp increase of power. Killing Lady Phyllis would be impossible if Noah couldn't sever her connection with heaven and earth. The light would continue to heal her until the effects of his ambition ran out. Where did you hide your items? Noah asked as a cold smirk appeared on his face. Violent thoughts were filling his mind. Noah could think of countless ways to kill the expert, and the quickest method saw him removing the items that stopped his other abilities. A single existence can't win against the might of the world, Lady Phyllis shouted as she clenched her hand on Noah's arm. A cold sensation spread through Noah's skin. A dark patch came out of Lady Phyllis's hand and tried to cover his arm. However, the sheer power contained in his flesh suppressed that ability and prevented its expansion. How? Lady Phyllis asked, but her face suddenly dug the ground as Noah punched her again. Lady Phyllis had tried to activate a spell that required physical contact. In theory, that was one of the strongest abilities in her arsenal. She could fill her opponents with her metal and drain them of their energy once she established a stable connection. Yet, Noah's skin appeared impenetrable. Her influence couldn't spread through his flesh. She couldn't hurt his body with her weaker law, and a sense of powerlessness ended up filling her mind. Noah didn't stop his offensive. Light continued to fall on his opponent and heal her injuries, but his punches fell nonetheless. He had to search the annoying inscribed items among that mass of metal, and he was ready to rip Lady Phyllis apart to find them. She absorbed my singularities with her hands, Noah thought, and his fingers arched to pierce the expert's shoulders. Pierces of flesh and bones flew through the hole as Noah ripped Lady Phyllis's shoulders apart and severed her arms. Snore's face then appeared on his CGST and ate those limbs before returning inside the black hole. Noah used his fingers to perform a slash, and a singularity fell on Lady Phyllis without any obstruction. The pulling force didn't appear at that time. It seemed that he had successfully taken care of the inscribed items in charge of that ability. Noah added his slashes to his offensive after that discovery. The singularities could express more power since they also used his darkness, so his destruction quickened. Still, something changed when heaven and earth managed to regrow Lady Phyllis's arms. Noah launched a singularity only to find out that the pulling force had reappeared. They can also rebuild the inscribed items, Noah quickly concluded before ripping Lady Phyllis's arms again. Noah had a plan. It was a bloody tactic, but it was better than throwing punches blindly until his ambition ran out. Heaven and earth could heal Lady Phyllis and rebuild her items. Noah couldn't sever her connection with the rulers in that condition, but he could continue to rip her apart until he found the weapon that handled the dark world. Everything would be easier at that point. Noah would become able to search the other items without worrying about heaven and earth's light. Noah even had a backup plan that he preferred not to deploy. His chaotic laws were already affecting Lady Phyllis, so every death would force her to revive in a weaker form. He could try to kill her until heaven and earth gave up on her, but he would rather avoid time-consuming approaches as long as he had other viable tactics. Heaven and earth managed to rebuild Lady Phyllis's arms every few seconds, and Noah used that period to destroy the rest of her body and search for her items. Noah initially found an item meant for his blood companions since it seemed able to deliver blows made of mental energy. Then, he found weapons that targeted specific abilities. Some of them even involved the parasite. It took Noah a while to find the item that triggered the explosions meant to disperse the dark world. The weapon had the shape of a slimy substance that covered the other side of Lady Phyllis's skin, and Noah had to remove all of it to get rid of its annoying effects. Noah could envelop Lady Phyllis inside the dark world at that point. The expert could still use her abilities to destroy the technique, but Noah was suppressing her. Entering the dark matter even stopped heaven and earth's healing, so her body soon crumbled under the relentless offensive. Night quickly fused with the expert's law to sever her connection with heaven and earth, and Noah devoured the rest of her body before spreading his influence. The two of them were basically experts in that procedure by then. They didn't even need to talk to begin the severing. The dark world dispersed after Lady Phyllis's existence left heaven and earth's system. Light didn't shine on Noah anymore, but the shockwaves of the second battlefield still reached his ears. Noah turned to inspect his army. Both groups were holding their ground, but heaven and earth's influence was slowly forcing Noah's group back. Only the Foolery and Robert could balance that situation, but they had two solid-stage cultivators as their opponents. It's time to turn the scales in my favor, Noah thought, but a sudden sense of weakness filled his body and made him stagger midair. The black hole had absorbed many of Lady Phyllis's body parts. Noah had even eaten her dantian, so his body had an immense amount of energy at its disposal. The fourth center of power knew how to handle the drawbacks of his ambition, and it was even aware of his situation. The organ depleted a large chunk of the absorbed energy to disperse the stress and stabilize his flesh. The process didn't bring Noah's body back to its peak, but it isolated the temporary weakness. The black hole had absorbed enough energy during the fight to take care of the drawbacks and suppress most of their adverse effects. Noah only felt a faint weakness, but he could fight as usual. Using my ambition again will only cause injuries, Noah thought as his attention moved between his body and the battlefield. The three solid-stage cultivators that had remained on heaven and earth side didn't use any special item. They were using weaker laws for the time being since they had to disperse Noah's influence from their opponent's aura. Still, it wouldn't take much before they could rely on their real power. The fact that Lady Phyllis had died didn't go unnoticed. Heaven and Earth's army could sense that Noah had come out of the hole on his own. No light tried to reach that spot either. The rulers didn't have anything to resurrect there. A vague idea had formed inside Noah's mind after the battle with Lady Phyllis. The quick dispersion of his drawbacks fused with his violent thoughts had given birth to a ruthless plan that he could deploy as long as the fight didn't oppose him. It's pointless to win for my allies, Noah thought as his eyes darted among the various battles. The experts in the sky would all join his organization once they reached the other side of the immortal lands. Noah didn't want to fill his force with useless cultivators, but the mission didn't allow him to lose too many troops. I guess a little help won't ruin everything, Noah sighed in his mind. Many of them will die in one of the next crazy plans anyway. Noah shot in the sky and ignored the various battles to reach the solid-stage cultivators. The army only had 3 of them left, but only Robert was managing to suppress one of them. The Foolery and Divine Demon were taking care of another solid-stage cultivator, and the same went for Wilfred and King Elbaz. That disposition wasn't casual since the experts had chosen to send the most resilient of them toward the cultivator that they couldn't kill. The cultivators moved away when they saw Noah flying right through the battlefield. A path opened among the army and brought him directly next to Robert. The expert had just dodged a massive winged fireball. The attack curved midair and tried to fly back at him, but invisible energy engulfed it and made it disappear. "I didn't need your help," Robert snorted. "I didn't do that to help you," Noah explained while arriving next to the expert. "I'll take it from here. You should help the others." Robert didn't complain since the situation didn't allow them to waste time, but he still shot a curious glance toward Noah. The latter seemed too calm. It was clear that he had something in mind. "Your confidence is disarming," Robert's opponent announced from the edges of the battlefield. The solid-stage expert had the aspect of a middle-aged man with long black hair, a pair of green eyes. He was quite slender, and patches of charred skin covered his body. His appearance was quite peculiar for an expert at that level. It was rare for a cultivator in the 8th rank to carry such evident injuries, especially for someone who could rely on heaven and earth's miraculous healing abilities. "I'm Lord Ethan," the man announced while performing a polite bow. "I can't wait to face the great Noah Bulvin." "You don't have to put up this pretense to hide your fear," Noah sighed. "I've just killed your leader. You don't have inscribed items meant to counter my abilities either. I'll accept your surrender if you are smart enough to acknowledge the difference between our power." "Arrogant little shit," Lord Ethan said in a low tone while forsaking his polite expression. "You had your chance," Noah laughed, and his ambition expanded to cover the entire battlefield. The influence that heaven and earth's army had fought for so long to disperse returned stronger than ever. Noah gave the devil's abilities to his companions. The enemy cultivators suddenly found themselves forced to switch to weaker laws, and their opponents didn't let that opening go to waste. "How long do you think it will take to heaven and earth to counter this ability?" Lord Ethan asked. "This power comes from the anger of a weaker world. It's only normal for a superior plane to suppress it." Noah had already stopped listening to Lord Ethan. The dark world expanded from his figure as 2 blades appeared in his hands. A fiendish armor covered his skin, and black roots spread above his body. The companions also left the black hole and prepared for the imminent battle. Lord Ethan snorted when the wave of dark matter tried to engulf his figure. Flames amassed above his skin and gave birth to a series of winged fireballs that began to devour Noah's technique. The dark world didn't manage to touch Lord Ethan, but a shadow suddenly materialized next to him. Noah waved his blades, and a large chunk of the area vanished. Noah's singularity made everything disappear, be it air, breath, or spells. Even the few cultivators that had been too slow to leave the area died due to his massive attack. Lord Ethan didn't have specific items to counter Noah's abilities, but he knew them well. He had developed techniques that could counter them, so the singularity didn't take him by surprise. One of Lord Ethan's winged fireballs had flown out of the range of the singularity. The mass of fire morphed until it took the expert's shape, and a loud laugh soon came out of his mouth. "You must be quite exhausted after killing Lady Phyllis," Lord Ethan commented. "Don't worry, I'll go easy on you." Noah revealed a cold smile before placing both blades on his forehead. Pieces of his torso had vanished due to the cursed sword, but he didn't hesitate to attack again. A chill ran down Lord Ethan's spine when a wave of sharpness spread along with Noah's consciousness. His figure separated to give birth to multiple winged fireballs that flew in different directions, but only a few of them managed to escape the threatening attack. Lord Ethan reformed at some distance in the sky. His hand quickly went to grab a patch of charred flesh. The expert tore it apart to release a wave of denser scarlet flames that took the shape of a large creature. The scene left Noah slightly surprised. 3 massive fireballs had fused through scarlet channels, and 2 pairs of fiery wings grew from their side. The creature didn't seem much different from the previous winged fireballs, but it carried enough power to alert Noah's instincts. It didn't matter that it radiated weaker laws. Lord Ethan had still summoned something capable of hurting Noah. Waves of energy flew toward Noah as pieces of his dark world fused with his figure. The power ACCU.mulat in the battles inside his technique became part of his innate ability and partially healed his injuries. The dark world was allowing his companions to obtain a few victories, and night was flying through the technique to sever the dead from heaven and earth's system. It was only normal for Noah to take his share of energy due to his role. "I won't let you heal," Lord Ethan suddenly shouted when he understood what was happening. A fourth sphere gathered at the center of the creature's structure before a scarlet beam shot toward the dark world behind Noah. The expert didn't care that he could hurt his companions in the process. He only wanted to stop the technique. The beam lost part of its power as a massive mouth came out of the dark world and applied a pulling force to its structure. A giant snake also flew out of the Black Sea and sent a few black feathers to block the attack. The impact with the beam ended up destroying a part of the dark world anyway, but Noah could use that chance to land above the creature and sever its structure in half. The creature released violent flares of scarlet flames once its structure destabilized. Noah spat his black fire while deploying the dark world again. The dark matter managed to burn the remains of the spell, and Noah's injuries closed in a matter of seconds. Lord Ethan quickly tore away another patch of charred skin. Dense scarlet flames came out of his figure and gathered behind him to give birth to an even bigger creature. The spell featured 4 winged fireballs connected by fiery tunnels at that time. The expert was about to give an order, but a wave of bloodlessity suddenly flew past him. Noah's violent thoughts seeped into his mind and made him understand part of his plan. Lord Ethan even saw scenes that depicted his opponent's imagination. "You can't do that," Lord Ethan said in a broken voice while taking a step back. Noah stepped out of the dark world. His cold reptilian eyes never left Lord Ethan. They seemed unable to see him as a real opponent. The expert was only food for him. Heaven and earth will never allow that. Lord Ethan continued to shout before stepping inside his spell. Pure fear had filled Lord Ethan. He couldn't believe that Noah would think about such a cruel plan. He knew about his history, but his current thoughts were a clear insult to heaven and earth's might. "Heaven and earth rarely care about us," Noah snorted. "Look, your army is dying because your laws have found a perfect opponent. My companions are even making sure that none of them comes back to life. But the rulers have yet to make an appearance." "You don't know anything," Lord Ethan shouted again, and his figure slowly fused with his spell. "I know that they will notice my plan too late," Noah whispered before shooting forward. Lord Ethan's spell morphed after he fused with the scarlet flames. More winged fireballs appeared among that creature and generated multiple fiery channels to connect them. The spell transformed into a massive creature that featured 10 winged fireballs. The structure even obtained a strange aura that released a heavy pressure in the environment. Noah reappeared at the center of the creature, and a dark light flashed as his dark blades released a horizontal slash. A singularity quickly tried to divide the spell into 2 halves, but a scarlet line appeared on its trajectory. Scarlet light shot out of the line. Scorching energy clashed with Noah's singularity and tried to fight it back. However, the attack was too powerful since it involved the cursed sword, so the dark halo soon took over that redness. "It's quite tough," Noah thought when he noticed that his attack didn't manage to divide the spell into 2 parts. His singularity had vanished before piercing the winged fireballs from side to side. The scarlet attack from before had made it deplete too much energy. The cuts that had appeared on the spell quickly reformed before another sphere gathered in front of Noah. The sphere quickly released a scarlet beam that Noah struggled to dodge. He entered the shadow domain as soon as he sensed the threat, but the attack still managed to hit the right side of his body. Noah reappeared above the structure. Gray smoke came out of his charred skin, but his movements seemed unaffected by those injuries. His swords flashed again, but another line appeared on their path. The singularity shot forward to meet a scarlet attack that made it deplete a lot of energy before reaching the large spell. The singularity didn't manage to do anything against the creature, and Noah felt forced to reconsider his approach. The injuries obtained from the cursed sword had SCCU.mulat again, and he even had to consider his charred skin now. Can he actually match the cursed sword with weaker laws? Noah wondered as he retreated through the sky. The dark world that covered his allies sent the energy SCCU.mulat in its insides. Noah could partially heal his injuries, but the situation continued to surprise him. How strong was he before joining heaven and earth? Noah wondered. Maybe he obtained this power in the cities in the sky. I should visit them sooner or later. Noah revealed a cold smile before activating his ambition again. He didn't have time to waste, and his plan would even take care of eventual injuries. Still, he took precautions to avoid ruining his centers of power. His body couldn't endure another forced empowerment, so he focused everything on his next attack. His ambition couldn't last for long due to its previous use, and he preferred to avoid abusing his power. Noah's aura seemed to vanish when he raised his blades toward the sky. Lord Ethan didn't wait for his opponent to be ready to attack, and 10 dense beams shot out from the winged fireball. The scarlet beams converged toward Noah and fused into a single, massive wave of scorching energy. Noah could hear his instinct screams, but he ignored them to focus on his next slash. This attack will kill him, Noah thought before lowering his blades. The scarlet beam divided itself in half as invisible energy flew across it. The singularity pierced the scarlet power and reached the main spell. A massive fissure opened on the creature and cut it into 2 parts. The creature's flames dispersed and revealed a human figure. Noah quickly covered the area with his fire before appearing next to the cultivator. Lord Ethan was still alive, but his last attack had rendered him powerless. He even survived my attack, Noah commented in his head. He must be quite strong among the solid stage. Perfect. Noah quickly covered the expert with dark matter that seeped inside his skin and blocked the connection with his centers of power. Lord Ethan was basically a prisoner now, and Noah had grand plans in mind for him. Both swords returned inside the separate space while Noah spat flames toward the membrane of dark matter. His higher energy replicated his innate ability and burnt Lord Ethan's body until nothing remained of him. Noah could summon night and begin the severing from heaven and earth system now, but he had other plans for the expert. A hole suddenly appeared in the layer of dark matter and allowed the sky to shine on Lord Ethan's law. Heaven and earth quickly restored the expert's body and energy, but Noah made sure that the connections among his centers of power remained sealed. Noah closed the membrane of dark matter once heaven and earth had sent a satisfying amount of energy. His flames promptly landed on the prison, and Lord Ethan burnt once again. No! Lord Ethan managed to shout before dying for the second time, but only Noah could hear him. The expert had seen what Noah had in mind. He had gained that idea after absorbing Lady Phyllis's body parts. Noah could theoretically continue to kill and absorb his opponents. He would obtain a nigh-endless energy source as long as heaven and earth continued to restore their centers of power. Noah opened the membrane again, and heaven and earth promptly rebuilt Lord Ethan. However, the dark matter cut the connection with the sky before the expert could regain his full power, and Noah didn't hesitate to burn him for the 3rd time. Lord Ethan couldn't do anything in that situation. Noah's dark matter made sure that heaven and earth never restored the connection with his centers of power. The expert couldn't summon his energy to break free from the dark world, so he continued to burn. His cultivation level is decreasing, Noah noted in his mind while inspecting his prisoner. Night wasn't severing Lord Ethan's connection with heaven and earth, but the ambition continued to taint his existence. Noah stole pieces of his law every time the expert died, and his cultivation level inevitably fell during the process. Noah benefited a lot from that procedure. Solid-stage experts contained a lot of energy, but they were hard to find and kill. Instead, his tactic allowed him to reuse the same cultivator over and over again, providing him with a nigh-endless source of power. I can deal with the insane requirements of my body like this, Noah happily confirmed in his mind while turning toward the battlefield. Lord Ethan continued to burn, but Noah didn't need to check the process. His dark world could take care of that on its own, so he focused on other important matters. The black hole drove most of the absorbed energy toward his centers of power. The last use of his potential had forced them to accumulate a massive amount of stress. The 4th center of power had to focus on dispersing the drawbacks before moving to actual empowerments. The battlefield was still raging, but his allies were benefiting from the dark matter that enveloped the entire area. Noah's technique suppressed his opponents, and his companions ran through the dark matter to help everyone in need. This should be enough for now, Noah thought while sitting cross-legged among the sky. The scales of the battle quickly tilted in favor of Noah's allies. His side had Robert the Foolery, and his aura that could render heaven and earth's laws useless. The enemy army did their best, but the many advantages of their opponents eventually overwhelmed them. Noah kept track of Lord Ethan's cultivation level. His power continued to fall, and it soon reached the liquid stage. Still, Noah didn't stop the relentless burning and absorbed as much energy as possible. Lord Ethan eventually reached the gaseous stage, but his existence began to shatter at that point. Heaven and earth seemed unable to restore it to a stable state, and light stopped falling on him whenever the black membrane opened. Is this his limit? Noah wondered when Lord Ethan burnt for the last time. The black membrane dispersed, and heaven and earth remained silent. Noah had killed Lord Ethan without requiring Knight's help. The mutations generated by his existence had brought the expert's law to its limits. Noah quickly calculated in his mind the amount of energy absorbed during the process. Heaven and earth had provided him with enough power to rebuild 4 to 5 solid-stage cultivators. The result of his new approach was terrific, and his flesh cheered whenever the black hole released part of the purified power. Heaven and earth are paying the interests for their annoying punishments. Noah laughed in his mind. I like it. His attention moved on the battlefield again. Robert had joined King Elbaz and Wilfred in their fight against another solid-stage cultivator, and their teamwork had eventually forced their opponent to die. I'll take it from here, Noah announced before covering the expert's corpse with his dark matter and replicating the previous process. Robert, King Elbaz, and Wilfred limited themselves to nod before dispersing through the battlefield. They still had many experts to defeat, and time wasn't on their side. Noah happily confirmed that heaven and earth didn't learn anything from Lord Ethan's death. They tried to rebuild the expert in Noah's grasp whenever he lifted the black membrane. He had basically gained 4 solid-stage cultivators worth of energy in a single move again. This is way too easy, Noah laughed in his mind, but a quick inspection of his body soon suppressed his ecstatic mood. Cultivators provided more energy than magical beasts, but they were still unable to satisfy Noah's requirements. His body was a bottomless pit that radiated hunger whenever the black hole stopped filling it with power. How much do you even need now? Noah sighed. Don't tell me that I have to start hunting rank 9 existences once I reach the upper tier. Thinking about the requirements of his body put Noah in a foul mood, but he decided to suppress those feelings for the time being. He always managed to find a solution to those issues, and worrying about them now would only endanger his mission. The expert in Noah's grasp burnt until her cultivation level fell into the gaseous stage. Heaven and earth didn't react to her existence anymore at that point, so he could disperse the dark matter and focus on the 4th solid-stage expert. The Foolery, Divine Demon, and Robert had ended up killing the last solid-stage cultivator multiple times by then. The expert's power had also started to fall due to the many deaths. Noah managed to seize the expert's corpse when he reached the bottom of the solid stage. His friends looked at him in surprise when they saw Noah stealing their prey, but his roars soon forced them to focus on other battles. The enemy army crumbled when it lost its leaders. The weaker cultivators tried their best, but they couldn't do anything against Noah's force. Some of them even gave up and asked for mercy. Noah didn't show any mercy. Some of them were cultivators from the other side of the immortal lands, but he didn't care. They had their chance to fight heaven and earth, but they refused to believe in him. It didn't take much for the entire enemy army to fall. Noah repeated the burning process with liquid stage cultivators a few times, but he didn't let his hunger delay the victory. He only had the time to kill a few experts before losing other possible targets. Let's move, Noah roared, and his army followed him. The group resumed their journey back to the dimensional tunnel. The army's mood had significantly improved after the overwhelming victory, but Noah couldn't feel happy yet. The shining battlefield didn't react to their departure, but Noah knew that they had yet to face the real threat. Heaven and earth were waiting for them in the dimensional tunnel, and he could only hope that their power could handle those rulers. The journey back toward the dimensional tunnel ended up being surprisingly smooth. The army didn't meet any additional threat, and even the faint pressure released by the shining battlefield vanished at some point. The shining crack in the terrain unfolded in Noah's vision, and his army quickly gathered around its edges. His eyes rose to meet King Elba's glance, and the expert nodded to confirm his determination. This is where the real challenge begins, Noah roared, and even the cultivators understood his words. Heaven and earth are waiting for us down there. We will have to face the very power that rules this world. I hope you aren't scared. Some experts couldn't hold back their laughs when they understood how little Noah cared about life and death. The cultivation journey was about expressing an existence, and Noah would be happy as long as he managed to remain true to himself. The sole fact that his behavior had attracted heaven and earth's existence made the whole matter hilarious. Noah was nothing more than a rank 8 hybrid, but the entire world had to create a scheme to put him in a dangerous situation. Some of his companions shared his view, and they didn't hesitate to jump with him inside the blinding crack. The rest of the army soon followed, and the dark environment of the dimensional tunnel quickly unfolded in their vision. We are finally back, Noah thought as he inspected his surroundings. The cultivators who had never seen that environment took their time to study it. They had only heard about the space hounds from Noah and the others, but they didn't dare to rely only on their words in that situation. The tension that had filled the army slightly dispersed. They were theoretically safe from the rank 9 existences on the outside in there. Still, they also felt partially trapped since they didn't know what heaven and earth had in store for them. Let's dive deeper into the tunnel before choosing where to rest, Noah ordered, and the rest of the army followed him. Diving wasn't the exact word in that environment. Noah's group had descended through the tunnel during the first part of the mission, but they had to climb it now. Yet, the territory remained familiar, so they advanced smoothly. No space hound appeared on their path. Noah couldn't even feel the faint danger that his instincts usually perceived in that environment. It was strange, but he couldn't do anything to find clues. The army eventually stopped after a few months of travel. Almost everyone needed to rest and disperse part of their stress. Also, none of them believed that a short break would influence heaven and earth's plan. Noah visited King Elba's after announcing the break. The expert felt surprised to see him entering his cave, but Noah quickly took out an item that left him speechless. "What is that?" King Elba's asked as his curiosity flowed out of his figure and converged toward Noah's hand. Noah was holding a white pinwheel. The item barely released any aura, but its power was undeniable. It was an inscribed weapon in the upper tier that seemed able to fuse with the world. "I took this from Lady Phyllis," Noah explained. "It should come from the cities in the sky. I bet they use different inscription methods up there. That might open the path to inscribed methods that have never reached the surface," King Elbas happily exclaimed. "I managed to seize a few of them," Noah revealed. "I'll obviously keep most of them for me, but I don't mind giving you this one." "In exchange for?" King Elbas asked. The expert knew that Noah wanted something in return for that present. The answer to that question was even quite obvious, but King Elbas wanted to hear it clearly. "Heaven and earth can counter most of my abilities now," Noah explained. "I can still overwhelm them, but I don't know how long this will last. I bet the same will happen to all of you, so we need an alternative to my influence. We require a weapon meant to counter heaven and earth." "Do you fear that they'll learn how to counter your chaotic laws?" King Elbas asked. Noah reviewed Lord Ethan's words in his mind. The expert was right. The other worlds will came from a weaker plane. There was a high chance that heaven and earth would eventually become immune to its power. "I always want to be one step ahead of them," Noah said. "I'll also study these items, but you have a better chance to find flaws that escape my expertise." "Of course I do," King Elbas smirked. "Hand it over and don't destroy the other items. Leave me the scraps even if you do." The break gave Noah the time to inspect his gains. He had killed a few experts that didn't have heaven and earth's protection, so he could see space rings and the resources inside them. Noah didn't expect to find much there, and the space rings confirmed his thoughts. It was rare to find experts that relied on inscribed items or similar tools at his level. Those storage spaces mostly contained soul stones, various potions that couldn't do anything to him, and a few notes on the cultivation journey. "Why do I even bother plundering anymore?" Noah sighed in his mind while feeding the items containing some energy to his black hole. The cultivation journey forced the expert to move on personal paths, and that trend intensified in the higher ranks. Only some inscription masters like King Elbaz continued to build items that every existence could use. The others would simply ignore that aspect of their expertise. Noah could mass-produce living weapons and destructive items, but he found no point in doing that. His efforts to reinforce his allies would only weaken them in the long run. He would turn his organization into one of the human forces if he spoiled his underlings. The items seized by Lady Phyllis were peculiar. The laws that made them seemed similar to the abilities that they countered. Noah could see familiar true meanings inside them, but he also noticed the slight differences from his powers. I guess this is the aspect of my law in heaven and earth system, Noah concluded in his mind. Thoroughly studying those inscribed items required time that Noah didn't have at the moment. He would resume the experiments once back in the safety of the outer lands since he had to focus on other matters now. The break didn't last long. Noah summoned everyone after making sure that they had all returned to a decent level of power. The environment of the dimensional tunnel also helped in that field. The absence of space hounds and heaven and earth silence made many experts believe that their mission had been a success. After all, nothing in the area hinted at the presence of traps. Noah didn't let his guard down, but doubts inevitably filled his mind. He could vaguely understand that his army had crossed the halfway mark of the tunnel, but dangers had yet to appear on his path. Did heaven and earth forget about the trap? Noah wondered. I thought they wanted to absorb our laws. Noah was almost certain that heaven and earth were inept. He knew that those rulers couldn't waste their entire time on him, but that still didn't explain why they would wait so long to activate a trap. A strange phenomenon eventually happened inside the tunnel. The event alerted the army, but it seemed harmless in its current form. A series of faint lights would flash from time to time on the dark walls of the dimensional tunnel. King Elbaz and the other inscription masters didn't manage to find the cause behind that event, but Noah came up with an explanation without bothering to check those glows. Heaven and earth are almost ready, Noah announced. Be sure to do the same. His announcement brought back the tension that the peaceful journey had almost managed to disperse, but he didn't care. Noah only cared about survival in that situation, and keeping his allies anxious could improve their condition. The faint lights shone more often, but no threats appeared on the army's path. The shining exit of the tunnel even arrived at some point, and Noah could only remain speechless. Did they really forget? Noah exclaimed in his mind. Noah couldn't believe that heaven and earth could let him go so easily. He had created countless tactics in advance for a trap that didn't exist. All his paranoia seemed wasted due to the absence of threats. Better than fighting, Noah sighed before giving a few orders. King Elbaz tried to study the exit, but everything appeared normal. The group also challenged Divine Demon to divine whether traps waited for them on the other side, but the expert couldn't come up with anything. Noah could only order to cross the exit at that point. The mission on the other side of the Immortal lands seemed about to end on an anticlimactic note, but he accepted that positive outcome. However, something immediately felt off once Noah crossed the exit. The tunnel didn't lead them to the surface of the Immortal lands. Complete whiteness filled his vision and made him unable to see anything. Where are we? Noah wondered as surprise filled his mind. Noah clearly recalled where the exit had to lead, but that place was completely different. He couldn't sense ground anywhere, even when he expanded his consciousness. The whiteness also hurt like never before. Even the experts who had defenses against the sky suffered from that blinding light. Their mental sphere inevitably shook as heavy pressure fell on them. The experts had to deplete massive amounts of mental energy to keep their consciousness stable and expand them to find their companions. Noah, the Foolery, and Fergie suffered more than the others, but the former had the dark matter on his side. Can everyone hear me? Noah conveyed through his consciousness as layers of dark matter covered the outside of his mental walls and shielded him from the external force. The other experts came up with similar techniques to suppress the blinding power. They couldn't sustain that consumption of mental energy. They preferred to dull their senses rather than emptying their minds. A series of answers reached Noah's mind. All the experts seemed able to reply to his question and confirm their presence among that whiteness. Utter confusion filled the whole army, but a strange idea appeared in the minds of two cultivators. Robert and Luke couldn't confirm their guess, but they seemed to be the only ones capable of giving hypotheses. The surface can't have this intensity of whiteness, Luke explained through his consciousness. Even higher areas of the sky lack it. I have an idea, but it sounds quite unreasonable. I guess we have the same idea, Robert continued. No place on the higher plane should be like this. I bet that the dimensional tunnel led us directly into a trap. Did heaven and earth create this area for us? Noah asked. I believe so, Robert replied. The other option is too unrealistic. Let us judge that, King Elbaz shouted through his mind. What's this other possibility? A moment of silence followed that question, but Robert eventually revealed what he was trying to hide in his mind. I've never been there, but the cities in the sky should have a similar environment. The consciousnesses of all the cultivators in Noah's army had expanded in the same area. Everyone could hear and sense the thoughts and feelings that ran through their companions. Confusion was the main emotion after that revelation. Most experts weren't aware that the sky held cities. Noah's group had to learn about them from Great Builder in the end. Then terror spread through the various minds. The lack of knowledge about the cities in the sky wasn't enough to render those experts ignorant. They could immediately guess how dangerous those areas could be. Panicking is useless, Noah roared through his consciousness. Remain calm and study the situation. Can any of you sense a path through this light? Countless disappointing answers reached Noah's mind. There seemed to be nothing but whiteness in that area. The whole world had transformed into a mass of light for the army. I've had enough of this. Noah kept that thought for himself as his aura expanded and spread his influence in the area. His law had always carried a dark halo, and the addition of the devil's power had made it far more efficient in an environment filled with heaven and earth's true meanings. His dark aura didn't manage to overcome the whiteness, but it succeeded in toning down its blinding power. The environment slowly became more bearable, and the expert could eventually start to see each other. The army's ranks inevitably tightened around Noah. His existence could deal with the whiteness, so everyone wanted to be next to him. What is this place? Noah wondered while ignoring the troops around him. Noah couldn't see anything even after the light dimmed. The purest white color filled his vision, but he couldn't find much inside it. The place was basically empty. Your law meets our expectations. An androgynous voice suddenly spread through the area. We welcome you here, Noah Bulvin. Noah initially thought that the voice was powerful enough to make the whiteness tremble, but he soon understood that those words came from the light itself. I must admit that I didn't expect this earth, Noah replied as growls fused with his human words. His companions immediately turned toward Noah. The word earth had left them speechless. It seemed that his companion had already met the existence capable of speaking in that environment. Catching you has been quite troublesome, Earth continued. You have always been so careful, and you have grown far past our expectations during these years. Noah's eyes sharpened. He had sensed something familiar inside the voice radiated through the light. Earth's words hid greed. So, is this your plan? Noah asked. Do you lead existences that continue to oppose you here to absorb them? I don't understand your plan. I thought you wanted the 10th rank. You know nothing, Earth replied. We have watched ants growing and dying on our body for countless years. We have let them take our energy and destroy the fruits of our journey for eons. The journey culminates here. The radiance intensified. The experts had to close their eyes and reinforce their minds with a second layer of defenses. Noah's aura became unable to suppress that phenomenon, and whiteness soon engulfed the army again. Your existence will be of great help, Earth continued. Everything you have touched carries some of our flaws, but absorbing you will fix them. Thank you, my child from another world. You'll help us achieving perfection. Screams began to resound among the whiteness. Noah kept his consciousness unfolded, so he could sense what was happening around him. The experts on the external areas of the group began to disappear. The process wasn't immediate either. Pieces of their bodies would destabilize and shatter before fusing with the light. The instability would spread through their entire body and eventually affect their law. Their existences vanished as the light devoured them. Noah inspected that process closely. He didn't let panic assault his mind. He had to understand how heaven and earth worked to find a way out of that situation. They are clearly devouring those laws, Noah thought. Yet, the process isn't a simple absorption of energy. It seems to go way deeper into the existence. It seemed that heaven and earth had invented a superior form of absorption. That technique allowed them to take entire laws and fuse them with their existence. Still, Noah felt sure that there had to be drawbacks to the ability. Parts of the laws shattered forever during that forceful absorption. Everything depended on the praise struggle. Heaven and earth could overpower the cultivators, but they couldn't compel them to accept their death. That's why they prefer cultivators to go on their side willingly, Noah concluded in his mind. The laws gained through this process are far from perfect. They always have to mend them afterward. Noah felt that he had seen enough at that point. He had uncovered a great secret concerning heaven and earth's nature, but he had to focus on his escape now. His ambition surged and went to empower a specific feature of his existence. Bloodle.u.t and anger spread out of his mind as Noah decided to use his potential to intensify the ability inherited by the devils. A dark halo shone on the whiteness and forced it to retreat. Angry screeches filled the area as heaven and earth's light lost power against Noah's influence. Noah was succeeding in clearing a large area from heaven and earth's influence, but a loud chuckle suddenly resounded through the light. His instincts screamed in fear as more than 20 crackling humanoid figures with power in the upper tier came out of the whiteness and pointed their hands toward the army. Noah's army could only tremble as the crackling figures came out of the whiteness. The devouring light wasn't heaven and earth's only weapon. They had powerful troops ready to take care of all the targets that tried to oppose them. Violent thoughts ran faster than ever inside Noah's mind. He had enough bloodle.u.s.t to push the demonic deduction technique beyond its limits. He quickly obtained a clear understanding of the battlefield, and he didn't like his conclusions. They overpower us by far, Noah concluded after his quick inspection. His law and influence could force his army to gain a sharp advantage against heaven and earth's laws, but there were too many crackling figures in the upper tier. The light could even hide more of them. The sheer difference in power between the two sides made every advantage pointless. The environment also worked against Noah's army. They were in the middle of an unknown area filled with light. Understanding what heaven and earth could do there was impossible. We have to leave, Noah decided in an instant before drawing the demonic sword and the cursed sword. We fight our way downward, Noah roared, and everyone in the army could understand him. Don't fear the light. Kill everything that tries to block our path. Countless auras expanded in the environment. All the experts in Noah's army deployed their law, prepared their strongest spells, and drew their best weapons. Noah's roar had carried his anxiety. All the experts under him could sense how dangerous the situation was. The slightest hesitation might condemn the entire army. Noah deployed the dark world, but the crackling figures unleashed their attack at that point. Waves of lightning bolts fell on the army, and countless cries echoed in the area. The anger that filled the environment weakened the lightning bolts and made the experts' defenses more effective against them. However, the attacks carried too much power. Simple advantages couldn't stop the lightning bolts from piercing the anger, destroying the defensive spells, and falling on the cultivators. Many experts directly exploded when those attacks landed on them. They couldn't endure an offensive backed by that much power. Noah's dark world expanded until the sparks released by the lightning bolts hit it. The dark matter shattered when it touched that violent energy. The environment didn't seem to allow the existence of his technique. Press forward, Noah roared again. It didn't matter how many experts died in that situation. It didn't matter if heaven and earth had successfully trapped them in a threatening environment. There was only a way out, and the army had to pursue it. Funny enough, Noah was at the center of the army since the experts had gathered around him before. He had the safest spot on the entire battlefield, and he didn't lose it even when he took the lead of the army. The light under Noah retreated as he descended through the area. His friends were the first to follow him, and the rest of the army soon imitated them. The army was a sea of human figures that dived toward the purest light. The whole world opened at their passage, but the environment didn't change even after crossing entire kilometers. More cracking figures came out of the light at some point. Noah had lost track of the previous ones during his descent, but he felt sure that the new opponents were entirely different creatures. That event confirmed one of his greatest worries. Heaven and earth had surrounded his army, and escaping was the only valid option. The crackling figures released lightning bolts that killed many experts, but Noah didn't stop. He continued to fly downward, and a smile appeared on his face when he saw that the environment had finally started to change. Yet, his expression froze, and his faint happiness dispersed when a white layer unfolded in his vision. A sharp pain filled his entire existence when his feet touched that material, and his hand quickly rose to stop his allies. Noah instantly jumped backward to return among his companions. He felt weak, but that sensation didn't come from his injuries. He suddenly found that part of the energy inside his centers of power had disappeared. The white layer had devoured it during that short touch. "Where are you even going?" Earth mocked Noah. "You are among our influence. Space bends to our will. It doesn't matter where you fly. You'll always find the sky waiting for you." Earth explained the nature of the white layer before Noah could draw conclusions. It turned out that his feet had touched the material around the entire higher plane. He had made his first contact with the very sky of the immortal lands. More crackling figures appeared around the army and released lightning bolts that killed many experts. Cries reached Noah's ears, but he couldn't do anything to suppress them. He had reached a dead end, and almost all his options had vanished. "There's only one thing to do then," Noah sighed in his mind before his ambition surged again. Noah was using his law to empower his anger and fend off the whiteness, but that power wasn't enough. He needed more to deal with the threat. He had to push his very existence to the limit and bring everything inside him to the peak set by his potential. His body began to improve quickly. It reached the upper tier in an instant and filled his mind with an intense sensation of power. His dantian also grew until it stepped into the solid stage. The new darkness that filled his dantian forced the black hole to evolve. The waves of dark matter inside the organ condensed and tried to strive for a superior state. They wanted to solidify, but the darkness couldn't provide enough power even at its new level. Noah's consciousness expanded and expressed the entirety of the anger that it contained. Powerful mental waves raged through the light and uncovered large areas, revealing more crackling figures ready to step into the battlefield. "This isn't enough," Noah shouted in his mind. "I don't care what happens afterward. I'm dead if I don't overcome this anyway. Give me more drawbacks, but bring my entire existence to the peak." His ambition seemed to listen to his orders. Its influence spread inside his body and started to empower the companions waiting inside the separate space. Noah's law also affected the parasite and the swords in his hands. All his assets began to reach the limits of the middle tier under the influence of his intense true meaning. "Elbas, find something to get us out of this situation." Noah began to roar orders. "Wilfred, Robert, and the pig will handle as many lightning bolts as possible. Fergie, Luke, and Harold will coordinate the rest of the troops. We can't trust our senses here, so we have to destroy everything until the area leaves heaven and earth's control." Noah then neared Divine Demon. He had skipped the expert on purpose since he had a special role for him. "What should I do?" Divine Demon asked when he saw Noah nearing his position. Noah neared Divine Demon's ears and whispered, "Heaven and earth are challenging you to survive this punishment. You know what you have to do." Divine Demon's laws began to affect the environment, but the expert soon understood that nothing in his arsenal would work against that threat. The world didn't know how to help him. The situation was utterly desperate, and his imagination ended up hitting a wall. Noah had forced the expert to realize heaven and earth's challenge. Overcoming it was mandatory for Divine Demon, but his mind couldn't find a solution. Tinges of azure energy flowed inside his mind to empower his divine deduction technique, but no favorable idea appeared. Shock filled Divine Demon when he sensed that his law was about to fail him. Divine Demon's aura began to grow wild. Flares of azure energy shot out of his figure and tainted the whiteness while stealing part of its power. His law inevitably expanded, and his influence generated effects that his friends feared. Lumps of azure energy amassed around Divine Demon. His influence made them take different shapes as faint murmurs escaped his mouth. The expert had entered a frenzy, and his law reflected his mental state. "Did you actually do it on purpose?" Wilfred complained. "How do you plan of calming him down in this situation?" "We'll think about that after we leave this damned trap," Noah roared before placing both swords on his forehead. The crackling figures were about to launch another wave of lightning bolts, but their bodies disappeared as Noah's sharpness engulfed the area. Even the whiteness vanished as his singularity expanded. Noah single-handedly expanded the battlefield and revealed more parts previously hidden by the light. Many crackling figures died under the might of his attack, fueled with the empowered centers of power. The ambition had forced Noah to become a fully fledged solid-stage hybrid, and the sheer power he could unleash was immense. Those were only imitations of his real breakthroughs, but they allowed him to show his superiority anyway. "Remove heaven and earth's influence," Noah ordered. "Don't let the light return. We can't find a way out of here as long as the rulers continue to have control over the area." "Where should we concentrate our attacks?" one of the cultivators near Noah asked. "Everywhere," Noah ordered before closing his eyes again. A second massive singularity expanded from his figure and pushed the light backward. More chunks of the area became part of the battlefield, and many crackling figures hidden by the whiteness died under the attack. Noah's orders weren't clear, but his friends understood how to follow them anyway. King Elbaz took a disposable upper-tier weapon and threw it inside a white area. Noah's anger covered the item and allowed it to have destructive effects on heaven and earth's power. The item exploded in the distance, and a golden radiance seeped through the whiteness before dispersing it. King Elbaz cleared a large area on his own and set an example for the other cultivators. Wilfred closed his eyes, and bulging veins grew on his arms. The hybrid tried to join his palms, but the move seemed to require his full physical strength. Sweat even fell from his forehead as he used his entire power to make his hands touch. A loud noise resounded from another area filled with whiteness, and shockwaves soon followed the event. Heaven and earth's light crumbled as Wilfred's destructive force spread through the battlefield and cleared a large zone. Robert raised his hand, and a crazy smile appeared on his face. A purple mass appeared on his palm and began to expand until it became a giant sphere made of toxic energy. The expert threw the sphere toward a white area, and heaven and earth's light screamed as the toxic energy destroyed everything on its path. Robert cleared a huge chunk of the battlefield on his own, but that destruction didn't seem to satisfy him. The foolery threw itself into a white area. Noah followed its movements with the corner of his eyes, but he had no way to stop it. Yet, the light in that spot quickly started to retreat, and the pig soon reappeared once it cleared the whole zone. The pig then pooped on the area. Its excrements fused with the air and generated blue bushes that thrived among its influence. Some of them even reached the nearby white zones and fed on their light. Crackling figures would appear whenever an expert cleared part of the white area. Heaven and earth had amassed an immense army among their light, but Noah tried to take care of them every time. Noah continued to keep his blades on his forehead as his attention remained on the battlefield. His sharpness intensified whenever a crackling figure appeared. Those creatures couldn't do anything against his attacks. His body was falling apart since he couldn't burn anything, but Noah ignored his pain and pressed forward. He would have time to heal once he survived the crisis. Fergie, Luke, and Harold divided the weaker troops into different platoons to take care of multiple white zones at the same time. Torrents of spells came out of them and continued to expand the battlefield as they destroyed heaven and earth's light. Only one expert had yet to make his move. Divine Demon continued to accu.mulate energy while his frenzy intensified. However, no one had the time to check on him during that situation. Continue to destroy everything. Noah roared as blood accu in his mouth. Something will eventually appear if we dig deep enough. Noah didn't fully believe in his words. His plan was far from perfect, but it was the best tactic he could come up with in that short time. The area under heaven and earth's control was immense. His companions were clearing large zones with every exchange, but there was far too much light in the environment. Noah didn't know how large that white environment was, but he believed that his companions wouldn't be able to express that superior power for long. They would eventually deplete their energy, and his situation wasn't any better. "I need to burn something," Noah commented in his mind before stabbing his teeth inside the fabric of space. Cracks spread from its teeth and opened a passage to the shadow domain. His flames and dark matter quickly flowed inside that separate dimension before the fissure closed. Noah controlled the shadow domain to reopen in the distance. A fiery dark world suddenly expanded among the whiteness and burnt a large zone. But Noah only cared about the energy that returned toward him. The crackling figures among the light quickly focused on the fiery dark world. White lightning bolts flashed from inside the whiteness and landed on Noah's technique, destroying it piece by piece. It only took 2 series of attacks to take care of all the dark matter. Noah cursed in his mind. His flames didn't manage to heal him much. They had only succeeded in stabilizing his condition, which was far from optimal since he had to continue attacking. However, he noticed with the corner of his eyes that Divine Demon had finally decided to move. The expert shot forward while waves of azure and dark blue energy followed him, and a dark trail came out of his back. "Follow the crazy one," Noah shouted, and the entire army turned toward Divine Demon. The experts interrupted their attacks but didn't disperse the accu energy. They shot after Divine Demon and avoided his trails as they continued to destroy the white zones around them. It seemed that they finally had a path to follow. Noah had been quite clear with his words to Divine Demon. The expert had understood that heaven and earth were challenging his chance to survive the trap. There was a high chance that he was instinctively moving toward a way out of that situation. The entire army followed Divine Demon. Noah and the others continued to release abilities to clear white areas and kill the crackling figures hidden inside them, but they mainly focused on the path ahead. Noah and Robert were the only existences that could efficiently threaten the crackling figures, so they focused on those creatures. They were both in the solid stage at the moment, and their advantages against heaven and earth's laws made them perfect for the task. The rest of the army devoted itself to keeping away the threatening light. The experts didn't want to become heaven and earth's next meal, and Noah and Robert always needed more targets. Noah did his best to alternate his explosions of dark matter that replicated his flames with his attacks. His body remained stable most of the time, but injuries continued to enlarge on his flesh. The flames could never fully heal him. Noah couldn't allow the crackling figures to kill his experts. It soon became evident that having enough firepower was the key to get out of that trap. Nothing seemed able to stop Divine Demon. The whiteness fell apart when his influence reached it. The light transformed into part of his azure energy and condensed into dark blue waves that surrounded his figure. Did he invent a new version of his higher energy? Noah wondered while he kept his focus on his surroundings. Divine Demon's usual higher energy was white and relied on density to reach the intended levels. However, the new one had dark shades that seemed meant to counter heaven and earth. Noah could only be happy about that development. His army desperately needed experts who could destroy the light, and Divine Demon had become one of the best among them as soon as he started fighting. The scales of the battle finally started to tilt in their favor, but Noah's army had a weakness that heaven and earth didn't share. The experts had a limited amount of energy, and many of them began to deplete their reserves after spending a few hours fighting the light. The army slowly lost power as the escape continued. Noah couldn't do anything to affect that feature. It was only normal for cultivators and hybrids to need breaks after launching their best abilities nonstop. Still, that put the whole mission at risk since the light resumed to gain terrain over them. Noah and those who still had enough energy to fight tried to make up for that loss of firepower, but they soon abandoned that approach. It was impossible to save everyone. Trying to do that would only make the whole army die, since it would exhaust the most resilient experts sooner. King Elbaz couldn't find anything able to counter heaven and earth. He had studied the white pinwheel, but he didn't have enough time with it. That matter also required entire decades at the very least. The expert couldn't come up with something in such a short period. Noah had eyes all over his army. He could see that the light continued to gain terrain as more experts became unable to give their best. The whiteness even managed to reach some of the slower experts. Cries soon filled the area as those cultivators died under heaven and earth's greed. Noah felt helpless about the whole matter, but he couldn't risk his life to save them. His priority was to keep his body stable and reach the end of that trap. Everything else didn't matter. He had to be ready to sacrifice everyone to beat heaven and earth. We need more firepower, Noah thought at some point. I can't deal with all the crackling figures that come out of the light. Noah had started to let go of some of the crackling figures on purpose. His body couldn't handle too much stress, and his injuries never managed to close since burning the sky didn't give him enough energy. Snore and the other companions peeked out of his figure and deployed part of their abilities. The snake spat spheres made of violent dark matter. Duanlong absorbed entire chunks of whiteness, and the parasite launched ranged attacks that featured its corrosive aura. Noah made sure that night remained inside the separate space. The environment was too appealing for the pterodactyl. He feared that his companion would go crazy among that light, and the latter seemed to agree with him since it didn't complain too much about its role. A singularity shot out of his figure at some point, and many crackling figures died in the process. The attack even destroyed a large white zone, but the creatures inside it resisted the invisible energy and released lightning bolts. The experts had moved their entire focus on their attacks, so those lightning bolts ended up hitting them directly. The army lost many cultivators during that exchange, and Noah saw the overall firepower falling again. F.K. Noah cursed in his mind. I'm calling him. Noah searched his mental sphere and took out a sword-shaped flare. He threw it toward Divine Demon, but the lump of mental energy activated before it could reach him. The sharp mass of mental energy enlarged until it became a massive ethereal blade. A sword-shaped mountain had appeared among the whiteness, and threatening energy came out of its structure. What's that? Some of the experts asked while others gave voice to similar questions. Noah ignored the sword and led the army around it. He didn't know how Sword Saint would reach that place, but it seemed mandatory to activate the flare since his main issue was the lack of firepower. The army flew past the giant sword and soon forgot about its existence, but a wave of power suddenly came out of the ethereal structure and cut a path that reached Divine Demon. The wave of power didn't hurt Noah and his underlings. Divine Demon's energy didn't even react to that sharp energy. It only cut heaven and earth's laws, which enlarged the path created by Divine Demon. Still, the sword discharged a few more waves of sharp energy in quick succession. The attacks spread in every direction. They seemed to search for something, and the structure lit up when it found its target. A black line materialized on the giant sword and cut its structure into two parts. The sharp energy inside it transformed to take the shape of a faint membrane. A human figure appeared inside it, and Noah eventually turned when he sensed Sword Saint's familiar aura. How did he even arrive here so quickly? Noah wondered when he saw Sword Saint coming out of the membrane and inspecting the environment. Evident confusion filled Sword Saint's expression. The expert raised his long eyebrows to inspect the area with his eyes, and his face lit up when he noticed Noah in the distance. "Hey!" Sword Saint shouted when he saw Noah. "What is this place?" "The light and the lightning bolts are the enemies," Noah shouted. "We are trying to find a way out of this place. Help us clear the way." Noah didn't have time to explain the entirety of the situation. He limited himself to give brief instructions in the hope that Sword Saint would follow them immediately. The expert lowered his eyebrows and scratched his head. His face still moved among the environment, but he eventually nodded. Sword Saint lifted two fingers before waving his hand toward Divine Demon. A wave of sharpness shot out of his figure and cut every cracking figure on its path. The light on the way also shattered as the expert's attack cleared a large area on Divine Demon's right. Everyone could clearly sense Sword Saint's cultivation level at that point. The environment didn't allow them to inspect the expert, but the recent attack removed every doubt about the matter. He reached the solid stage in these years, Noah noted in his mind after inspecting the amount of power contained in the sharp attack. He even seems past the halfway mark. Noah couldn't help but feel happy about Sword Saint's improvements. The expert wasn't only a friend that had helped him sharpening his sword arts. He was also a valuable asset force to help the army now. Sword Saint crouched before transforming into a wave of sharp energy that made him reach Noah's position in an instant. The expert regained his previous shape there, and he couldn't hold back from questioning Noah. "What is this place?" Sword Saint asked while waving his fingers to destroy a series of crackling figures that had appeared on his side. Noah used that chance to send a wave of fiery dark matter in that spot. The explosion of his higher energy granted him many nutrients since no crackling figure was in the area. "Heaven and earth have trapped us somewhere," Noah explained as his body healed. "Where is the surface? Tell me that Divine Demon is leading us in the right direction." Noah obviously believed that Sword Saint knew where that place was. After all, the expert had managed to teleport as soon as the flare activated. "How would I know?" Sword Saint replied and left Noah dumbfounded. "You just teleported here," Noah complained before placing his swords on his forehead and unleashing a massive singularity toward enemies that had appeared on his side. "That has nothing to do with this place," Sword Saint snorted. "I can exist where my sharpness thrives. The something that goes beyond space. I actually have you to thank for this ability." Noah felt surprised again, and his mind quickly tried to study Sword Saint's words. His eyes also inspected his figure and cultivation level to learn more about the expert. It seemed that his existence had stepped in the same state as Great Builder and Supreme Thief. His law is already past common reason, Noah thought. It's starting to become a world capable of existing past space and death. "Do you have another piece of your existence somewhere on the surface?" Noah quickly asked. "Of course," Sword Saint replied, but he immediately shattered Noah's hopes. "But I can't carry any of you. It's not a proper teleport or dimensional passage. I stop existing in one place to reappear in another." Countless thoughts ran through Noah's mind. His complete knowledge about laws and higher existences surged through his mental sphere in the hope of finding a way to exploit that power. However, he couldn't find anything worthy of consideration. Sword Saint's ability could only work for him since it didn't involve the laws of the world. It existed only for the expert. "Will you bail on us once the situation gets troublesome?" Noah eventually asked as the duo continued to take care of any crackling figures that appeared around them. "I have a debt to pay," Sword Saint revealed. "You have removed bottlenecks that have kept me in the liquid stage for years. Bailing on you isn't an option. Are you willing to die with us?" Noah asked in a surprised tone. "You gave me this power," Sword Saint honestly replied. "What's the use of my current level if I can't help my benefactor? What would be the point to cultivation at all?" Noah didn't expect Sword Saint to be so direct, but it fitted his character. The expert had spent his entire life trying to sharpen his sword arts. He was a blade that couldn't allow lies to taint its edge. "What do you suggest then?" Noah asked while alternating singularities with detonations of fiery dark matter. "Do you think he knows where he is going?" Sword Saint asked while pointing toward Divine Demon. Noah moved his attention to Divine Demon. The cultivator was filling his surroundings with dark blue energy. He had transformed into a dark comet that pierced the whiteness while absorbing its energy. "I'm not sure no is the right verb." Noah laughed while revealing a complex expression. "But he is our best bet. I'll be out of options if this plan fails." "Let's not make it fail then." Sword Saint laughed before his aura converged in his right palm to give birth to a blade. "I'll take the right side. Do you still remember how to do it?" Sword Saint withdrew his blade and revealed a challenging smile toward Noah. The latter couldn't help but smile at that sight and imitate the technique. Noah withdrew his swords and turned toward the left side of the battlefield. His ambition seemed to intensify when it touched Sword Saint's aura. The sharpness unleashed by both experts fused as they released their attack at the same time. Two waves of sharp energy shot out of the army behind Divine Demon. They pierced the whiteness that tried to near them and killed countless crackling figures in its insides. The attacks flew far past Divine Demon. They cleared a path before the expert could even begin to affect those laws and ensured a short moment of peace for the entire army. "I see you have yet to evolve the nature of your attacks," Sword Saint commented. "I have been busy," Noah snorted. "It's not a simple matter of techniques. I need features that you threw away years ago." "There is only sharpness on my path," Sword Saint shouted before exploding in a loud laugh and snapping his fingers. His gesture released sharp sound waves in every direction. The attacks crashed on the whiteness and forced it to retreat. Sword Saint's offensive wasn't over. He waved his hands, stomped his feet, rotated his waist, tilted his head, and blinked his eyes. Each of those actions released waves of sharp energy in every direction, and the light could only crumble against them. "I am the embodiment of the sword," Sword Saint shouted while lifting his head. "Can you hear me, heaven and earth? I exist to cut everything you have created. Let's see what this trap hides." Sword Saint was dancing while flying together with the army. His moves launched countless slashes that could match Noah's empowered attacks. He was a storm of sharpness, a fury that nothing seemed able to oppose. "That's the firepower that we needed," Noah shouted in his mind. Sword Saint was a monster. His power had evolved after reaching the solid stage. He wasn't only launching slashes anymore. He had become sharpness itself. The cultivators on the edges of the army stopped dying after Sword Saint joined the fray. The light and the cracking figures didn't manage to near the group with three monsters handling the offensive. Noah's slashes were heaven and earth's worst enemy. They inherently carried laws that opposed the rulers, and they featured intense destructive capabilities. The violent thoughts amassed in his mind even boosted the destruction carried by his offensive. His singularities instinctively knew where to discharge their power to obtain the best effects. The light and the crackling figures could only crumble against his relentless attacks. Robert seemed to have gone crazy. He never stopped laughing as giant purple masses condensed above his figure and flew toward the light. His law also carried innate effectiveness against heaven and earth's laws, so his destructive potential was immense. Sword Saint didn't have any boost against heaven and earth's law. Noah's ambition didn't even manage to affect his attacks. It seemed that the expert purposely refused anything that could affect the purity of his existence. However, his attacks didn't fall behind his companion's offensive. Instead, they almost surpassed it in terms of destructive power. Sword Saint's slashes were precise but massive. They could sever everything on their path, even when it came to heaven and earth's light. Noah used the areas cleared by his companions to heal his body. He deployed the shadow domain to teleport unstable masses of fiery dark matter in those zones and seize as much energy as possible. The other experts in the army limited themselves to handle all the light and crackling figures that managed to escape from the trio's offensive. They also protected the backlands and made sure that the whiteness never caught up with the group. Divine Demon was alone in the lead. He had transformed into a dark blue comet that heaven and earth couldn't stop. His new higher energy had become something similar to the chaotic laws. It was born to destroy the light. Noah felt surprised when he noticed that he could slightly relax. The battle didn't seem too impossible anymore. Sword Saint's arrival had eased the pressure on the army and given them a chance to overcome that trap. Will they give up so easily? Noah wondered while alternating singularities and fiery dark matter. They must have depleted a lot of energy to send us here. There has to be something else here. Noah could understand that heaven and earth didn't expect Sword Saint's arrival, but the army had a chance to overcome the trap even without him. The feat would have been far harsher but not impossible. Noah expected heaven and earth to place an impossible challenge in front of him after so much preparation. Extremely hard wasn't enough for him and the experts tainted by his influence. The answer to his doubts dawned in his mind in an instant. His trust toward heaven and earth's power gave him the chance to predict what was about to unfold. "Group around Divine Demon," Noah roared. Heaven and earth will try to take him out soon. Everyone shot confused glances toward Noah. They couldn't understand from where he had gotten that impression, but they didn't dare to ignore his orders anyway. Noah was the first to accelerate to catch up with Divine Demon. Robert and Sword Saint quickly followed, but the three of them never stopped launching attacks on their way. Wilfred and the others were right behind them. They didn't want to approach Divine Demon in his current state, but they couldn't allow heaven and earth to kill him either. The expert was their only chance of getting out of there. The rest of the army followed while the foolery remained in the backlands. The creature had continued to release excrements throughout the entire battle. Its blue bushes were quite hard to destroy, so the pig had quickly understood that being the last in the army could bring many benefits. The experts had to dodge the unstable dark blue trail left by Divine Demon, but they quickly reached him anyway. The cultivator didn't interact with them at all. He barely noticed their presence, but his friends expected a similar reaction. Noah felt glad that Divine Demon's energy didn't automatically attack them, but his mood didn't improve. Instead, anxiety started to build in his mind as he waited for heaven and earth to make their move. Heaven and earth didn't make Noah wait too long. Divine Demon continued to clear light until he reached a tall, crackling wall. A thick array of lightning bolts made that structure almost impenetrable, but its overall power was in the upper tier. There are thousands of lightning bolts in there, Noah thought while inspecting the wall. We will need at least a few series of attacks to pierce them. Noah's group had temporarily stopped in front of the crackling wall, but Divine Demon had long since lost his mind. The expert continued to shoot forward, and the energy around him eventually clashed with the lightning bolts. The impact with the wall generated an explosion that flung Divine Demon back and spread countless sparks in the environment. The whiteness seemed to take life when that energy seeped into its fabric, and many giant crackling figures soon came out of its halo. The new crackling figures were bigger, and their power touched the peak of the upper tier. They were also faster, and their hands quickly rose toward the army to release a wave of lightning bolts that converged toward the experts. Everyone released their best attacks, but they soon discovered that their power wasn't enough to stop the entirety of that offensive. Noah, Robert, and Sword Saint could take care of most of the offensive on their own, but the rest of the army appeared useless in that situation. The weaker experts weren't to blame for that. Most of them were mere gaseous stage cultivators who couldn't do anything against upper-tier threats. They were at the bottom of the army in terms of power because all the other rank 7 beings had died, but it wasn't their role to handle such powerful leftovers. Those weaker cultivators ended up paying the price for the lack of power of their leaders. The lightning bolts fell on the army, and they ended up being the ones unable to defend themselves from that threat. Noah saw the lightning bolts sweeping away half of his army. The stronger cultivators had survived, but that sight reminded him how out of place those experts were. Heaven and earth's light devoured the laws that dispersed in the environment. Noah studied that event again, but a sense of disgust filled his mind. There was something off with that behavior, but he couldn't understand what his instincts were sensing. "Let's pierce it," Noah shouted while turning towards Sword Saint. "Can we open a path with a clean slash?" "1. Impossible," Sword Saint replied. "We would both need to be at the peak of the 8th rank for that." "That won't be necessary." King Elbaz suddenly joined the conversation. "They are heaven and earth's lightning bolts. I've studied them for countless years." King Elbaz drew a small flask from his space ring. The crackling noises released by the wall intensified when the aura of the liquid contained inside the item reached the lightning bolts. Heaven and earth seemed scared about the substance inside the item. "This will weaken the lightning bolts and destroy a few of them," King Elbaz explained while throwing the flask toward Noah. "There's enough for one use. Don't waste it." Sword Saint, Noah, and Robert exchanged a glance before nodding toward each other. Noah was restraining Divine Demon. His hand was on the expert's throat while the entirety of the dark blue energy fell on his body. His skin deflected that power easily, but he still threw his friend toward Wilfred. "Suppress him for a few seconds," Noah ordered. "We'll open a path." Wilfred's eyes widened when he saw the dark blue comet flying toward him, but he quickly deployed a storm of punches to handle the expert. King Elbaz joined him, and Fergie led some of the weaker experts near the duo to help. Noah, Sword Saint, and Robert silently neared the crackling wall. Their auras exploded as they prepared themselves to unleash their best attacks. Sword Saint generated his blade-shaped energy, Robert created a massive toxic mass, and Noah placed his weapons on his forehead. The light and the crackling figures inside it neared the army while the trio didn't take care of them, and the experts did their best to replace their strongest assets. Noah opened the flask with his mental energy before throwing it inside the crackling wall. The trio didn't know what to expect, but King Elba's item gave a signal that they couldn't ignore. A faint golden light spread inside the crackling wall and expanded until it covered the entire structure. King Elba's liquid seemed able to fuse with the lightning bolts and merge with their power. It was a virus meant to handle heaven tribulations. The raging energy in the lightning bolts began to lose part of its violence. The attacks slowed down. They almost froze among the area as they stopped flying through the structure. Noah, Sword Saint, and Robert launched their attacks as soon as the first lightning bolt stopped flying completely. Waves of sharp energy and straight singularity, and a toxic mass fell on the wall and destroyed countless sparks. The lightning bolts didn't even try to oppose the attacks. King Elba's liquid had made them harmless. Their energy didn't defend at all. The trio's offensive could pierce the wall and spread its destructiveness without causing consequences on the rest of the battlefield. A tunnel quickly opened on the wall, and Noah roared to give the signal to his troops. A few injuries had appeared on Wilfred's figure during those short seconds, but he didn't hesitate to dive through the dark blue energy, grab Divine Demon, and throw him inside the passage. Noah, Sword Saint, and Robert followed the dark blue comet, and the rest of the army went after them. The group had suffered severe losses while the trio was busy dealing with the wall, but no one dared to spend time crying over the dead. The army traveled across the tunnel that pierced the wall from side to side. The lightning bolts around them slowly regained their power, but the group reached the end of the passage before they could resume showing their violence. "We should be almost outside, right?" Noah hoped in his mind, but a familiar voice soon reached his ears. "Thank you for surviving the wall." Earth's androgynous voice spread from the light. "You have surpassed our wildest expectations. How does it feel to be prisoners of your own fairness?" Noah asked as a cold laugh escaped his mouth. Noah didn't let that environment trick him. Heaven and Earth had the power to send rank 9 cultivators, but their trap only featured dangers in the upper tier. "I bet that you couldn't even think about sending your best troops in a trap made only for us." Noah laughed. "You are so powerless against existences that defy your understanding." The army remained silent, but some worried glance fell on Noah anyway. He was taunting the rulers of the world. His underlings couldn't help but feel that he was going too far. "You are right," Earth replied after remaining silent for a few seconds. "We established the rules, so we must be the first to follow them. You also got the nature of our existence right. We can't understand you. That's why we need to absorb your law." "How would you even do it?" Noah continued to laugh while the army pierced through the whiteness. "Your absorption is flawed. The laws that you need keep opposing you. Getting broken existences can only worsen your being." Noah was trying to get information out of heaven and earth. He didn't need to talk, but he wouldn't find a better chance to learn something about the rulers anytime soon. "Right again," Earth replied. "But you have forgotten something. Your group has just taken care of a hindrance at the peak of the upper tier in instance. We can finally consider you a rank 9 threat." Noah's eyes widened at those words, but he couldn't stop the next event. The crackling figures hidden inside the whiteness shattered and sent their sparks toward a distant point on the army's path. The entire group saw the sparks gathering and giving birth to a massive humanoid figure. A giant appeared among the whiteness, and a suffocating aura suddenly spread through the environment. Noah couldn't stop because Divine Demon wasn't in a mental condition to mind external events, but his senses still started ignoring everything but the giant. The new threat was a rank 9 creature. It was at the bottom of the lower tier, but it was still something that his group couldn't possibly handle. The wall was a decoy, Noah concluded in his mind. Heaven and Earth have used it to bring our danger level in the 9th rank. Everything became clear in Noah's mind. The trap wasn't impossible because heaven and earth wanted the army to overcome it. That would have given them the chance to deploy stronger creatures, which involved the 9th rank. Noah didn't bother to stop Divine Demon. The expert continued to fly forward, which meant that the exit from that place was behind the rank 9 crackling figure. The army had to fight it. There was no other way out of that situation. In your experience, Noah whispered while flying next to Sword Saint and Robert, can we defeat something like that? Do you want the theory? Robert asked. The 9th rank is the peak, Sword Saint explained. We shouldn't even be able to see it. But we are here, Noah replied. Heaven and earth wouldn't be able to deploy unless we had a chance to win. Let's attack and see how it goes, Robert sighed. We should also try to make our offensive match the crazy one. Sword Saint and Noah limited themselves to nod before accelerating and reaching Divine Demon. The latter didn't even notice them, but the energy around him began to rotate to deal with the massive crackling figure in the distance. Noah, Sword Saint, and Robert did the same. They prepared their best attacks again, and their hands flashed when Divine Demon's higher energy shot forward. A sharp singularity, a rotating toxic mass, a dark blue drill, and a wave of sharpness flew toward the giant and engulfed it with their power. The group had launched their strongest offensive, and an explosion followed the impact with the lightning bolts. The whiteness devoured the smoke accu.mulat in the environment and revealed the effects of the powerful offensive. Worry inevitably appeared in the group's minds when they saw that the giant didn't carry the slightest injury. Noah and the others didn't know what to do. They had just deployed some of their best techniques, but the rank 9 giant didn't even budge. The effectiveness of Noah and Robert's laws didn't matter in that situation. They lacked sheer power. Their existence couldn't touch a creature in the 9th rank. Divine Demon was still charging forward, and Noah didn't know how to handle that situation. He didn't have the time to care about that expert with such a strong enemy on his path. The rest of the army was in a similar situation. They had seen some of the best attacks in the 8th rank doing nothing to a creature that had just stepped in the lower tier of the 9th rank. The difference between the quality of power was immense, and desperation inevitably spread with that understanding. Do you have something in mind? Robert asked while stopping flying forward. Noah and Sword Saint imitated him. They had to decide something before Divine Demon clashed with the crackling figure. I can try with better attacks, Sword Saint revealed, but I won't be able to kill it. The 9th rank goes beyond my power. I've done my best in the last attack, Noah explained. Nothing would work unless we go beyond our previous offensive. Noah's words forced the trio to fall silent and search inside their minds. Proper plan failed to appear. Their entire experience couldn't help them against a rank 9 creature. We can try that thing, Sword Saint eventually proposed. This battle isn't a matter of sheer power. We have to increase the quality of our attacks to overcome the challenge. I can't perform it, Noah announced. I'm not holding back now. I've thrown my best attack before. You don't have to do it on your own, Sword Saint snorted. Let's work together. Let's create that attack by fusing our power. Is that even possible? Noah asked. Our sharpness shares identical features, Sword Saint explained. You only need to accu.mulate enough power. Violent thoughts filled Noah's mind while he went over that offer. The idea behind the plan wasn't bad, but it still failed to express reasonable ideas. The crackling figure didn't stay still. It noticed the various experts trying to pierce its blockade and decided to attack. The giant raised its massive hand before making it fall. The gesture generated storms that fused with heaven and earth's laws and grew. Noah and the others watched as a wave of power flew in their direction. The dark world expanded and tried to cover the entire army. However, the shockwaves destroyed the dark matter and managed to reach his group. Painful cries filled the area and reached Noah's ears. Many experts died during the attack, but he didn't have the time to mind his allies. The shockwaves pierced his fiendish armor and destroyed the corrosive roots. It clashed directly with his body and flung him away. Noah had to spend time regaining control over his movements, but his flesh endured the power carried by the impact. Some pieces of his skin opened, but the attack didn't manage to shatter his existence. Other rank 8 experts would feel glad about that scene, but he didn't feel satisfied with the achievement. That little amount of power couldn't hurt him properly. Still, it showed the difference between their energy. Noah had to get out of that situation, and Sword Saint's plan inevitably became more reasonable in his mind. How should we even proceed? Noah asked after he returned near Sword Saint and Robert. Gather energy as usual, Sword Saint explained. I'll take care of cutting it and giving it a direction. We need someone to take care of the army, Noah announced. I can do that, Robert stepped into the conversation. Leave everything to me while you deal with this punishment. Noah and Sword Saint nodded after exchanging a glance. They knew that Robert wasn't enough to handle the entirety of the whiteness, but he had to do in the current situation. Robert shot backward and instantly became a core part of the army. He began to rule over weaker troops and handle their offensive. They had a lot to learn from the expert, and they didn't dare to contradict him either. Noah and Sword Saint exchanged another meaningful glance before shooting forward and reaching Divine Demon in an instant. Their figures even went past the expert as their thoughts aligned. Something was off with the giant crackling figure. It clearly was in the 9th rank, but the best experts had easily handled its attack. The blow was nothing more than an expression of sheer power, but it was strange for heaven and earth to hold back. This creature must have weaknesses, Noah thought. We should all be dead, but we have barely suffered injuries. I bet heaven and earth had to deploy their weaker defense in the 9th rank. That understanding led Noah toward a new approach. He would have normally escaped in that situation, but the evident weaknesses of his opponent gave him a chance to win. Noah and Sword Saint flew until they floated right in front of the giant. Divine Demon had continued to follow them even if injuries filled his body, but the duo planned to put an end to that matter before his arrival. Noah started to amass energy. His greed exploded and spread through the environment, dragging every form of energy toward him. Part of his dark matter, mental energy, and darkness flowed out of his figure to fuse with that power, and he tried his best to remain in control of the attack. The mass of energy soon grew unstable, but Noah poured even more power at that point. He had to obtain a decent amount of density. The project wouldn't be able to produce the intended effects otherwise. The mass of energy slowly transformed as Noah's ambition filled every corner of that structure. It condensed and gave birth to a fiery star before continuing to evolve. The black hole grew unstable, but Noah kept adding energy to its form. Its dark color eventually vanished, and the technique turned into an invisible mass of energy. The transformation gave the experts more time, but the sphere wanted to explode. That should be fine, Sword Saint exclaimed. Prepare to rotate it toward our target. Sword Saint raised his sword-shaped energy and pointed it toward his blades. Instead, Noah covered his figure with dark matter to prepare for the imminent explosion. The expert pointed his sword toward the unstable mass of energy and pierced it with his blade. However, the opening didn't appear. Be stronger, Noah shouted. I can't contain it any longer. Let's attack together, Sword Saint replied. Let's fuse our blades into a single slash. Noah did his best to empower the sphere before pointing his swords toward the mass of energy. The duo tried to pierce the sphere by deploying their best slashes, and they succeeded in opening a path. The invisible mass of energy opened as the two experts slashed its surface open. Noah quickly rotated it toward the rank 9 crackling figure, and Sword Saint didn't hesitate to enlarge the crack to direct its power toward their target. The invisible sphere suddenly shrunk. The energy contained in its insides couldn't remain in place when Noah and Sword Saint compromised its structure. The attack discharged its full power toward the crackling figure. The wave of energy gained the laws of the experts involved in the unorthodox technique. It grew hungrier and sharper as it flew through the white environment. The whiteness couldn't even exist in the same place as that sharp energy. The blow featured Noah's chaotic laws and destroyed the light before it could even try to weaken the attack. Meanwhile, the massive wave of energy clashed with the crackling figure and forced it to endure the blow. No amount of power could stop that attack. It featured the apex of two existences that walked the path of the sword. Noah and the others saw that a small crack had appeared on the giant. That sight quickly brought life back to the rest of the army. They had a chance to win as long as they survived. Again, Sword Saint shouted. Go all out. Stop empowering the companions. Noah ordered in his mind, and his ambition followed. Remove the mind too. Focus everything on this blow. Noah's power changed while his aura spread in the environment again and began to amass energy. The rotating star quickly gathered in front of the duo, and its color changed as its density increased. The energy went from multicolored to dark. It then turned invisible until it became a mass of torn space that radiated a black light. The environment seemed to shatter when the occasional flares of the structure touched the area. The rotating sphere only had to exist to destroy the world around it. Noah didn't stop. It was clear that the previous attack didn't manage to reach the intended power. The duo wouldn't be able to destroy the rank 9 crackling figure if they limited themselves to inflict slight cracks. Space twisted and shattered. A spiderweb of cracks connected to the void opened around the rotating sphere. It seemed that the world wanted to kick out Noah's technique, but he used his understanding of the plane's fabric to suppress the fissures. Currents of energy inevitably flowed toward the various small cracks. They tried to push Sword Saint and Noah toward their black insides, but the experts didn't even bother to look at them. Their entire attention was on the rotating sphere. The duo even ignored the rank 9 giant in the process. That mighty attack couldn't accept any distraction. Battle cries resounded from the army. The wave of desperation that had filled the experts before had vanished, replaced by an intense desire to live. The cultivators could see that their leaders were monsters capable of affecting rank 9 beings. They were the underlings of existences that defied common reasons, so they couldn't put up a shameful act. The crackling figures and light drew near even if Robert was trying to handle every side of the battlefield. The expert was filling large chunks of the whiteness with toxic rain, but his efforts weren't enough to stop the enemy offensive. Most of the cultivators had instinctively activated secret arts to boost their power temporarily. Moreover, their auras had begun to feature a feeling that he knew far too well. The experts had started to radiate Noah's ambition. Robert exploded into a crazy laugh before waving his hands and launching even more attacks. He didn't care that the process was hurting his centers of power. Pieces of his body even shattered due to the massive output of energy discharged by his figure. The rank 9 crackling figure raised its arm again. It wanted to launch another series of shockwaves toward the two experts, causing a mess in the area right in front of it. However, a dark blue comet suddenly clashed with its hand. Divine Demon had caught up with Sword Saint and Noah while the two prepared the attack. The expert instinctively pursued the approach that could grant him more chances to survive, so he used all the ACCU.mulat power to stop the incoming attack. Divine Demon didn't have the power to block a rank 9 creature. It didn't matter that his law was generating abilities meant to counter heaven and earth. He remained a liquid stage cultivator trying to stop a being at the peak of the cultivation journey. Yet, Wilfred and King Elbaz appeared next to Divine Demon as the arm started to descend. Their lives were on the line, and blocking the imminent attack could make the difference between life and death. King Elbaz threw 2 orbs toward the experts, and a golden light quickly covered their figures. Wilfred gave voice to a sharp cry before slamming toward the arm and using his entire physical might to help Divine Demon. King Elbaz didn't stop there. An army of golden items spread behind his figure. He deployed all the weapons meant to counter heaven and earth contained in his space rings. Some of them were mere rank 7 tools, but he couldn't hold anything back. Sword Saint and Noah were oblivious to those events. Twisted space filled his vision as their auras fused. Their movements began to synchronize, and they instinctively understood that Noah wouldn't be able to rotate that immense mass of energy. Their arms moved at the same time. Both experts placed their swords on their forehead and closed their eyes. They didn't have to fill the entire area with their sharpness. They only had to open a crack on the other side of the rotating sphere. Their existence seemed to go silent as both experts sent everything toward their consciousness. Noah's mental sphere almost shattered due to the strenuous task, But the black hole immediately took care of reinforcing the mental walls. A wave of sharpness suddenly exploded in the area. The attack only occupied a small spot, but everyone could sense the immense energy that it carried. The sphere of twisted space stopped rotating as a crack spread on its surface. The energy in its insides didn't immediately flow out. Instead, the immense density of the technique almost managed to keep it in its position. Yet, the sphere's structure inevitably began to fall apart. Cracks spread around the main fissure and enlarged its area. The density of the technique continued to keep the energy in that spot, but everything grew unstable as the seconds passed. The first small lump of energy that managed to escape from the sphere started a chain reaction that lasted for less than an instant. The world itself began to tremble as the technique released the entirety of its power and made the area grow dark. Noah couldn't think nor see. His senses had gone dark. Even his instincts didn't give voice to any cry. Then, a massive pressure fell on his figure and pushed him forward. Noah's mind began to work again as the fear of ending up in the void filled his thoughts. Yet, his body felt too weak to oppose the process. Noah's cultivation level began to fall as the force continued to push him forward. His senses had started to work again, but he continued to alternate blackness with white sceneries. His companions were in a similar situation, but he couldn't sense them. His centers of power felt too weak as the drawbacks of his ambition began to fall on his existence. Noah knew that he had pushed his limits too far. No amount of energy would make him able to ignore the incoming drawbacks. He needed to rest properly, and the process might take entire years. His almost aware consciousness tried its best to keep Noah awake, but he felt weak beyond reason. His centers of power wanted to turn off and get their well-deserved rest, and his existence even struggled to fill his insides. His survival instincts kicked in and forced his mind to regain complete awareness of its surroundings. A sharp light filled Noah's vision and reminded him of his situation, but the environment was far different from before. The light was shattering. Lumps of whiteness were crumbling in every direction and revealing normal air. The crackling figures in its insides released angry cries as their figures opened and their lightning bolts dispersed. Faint human figures became visible among the light from time to time. Noah could recognize some of his companions, but he understood that they were in a similar situation. They had all gone overboard during the recent struggle, and they had inevitably fallen prey to the force that now filled the area. His eyes eventually fell on a massive figure. Noah recognized the giant, and a smile appeared on his face when he saw its current state. The giant's face had gained human features after the last attack, and it currently expressed pure anger. Instead, something else had changed on the rest of its body. A massive hole had appeared on its chest and had forced its structure to destabilize. Is that Heaven's face? Noah wondered while committing those features to memory. The giant resembled a good-looking middle-aged man. Its sharp features radiated a stern feeling, and the anger that now filled its expression seemed able to make it go crazy. The crackling figure noticed Noah's gaze, and its mouth began to move. Strange noises came out of the creature, and even Noah's superior awareness failed to translate them. "Are you angry?" Noah whispered as an honest smile appeared on his face. "Did you ever think that this little ant would get so far?" The giant's anger intensified when Noah's words spread through the area. It stretched its hand toward him, and its fingers threatened to close on his figure. Yet, the fingers stopped right above Noah's skin. The massive hand even followed the movements generated by the currents of power dragging him around. "You can't touch me, can you?" Noah continued to laugh. "We won. We overcame the challenge, so you can't do anything against us anymore." Noah's laugh spread through the entire area. His voice carried pure ecstasy, and similar sounds eventually echoed from different spots of that chaotic mess. The experts who heard Noah's laugh understood the meaning behind that sound. They could feel his announcement to the world. Heaven and earth had failed to suppress them. The giant's hand continued to follow Noah's movements, but he tilted his head to look at the angry face. The creature seemed to turn its attention toward his eyes, but the unstable energy inside its structure eventually spread through its entire figure. The creature began to fall apart. Noah saw the sparks spreading through the area without carrying any violent energy. Heaven and earth seemed unable to cause more destruction after the recent loss. Duanlong's giant mouth came out of Noah's CGST. The creature was acting on its own, and it quickly activated its innate ability to absorb as much energy as possible. The energy flowed inside Duanlong's mouth and went directly toward the black hole. The companion wasn't trying to take anything for itself. It wanted Noah to have everything. Duanlong couldn't absorb the sparks that still carried a rank 9 aura. Noah's centers of power couldn't turn them into primary energy. Yet, the companion could target the shattered waves of energy trying to disperse through the world. Noah sensed the black hole sending energy inside him, but that process didn't disperse his weakness. The drawbacks were too strong for the organ. That suffering was necessary. Noah didn't mind that. He accepted the weakness as he closed his eyes and let the force drag him away. He didn't have the power to oppose it anyway. The area slowly grew darker as Noah proceeded forward. The world eventually turned upside down and revealed its actual structure. Noah found himself falling toward darker areas. He even felt able to see a faint azure radiance coming from far in the distance. "We are falling back to the ground," Noah concluded in his mind before glancing above him. The sky shone above Noah, but he noticed multiple human figures among that whiteness. He even saw the foolery. It seemed that his entire army had broken free of heaven and earth's punishment and was now coming back to the higher plane. Noah gained speed. Pieces of his skin turned red due to the friction generated by his fall. He tried to summon enough energy to slow himself down, but his centers of power didn't answer his request. Even the black hole didn't care about him. The organ was too busy fixing all the damage caused by the drawbacks to mind his surroundings. The ground drew near, and Noah didn't know how to stop himself. "I should survive even in this state," Noah thought. "It would be hilarious if I died due to a fall from the sky." Noah couldn't help but laugh as he inspected his centers of power. His body and dantian had gone back to the middle tier and liquid stage, but his entire figure was suffering. His skin was too frail to endure the heat generated by the friction. Patches of his flesh fell apart, but the dark matter promptly worked as a glue to keep everything together. Snore hissed in pain, but it still came out of Noah's figure to envelop his body. Part of the drawbacks had fallen on the companion and had made it unable to fly, but it didn't care about its life as long as it managed to save Noah. "I can't even order you to return inside," Noah transmitted toward the mental connection. "You have brought me to the apex of the sky." Snore's hissing voice resounded in Noah's mind. "It's an honor to give my life for my master." "You won't die," Noah replied as a chuckle escaped his mouth. "The members of my organization won't let us go so easily." The ground drew near. Noah's skin had stopped burning, but Snore had transformed into a fiery meteor in his place. The duo was almost about to crash on the terrain, but a golden light suddenly covered the area. Snore began to slow down when it fell among the light. Its speed dropped so much that the creature didn't even destroy the ground when it touched the surface. The snake let Noah's body out and helped him sitting on the ground. Noah could see multiple experts falling among the light and landing safely on the surface. It seemed that the fall didn't kill anyone. "You, band of idiots!" King Elba's voice eventually spread through the area. "Why do I always have to save your ass?" Noah felt exhausted. His body was about to hibernate to take care of the many injuries and drawbacks that were afflicting his centers of power, but he forced himself to remain awake for a few more seconds. His eyes moved among the environment. They inspected the white sky and the azure ground. They studied the laws that filled the world and tried to understand if they had ever suffered from the devil's influence. The inspection didn't reveal anything. The world didn't have anything strange. Noah and the others had returned to the other side of the immortal lands. The landing on the familiar ground marked the end of heaven and earth's mission. The group didn't know how the battle among the rank 9 existences had ended. However, none of them care about that. The army initially counted more than 100 rank 8 cultivators, but the recent struggles had left only a few of them alive. Except for Noah's friends, less than 20 experts had survived the various punishments. Noah's last struggle to remain awake ended after that inspection. He collapsed on the ground, and his companions quickly appeared around him to take defensive positions. The other experts in the group were better off, but they needed a long time to recover. Their gazes briefly went on the collapsed Noah before they also lay on the ground and began to accumulate energy. Some defenses shot out of their figures, but they didn't seem to mind that detail too much. Truth be told, the group had suffered countless losses, but it still featured an incredible number of rank 8 cultivators. Most organizations couldn't even hope to reach that power. It was unlikely for foreign forces to decide to attack them. Only a few experts remained awake. King Elbaz, Wilfred, the Foolery, and some of the cultivators who didn't suffer severe injuries could keep their consciousness unfolded and take care of surveilling the area. None of them decided to leave, and space eventually bent due to the many powerful experts absorbing energy in the same place. The ground began to disappear as power flowed toward the cultivators and hybrids. The group was consuming the entire region, and their influence was about to spread in the areas past it. Years inevitably passed. The injuries suffered by rank 8 cultivators required a lot of time to heal unless the experts had access to specific abilities. Everything remained still as the energy contained inside the region flowed toward the group. Domains began to clash as some existences started to expand past their owners' figures. The different laws tried to take control of the area, but the cultivators managed to stop them before chaos spread through the region. A few experts eventually stabilized their condition enough to leave the area. Those cultivators decided to change location on their own to let their existences go wild without affecting anyone. Still, they remained nearby to keep track of Noah's condition. Most of those cultivators had no idea about the political environment of the other side of the immortal lands. They were foreigners in that place, and Noah was their only connection to an organization. Moreover, Noah had displayed incredible prowess during the previous mission. He was nothing more than a liquid-stage hybrid, but his might already placed him among solid-stage cultivators. It was hard to define his actual strength since his solid-stage opponents had always been Heaven and Earth's followers. Noah's law had a sharp advantage toward them, so giving a proper evaluation of his power was impossible. The experts could find different organizations if they decided to explore that side of the higher plane, but it felt stupid to give up on the best leader on the market. Noah was the best warrior they had ever seen, and they would rather follow him than some unknown character. His body had never stopped absorbing energy, so the experts knew that Noah was still recovering from his injuries. Most of them decided to wait around him to repay his efforts against Heaven and Earth. They owed him that slight amount of protection. The white sky filled Noah's vision when he woke up, but the black shapes of his companions soon blocked the light. Noah instinctively checked his body to inspect the state of his centers of power, but his worries soon dispersed. His centers of power were fine. Everything was working perfectly. Only his mind had grown firmer after the prolonged exposure to Heaven and Earth's light. How did it even endure the light for so long? Noah wondered as he inspected his mental sphere. The black hole gave answers to his doubts. It sent memories gathered while Noah was hibernating, and they mainly featured his insides. Noah could inspect how the black hole had healed the various patches of damaged flesh. The organ had also taken care of generating a pulling force and developing a shield for his mental sphere. The protection for his mind had ended up evolving into a proper technique. The black hole had grown familiar with Heaven and Earth's laws during the past years, and the recent addition of the Devil's power had given it the chance to develop an incredible ability. Noah could seize the benefits of Heaven and Earth's light without suffering the constant pressure now. The dark matter could create a thin defensive layer around the mental sphere that fended off the incoming force but preserved a harmless weight. I will be able to understand when Heaven and Earth manage to go past these chaotic laws right away, Noah thought while straightening his position to sit on the ground. I only need to pay attention to when the pressure returns to my mind. The black hole had notified him about the changes in the environment, so Noah didn't feel surprised when he saw that new scenery. His eyes could immediately go for the other experts, and an honest smile eventually appeared on his face. Don't tell me that you have protected me, Noah mocked his companions. Sword Saint, Robert, Wilfred, King Elbaz, Divine Demon, Fergie, Harold, Luke, and the foolery were around Noah. They were cultivating as they protected their leader during his helpless condition. "It's not our fault," King Elbaz snorted. "Someone decided to sleep for 200 years. He always complains." The foolery sighed. "Don't you dare to act all sophisticated with me," King Elbaz shouted. "Can we go over the battle once again?" Divine Demon asked. "I won the challenge, right? I've led the army toward the escape route. How many times do we have to go through this?" Wilfred heaved a helpless sigh. "You went crazy and moved toward the exit. We did everything else. But pointing toward the exit sounds quite important," Divine Demon replied. "You know what? I don't care. I'll take it as my victory anyway." "You sure are a lively bunch," Sword Saint announced while turning toward Noah. "They are worse during a battle," Robert explained. "The pig literally fills the battlefield with excrements."